Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? My browser kind of reset some of my StreamYard settings, so I'm hoping that everything's working as it normally does, which means, well, it could mean different things. But we're just gonna roll with it. So happy to see you guys. Shout out to Super Planner Girl and Tennis Girl 101. Happy to see you. And hi, Kid Smits. I hope you are you in South Carolina now, or are you still in Philly? I hope that you guys are having a wonderful Sunday. You know, regardless of what, you know, anybody's religious beliefs are, you know, we celebrate and love everybody here. I have to say that I am just really grateful because the weather is absolutely beautiful today. And the last time that we had a stream, it was like thunderstorming really badly. And well, like I think it was raining and then it was thunderstorming. And so, and I, you know, I've probably said this before, but I absolutely hate the rain. I avoid it at all costs. I love water. I love swimming, but I don't like being rained on. Like if I'm not planning on getting wet, I don't want to get wet. Does that make sense? Like it has to be my choice. But anyway, hi, Daddy Short Nuts, aka DSN. He has a new fresh nickname. It's a new nickname to Ignition, hot and fresh out the kitchen. And as always, for you guys that are going to be in and out of chat, you know, I know it's totally understandable. You know, as always, we'll have timestamps. Black Widow, I love you. Yes, I knew it. I knew that would happen. That's why I said that just for you. Love you guys so much. That's amazing. Y'all, I have to say that I love you guys. And so when you guys, I think it was during the last video, there was a request regarding Tom Jones and It's Not Unusual. And that maybe there be some type of Tom Jones jingle or what have you, some sort of, you know, cue where it plays something. And you guys, I made it happen. And Alex says it's not unusual a lot of times in this upcoming episode. Creighton maybe says it as well, but I just know Alex says it a lot. But I made this for you guys and I'm so excited about it that I'm tempted to just be like, you know, to show you guys now versus waiting. So I'll let you guys be the deciding factor on that. If someone wants to like hear it first, then all we need someone to just, you know, say it's not unusual, fill in the blank, you know, and then there we go. So y'all just let me know if by putting that in the chat and we will hear that. We have so much fun stuff planned. We're going to have a chicken business part 2. We're going to have a sunrise detox deep dive, 2 parts, and both parts, I think you guys are going to just, well, both of them are going to be really exciting and have some pretty crazy shit happening. So what I'm going to do first, though, is while I'm giving y'all a chance to decide if you want to say something is potentially unusual, let me go with the first part of what we're going to do. It's like, this is like a little warm up. So first of all right, shout out to Super Planner Girl in the chat who made this. You guys, this is amazing. Look at the weasel. The weasel face is so good. It's the best. It's like, and the way it's stuck on that I love this. I love this so much. From the feeling fancy. Oh my God. And then the shrimp plus weasel. equals wimp. And it's so funny because like I was calling him wimpy, and like this is so brilliant. It uses all of the things that we were joking about. And this picture is the best thing that's ever happened. So, oh, shout out to Gen X Granny. Happy to see you here. Happy Easter. It is, don't be selling yourself short now. This is incredible. And okay, yeah, so this is just amazing. I'm probably going to try to find other ways to incorporate this picture. Just in other words, don't be surprised if like this image of the wimp, aka this shrimp plus weasel, it might show up as like, what do they call it, an Easter egg, right? When it's like hidden in a picture, so that's kind of funny. But it might show up in thumbnails, for example. And speaking of which, I'm glad I mentioned that and reminded myself without planning on it. The thumbnail that for today's episode, I don't know if you guys noticed, but this is probably my favorite thumbnail yet. I hope you guys liked it. I finally got like figured out that like how to size things correctly beforehand. So it should be less blurry if you're looking at it on a computer with a full screen. Anyway, but besides that, the chess match situation, hopefully you guys liked it. That was a lot of fun. And if you guys actually, I always say like I put a lot of thought into it. So like if you want to like pay attention to things, for example, it's like the 4D chess match, Creighton versus Moriarty. The way that it's set up is that the white pieces, are on the left and the black pieces are on the right. And, just using like old themes of like good versus evil, right? Just from throughout history and everything. So, so Creighton is on the left-hand side with the white pieces, and then Alex is on the right-hand side with the black pieces, and then, Creighton versus Moriarty. So they line up that way. And then like kind of like the way they're facing each other. But anyway, okay. So hopefully you guys saw that and liked it, but let's keep going with this part. So we have a little bit of background here on the fucking drugs. So, okay, here's the first thing. So let me just say this. I didn't even bother to include this because I think everybody knows. It's kind of like goes without saying, like we all, I think, know at this point, and we've talked about it before in the chat, that the symptoms / what side effects, right, of using painkillers, pills, drowsiness, it's sedation, it's makes you, calm, sleepy. It's literally, that's, I scoured the internet and I tried as hard as I could to find anything on the internet that says it gives you either energy or it gives you a boost or it makes you feel energetic or anything along those lines. And I could not find a single thing. I do know that we do have one viewer who watches these videos who I think I think it's Random A Girl. So shout out to you. Hopefully I'm saying your name right because I don't have it in front of me, but or Random Texas Girl DX. Anyway, I'm sorry if I'm getting it's if she pops up in the chat, I'll be like, oh hey you. But anyway, so she said that she did have someone she knew that also swore that it gave them energy. And I like, again, this is okay. Yeah, like I believe that person, right? I believe that person. However, things that Alex says come with an automatic disclaimer. And so, but again, according to the internet, every expert, every article, every scholarly, whatever, I tried, I couldn't find anything. And it was to the point where I was like, there's nothing to even show you guys about it because I couldn't, and you guys are welcome to like also do your own searches too, as we're talking about this, and let me know if you do find anything else that does support that. But okay, with that said, so going forward, all right, let's settle once and for all for those of you who were unclear, like myself, on the difference between opiates and opioids. Because what I had always heard is there's a difference, but no one really explained it in a way that made any type of sense. Super Planet Girl says, my husband is in pharmacy and he says definitely no. Thank you for that. appreciate that. Excelente, as they say, or well, I say. Yeah, that's the thing, is what he describes as like being on uppers, right? And so painkillers are the opposite. So yeah, so opiates versus opioids. Okay, so this is like on like the NIH, the National Institute of Health website, and what's really funny is they actually, you can see this purple box. It's actually pretty not this. They don't make it clear, so don't worry. I'm gonna make it clear for you guys. This is what they say, and it's like, oh, it looks like it should be clear, but when you read it, you're like, what? Okay, so it says, although these terms are often used interchangeably, they're different, right? Well, we know that. Opiates refer to natural opioids such as heroin, morphine, and codeine. Opioids refer to all natural, semi-synthetic, and synthetic opiates. So part of where I was like, well, do they mean all natural, semi-synthetic, and synthetic, or do they mean all natural? Like, it's all natural, right? Completely different things. This, to me, I had to sit here and like work this out in my head, and I'm like, this is not making sense. But then I had to really scroll at it and do some more research. And honestly, this was so crazy. I couldn't find anywhere online that made this clear in a simple fashion. But I'm going to try to do that. So here we go. Here we go, guys. All opiates are opioids, but not all opioids are opiates. So let me say that one more time. All opiates are opioids, but not all opioids are opiates. So therefore, it's going to get even simpler. Therefore, come on, next thing. Okay, here we go. Opiates equals a subcategory of opioids. All right. So in other words, anything that's in this realm, whether it's an opiate, like if it's an opiate, if it's an opiate, it's also an opioid, right? Opioids is the broad term. It includes all of the synthetic and then all of the natural types. It includes them all. And then opiates refers to specifically only the natural types. So what are those? That's like your morphine, stuff like that. I think heroin technically. But yeah, morphine. So versus your synthetic. And then your opioids that we think of, like the painkiller pills, have some natural and some synthetic. And we're going to see that here in a sec. Shout out to Andrea Collins. I'm so happy to see you, my friend. I love you so much. Andrea has been supporting the channel and has been a friend since way back when I first started doing, like, very day one of law school, when I was doing that, starting out with that challenge because of EDB with Debbie Heard. And I'm so happy to see you. Oh, and she's got some information here. She takes opiates 20 years for anxiety, and she's never abused them. Happy to hear that. I know people who eat them like sweets, but not the way Alex is taught. Right. No, you would be dead. What does he ends up saying? Actually, we're gonna hear from him directly from his mouth on cross-examination today, when he actually talks about Creighton makes him do the math on how many pills a day. And I think it's something like 60. And I think, and I remember during the trial, there were so many experts weighing in on like, this would kill you. I know there was another expert that said, like literally, the supply is not enough in the world that this would be possible. Like, even if he was able to purchase like all of the, like, OxyContin or whatever, like, that existed, it wouldn't be possible because there's not enough supply. And then I remember there was another person that did the math on like how often and how much time a day, if you took like 60 pills, you'd have to spend just taking pills. And it was like, I don't remember what it was. If you guys remember, let me know. But it was like insane. It was like, basically, it's like all you'd be doing. Like, you'd have to just constantly taking them. It wasn't practical. So anyway, yeah, it's great. It's very, very lovely. Yeah, Ireland is totally in the house in full force. Love it. Shout out to the Republic of Ireland. I love Ireland. Love you guys. Love that you guys are waving to each other. Yeah, Andrea Collins is saying, if I had 60, I would need to have my stomach pumped. Yeah, and they do become immune, but that's exactly where it's like, well, but also like the supply chain wouldn't support that quantity, is what I remember one expert saying. DSN coming in hot. Alex was allegedly taking enough drugs to kill a large shrimp weasel. There it is, right there. That's the definitive answer. 100%. Yes, love it. Love it. Okay, so next. So the next thing that I had to clarify in my mind was I kept thinking, what's the difference between OxyContin and oxycodone? Because we hear, like, the reason I was like, well, there must be a difference is because of the way Alex talks about it, even on direct examination, when Jim's like asking him, like, what drug, like, to talk about some specific thing about a drug. He's like, are you referring to the OxyContin or the oxycodone? He discusses it as if they're different. So that's why I had to also look that up. As it turns out, they're not different. They're the same thing. So he actually makes it more confusing. Alex could just be referring only to oxycodone because OxyContin is oxycodone. It's just a brand name. So he makes it more confusing. Literally, if he wants to talk about the categories of painkillers he was taking, he should only be saying oxycodone and hydrocodone. He shouldn't be going back and forth between opiates and opioids because, as we've discussed, everything he took was an opioid and not an opiate, first of all. And second of all, there's no point in confusing the situation with OxyContin. I mean, he's probably confusing it on purpose, right? This really could have gone into the category of making sense out of nonsense because he makes it seem really complicated and it's really not. You know, everything he's taking falls under an opioid, not an opiate. And there's only basically hydrocodone and oxycodone. And we're going to see the difference between those two in just a sec. But I just wanted to make sure we all were clear that OxyContin is just the brand name for oxycodone. And as you can see here at the bottom of the screen, it says drug class opioid. All right, next up, we have a little pie chart. No, Venn diagram. I think it's, yeah. Okay, here we go. So oxycodone and hydrocodone. You know, we are all about learning here, so we're learning. Before a bunch of nonsense. You guys, this episode, y'all. I'm so excited. Just wait. The insanity and the nonsense and the squirreling is going to be on another level. I'm super excited. All right. So on the left, we have the oxycodone. On the right, we have the hydrocodone. And then see how they overlap in the middle? That's that natural element. Remember when I was talking about how they have a natural component? That's your natural element akin to like your morphine, right? And then, so what is that? Maybe like 25%, if you're looking at this, right? Maybe a little bit less than that. And then the rest is synthetic. So the biggest thing is the oxycodone is more potent. That's really the biggest takeaway. The oxycodone is more potent. Hydrocodone, less potent. That's pretty much, the biggest thing. I mean, oxycodone is a Schedule 2 versus hydrocodone is Schedule 3. So just in terms of being a controlled substance, like, oxycodone is harder to come by. It's going to be just more controlled, that type of thing. I think it's a Venn diagram. Hopefully that's the right name. I'm just trying to think back to like first grade. I'm pretty sure that's what this is called. Initially, I think I called it a pie chart, which it's not. So this, I think it's a Venn diagram. Hopefully I got that title correct. And I think this is the last slide in this. Yes, it is. Okay, you guys. Real quick, before we get into Sunrise Deep Dive Part 1, does anyone think anything is or is not unusual? Should we hear the treat that I have made for you guys? Y'all, it might be my life's proudest accomplishment. There's something I might just have to do it, but I'm like, I told myself that I wouldn't just play it. When I made this, I was like, I love this so much. I have to set boundaries or I will just play this all the time because I think it's fucking hilarious. So I was like, I have to set rules for myself that someone has to say it's not unusual. But there's something at the end of it that is a surprise at the end of this that that is my probably my life's proudest thing that I've done in my life. But I said I'm sticking to my rule. So, all right, we're gonna Sally forth. Okay, carry on my wayward son. We're gonna continue, and Daddy Short says you should wait. It won't be long. Well, that depends. I don't know. The Sunrise Deep Dive. I don't know how long. This is gonna be a whole thing. I'll wait. I'm gonna do what you say, DSN. I'm gonna wait, and unless somebody else says otherwise. Let's see how it goes with the Sunrise Part 1. All right, y'all. Are you ready? All right, field trip. to Moselle. All right, so Kid Smith says Sally 4th or 5th, whatever our place in line is. Very good. Very good. Okay. So this is just, again, I just wanted to show with these arrows because I realized that the, whenever I'm like marking up these pictures, I just recently learned that I could do arrows. So I'm like, oh, cool. Let's make use of that. So, so here we're going to see another view here in a second too, but you can see there's the kennels that has that chess icon. I've talked about this before, but I could not find anywhere on all of Google what that icon means. So if you know, let me know, but literally I don't know. I couldn't find anything. Funny though, right? Because the great chess match, I just thought of that right now. I literally didn't even realize that, but like, that is kind of funny. Maybe it's like they knew. They're like, yeah, it's a chess match, definitely. Okay, hope to see you soon, kids. Have a good dinner. So let's say you're at the kennels, right? And you're gonna go to Pimped, PMPED. Speaking of which, I've been getting little snippets of the song stuck in my head. And probably my next up thing will be to make an entire 50 cent PIMP version of PMPED, and that'll probably be the next thing. But let's just say Shorty was in the club. She was dancing for dollars. She got a thing for that Gucci, that Fendi, that Prada. All right. So let's say you're going to work at PMPED, or let's say you're going to Alameda. Let's say you're going literally anywhere that we know of that they go, like all the different properties with their different names, all of the fucking places, literally everywhere that they go, the direction that they would take would be a right out of the house. So that's the point that I wanted to show you guys. Whether you're leaving the kennels, you can see, take a right, go down Moselle Road. Or if you're at the house, you can see the house has the red pin. You go down, that's a long ass driveway. You take a right, you go down the road. Okay. So it's always leaving out of the driveway, whichever one you do, and then you're going to take a right. The only time it's like the difference would be like if they're at the house and they want to, instead of taking that shortcut, as you can see, which is like kind of in the middle, if they wanted to like go to the kennels via Moselle, then they would go out to Moselle, take a left, right to get to the kennels. But let me just show you guys. Here's another view. We're going to do a field trip here in a sec. This should be like there we go. All right, look at this. So this is just gives you a really good idea. Y'all, look at the land behind the house. That is insane. Shout out to Super Planner Girl for cleaning your fountain pens. That's awesome. We love that. But like, that is insane. So if you look at where the kennels are or where the house is, like that is dense forest. Like, it's not even plots of farmland like you see on the right-hand side of it. That is insane. That's part of what's on their property, right? I mean, fucking hell. So, but you can still see, this just gives you that perspective of like literally how there's like nothing out here. And actually, if you look to the left, all the way to the left-hand side of the screen, there's Salkehatchie Road as well, which is pretty interesting too, right? Like literally there's no roads. Like if you look at the roads, okay, that's pretty interesting. I hadn't noticed that till now. If you look at where Moselle is, right, the road, the next road over that's parallel to it, the very next thing is Salkehatchie, and in between it is nothing but just there's not even a house. Like I'm just processing this in my brain because that's actually important. I hadn't thought about that or noticed it. There's not even a house. There's not a road. There's not a house. There's not a farm. There's nothing. It's just dense forest, and that's it. Wow, that's pretty insane. No pool. They did not have a pool. Nope. And I haven't looked, what I need to do for next time, I'll make a note, is we need to look more at the Edisto property. We haven't looked much at that. And we didn't even hear as much about that. That one might have had a pool, but Moselle did not have a pool. Yeah, it's like, that's insane though. So let me make a note for next time about Edisto, because we can take a better look at that as well and see. Okay, so yes, I agree, Super Planner Girl. It was a modest home. Yes, tons of land, And that's part of the thing, right? Because Creighton's even going to ask him in this upcoming video about, were you living beyond your means? Were you living a wealthy lifestyle? And I know exactly why he's asking that, because we've talked about it. He was not living a wealthy lifestyle. Like, he was making fuck tons of money, but he was not living a wealthy lifestyle. That's the weird thing, right? Again, like, they didn't have, I mean, they had a Mercedes, but like, it's not like he was out buying like multiple sports cars, or like, he didn't go on any trips unless it was with the family, right? He didn't do, I mean, he didn't do like golf trips with the boys. We hear Chris Wilson talk about that, which all the other attorneys would do. They had the 2 properties, but like, again, modest home. Like, they didn't trick their shit out like other people do. There's not designer shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they really lived a modest lifestyle when you compare it to the income, right? Plus the money he stole. But even if you take away the money he stole and you look at his income, their lifestyle, if you look at it, was definitely far and away more modest than what they could have been living for that income. That's before you add in all the stolen money. So, yeah, gold bars. I really think so. I don't know the square footage. I'm sure that's available online though, 100%. And actually, I'm sure I've got documents that say, because I've got all these deeds and all these other property documents. I can't pull that up right now while I'm on stream, but Super Planner Girl, I know that you will find that. You can let us know in the chat, and I would really appreciate that. But yeah, that's definitely available in the different documents. So, okay, and then we're back to this. Okay, yeah, now we're going to go to the Google field trip time. So there we are. As you can see, I'm like, here we go, guys. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Okay, all right. So here we are. So here we're going to see it from both perspectives. And I know I did a little bit of this on the other episode with the timeline, but I was only trying to show, we didn't really explore the immediate property. We really were looking more at how he got to work and how he got to Alameda. But remember, this road was not paved at the time. First of all, this road was not paved at the time. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at it. Like I said, you would never really be coming from this direction, because you would always have taken a right out of the properties. But we're going to approach it from this direction just so we can have the view. And then we're going to approach it from the other direction as well. So, oh, thank you, Super Planner Girl. She says, hold on, let me get a better pause point. There we go. No, there we go. No, every time I say there we go. Okay, that's good. So Super Planner Girl, like I knew she would, she came through for us here. 5,275 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 4.5 bathrooms. Yeah, exactly. Still a rich person's house, but not a huge mansion. 4 bedrooms is not, they could have had a lot more. They could have had a lot more, definitely. Yeah, my daughter has a friend whose house has an elevator. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 4 bedrooms is not. The 4.5 bathrooms is nice when you look at the ratio of bedrooms to bathrooms, but yeah. Okay, so yeah, they definitely could have, like, we see people flaunt their wealth, and they were not flaunting their wealth, really. So they were living very modestly, like I said, considering. So okay, so okay, there we go. So we've seen that before. That's the little cabiny dindle, and there's like the skin and shed, as it were, they talk about. So you can see, and again, that little cabin is where Paul and his friends stayed one summer, or maybe it was Buster. Maybe it was Buster. I can't remember. Or maybe they both did, actually. All right, now we're approaching the kennel entrance again here. So here's the kennel entrance. We're going to zoom in. Yeah, it is a lot of toilets. You never had to wait to use the bathroom in the house. That's one thing we can say that was a positive on the bright side. So turning around here. Okay. It's really, was a beautiful day. Whenever they did this on Google. And I feel like the last time I did Google Maps, I feel like the weather was different. It's almost like they maybe did a new one since then. And anyway, all right. So here's the main gates. Black Widow, have you never seen a half bathroom before? Let me know. That's curious. That's interesting. Like, just so, like, here in the US, like a full bath, it means the toilet and the shower are all in one room, like they're all together. A half bath means no shower. So, oftentimes, like you'll have, like just as an example, like if you've got a house and there's a half bathroom, oftentimes that'll be located maybe near like a living room or a kitchen, so that like just as an example, when you have guests over or whatever, they can go use that. I guess the whole point is like, this is kind of funny to think about. Like, what was the purpose on this? So I guess the idea is like, it's to avoid this situation. It's to avoid this potential awkward situation wherein you have guests over and they're like, somebody's like, hey, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. You're like, hey, fun. And then like, you're like, oh, where did Lewis go? Where did Fred go? Or whoever, right? Geraldine. I don't know where I came up with that name. Where did they go? Henrietta. Who knows? Where did they go? They've sure been a while. And then you're like, go check on them. And turns out they're like in the shower. Like, you don't want to be in this position wherein your guests just decide to randomly like take a shower in your shower at your house. So I guess a half bath eliminates that potentially awkward moment where you have to be like, hey, get out of the shower. Anyway, what's the one with a shower tub called? Shower tub. I don't know. You'll have to, I don't remember. Yeah, Geraldine's in the shower. Guys, you're going to have to, now we have to know all this. So if anyone wants to look up the shower tub thing, I don't remember what that's called. Oh, you're asking Black Widow. Okay. Okay. So as we are educating ourselves about bathrooms and showers and Geraldine, okay, there's the Moselle main gate, right? So again, anywhere that they would have been going, they would have been taking a right, whether it was out of that kennel entrance or whether it was out of this main entrance, they would have been taking a right on the Moselle to get where they were going. And there we are. And, it was funny because we heard a lot about those sawtooth pines in the last episode. I guess these are sawtooth pine. I really don't fucking know. If anyone wants to look up a sawtooth pine and see if that's what it is. Again, I hesitate to do these things when I am streaming because I don't want the computer to explode, which is, of course, the way that I describe my fear of technology failing because I don't know what the threshold is, what it'll take, right? But anyway, this is beautiful, isn't it? I mean, these seem like the good candidates for sawtooth pines, but what do I know? So now we're turning around and we're going to go back the other way. So the point of this is that this is the direction where if anyone was coming home from anywhere, if they're coming home from Charleston, if they're coming home from PMPED, if they're coming home from Edisto, from anywhere, Almeida, right? Any of the ways that, because I've mapped out how they got everywhere. I've mapped out from Moselle to all the places and all the places to each other. It's why there's no, it just, I have to do all the things. So no matter what, they would have been coming. If they're coming home, they would be going this direction. This is exactly where they would be facing. Only that road would have not been paved at the time. So now we're going to see what it's like that as they come home. Can you imagine? Okay, so let's pretend that they're like on their way home from like a vacation or on their way home from I don't know, where did they go as a family? Okay, I got it, you guys, I got it. They're on the way home after attending a Gamecocks game in Columbia. Shout out to the Gamecocks. Shout out to University of South Carolina. #sportsball. Let's say they're all together and they're coming home. Yeah, guys, that was so fun. How did you enjoy that sports ball play? Yeah, Bob did so good with the things. He threw that ball. And then someone else is like, he caught that ball. And then someone goes, it's a chicken. You guys, just this is a taste of what's to come. I don't know if it's just I've done so much research on this that I'm starting to like go a little bit insane, or I don't really know what it is, but like, yeah, anyway. So we're imagining they're chatty, they're happy, blah, blah, blah. They're about to come home, like I'm just imagining like, sometimes, like, especially if you were a kid, it was like sometimes you'd be excited to come home. Like maybe you just like really need to pee, or maybe like, which is usually my case, or like you, really want to get your shoes off or whatever. So here we go. And there's the main gate. So this is what they would be seeing. Super Planner Girl says she's so close to Columbia. Interesting. Have you ever been to a Gamecocks game? Have you ever been to a sports ball game? Does anybody hear sports ball? I'm using that as a verb. And so now we're going to say what happens if they're like, coming home and like, hey, let's go in the other entrance. Okay. And so now they're going to go in the other entrance, which according to testimony wasn't all that common. But we do know that if they were going to check the mail or pick up any Amazon packages, this is the entrance they would go. That's important to remember because that's key, right? Any Amazon packages and any mail would come to here because the way that it worked was like that's where the address was for the mailbox. It was so this entrance, the kennel entrance, has a different address than Moselle house. So anyway, this is where I'm gonna pause it. This is where all the official mail and shit was here. So and I don't actually see the mailbox. I don't know if the mailbox, it might be, and I think I'm going to zoom in a sec. I wonder if the mailbox is like you actually had to pull down the drive. That would make sense for out here in the country where the mailboxes necessarily wouldn't be like on the main road. Let's see if I zoom in. I think I do. Because I'm wondering if the mailbox is actually closer to the kennels. I know they talk about this with somebody, but I don't remember because I just don't remember. But I'm wondering to see it where I have it paused. I'm wondering if the mailbox is like closer to the kennels, like, you know, the mail person would drive down that driveway a little bit. Anyway, but we do know that from all the testimony that the mail came here. So Super Planner Girl says no, but she has been to some games in her life. Okay, cool. Oh, that's right, the marching band. Oh my God, you guys. I remember this was a long time ago, but Super Planner Girl and I were watching the funniest fucking thing. It was this marching band competition for who was going to be the new what do you call it? The new fancy dude, the prancer, the what do you call it when you're the head of the, I can't fucking remember. What do you call it? You know, the head of the marching band. They have a fancy name. Oh gosh, I think Super Planner Girl's also forgetting it now that I've said this, right? Tip of the tongue. Phenomenon. So yeah, they're trying out for that position that you get to be the oh my God. What's it called? Fucking hell. Drum major? Yes, drum major. I think that's it. Yeah. So we watched this really funny video and it was amazing. And the prancing was so incredible. That was a fucking blast. But anyway, Daddy Shorthand says, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a chicken. Bubba. I have to do this because so let me put this in the chat. And I have another command. Now I can't remember what it was. I think, let me see. Yeah, I have a whole thing that was a joke from the depth we heard that we did that had to do with the bird. It's a plane. Let me see if that's the right command. Anyway, there it is. Yes, I'll put it on the screen. So Nightbot says it's a picture, it's a video, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's hearsay. So that was one of the jokes that we had from the depth we heard that we were doing. So, okay. So, and now look, isn't this beautiful though? It would have definitely been a pain without being paved back in the day. It would not, you know, the paved road is nice. What are you guys drinking? I've got my homemade cold brew as per usual. And my flat water and my sparkle water as per usual. And I'm now turning back around. And now we're about to get into the next part. Oh my gosh. And here's wifey. I love you, wifey. That is okay. You're all good. All you've missed so far, now that you're here, and for anyone else who's maybe also is joining now, I'm going to give it one more opportunity. I followed the request from last time, and I've made something very special every time that Alex or somebody says it's not unusual, and is one of my life's proudest accomplishments. And the rule I made for myself was that I'm going to wait until somebody says it's not unusual and to play it. So no one's heard it yet. So that's all I'm going to say about that. And if someone wants to hear it, you can read between the lines as what is maybe potentially necessary. Also, I can leave this pulled up where it is. And the only other thing too is just because I also love this. The other thing we did was we discussed opiates and opioids, but the other thing that was even more important was this. Let me rewind this part. The other thing was this. And T-Pain, I love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She did it. Yay! You guys ready? Are you guys fucking ready? Dude. Thank you, wifey. You made my life. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I'm so excited. Yeah. It's not unusual to steal from anyone. It's not unusual to have killed your wife and son. But even God would never forget what you've done. It's not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
It's a house.
You guys, that's the... Did you guys hear? That's my favorite part at the end is when he goes, it's a house. Y'all, I'm not... what I had to do to get this to exist was so worth it. It was a lot of things to make all of this happen. I've never put maybe more time into such a short, like more time of effort into producing, like, what is it, 40 seconds of something. It was so worth it. I hope you guys like it. Are you guys happy to have seen it? It's a, I can't, you guys. Oh my God. I'm glad you guys liked it. We're gonna get to see it more times, and I really, you guys, again, I put a lot of thought into the timing of when the pictures change. So if next time you see it, if you really want to pay attention, you can notice to like when the picture changes according to the lyrics is when I chose that picture for a reason. So like anyway, you could probably watch it several times. Oh, I will say I've watched it lots of times because once I had it made, I was just like laughing. But like there's again, I put way more thought than one maybe had to put into it to make sure that it was like all the things. So anyway, okay. I'll add it to the ticker, and that's why I made you my wife. And then of course we have the other great thing again here. This super planner girl made it, and I was saying too, this will be a new thing too. This shrimp weasel will definitely show up when it's least expected. This is going to be the new thing. It'll show up. We're going to make sure it pops up. And you know what I can even do? I can probably even remove the background so that literally it's the shrimp weasel, like with no background. And then it could just be like floating around in the courtroom. I can't wait. The possibilities are really endless. I'm excited. So, what didn't work, Blackwater? I don't know what didn't work. Okay, but let's go back to where we were. So, feeling fancy. I fucking love it. So now, y'all, are you guys ready? You're not ready. Let me just go ahead and say, you're not ready. I wasn't ready. So this deep dive for Sunrise Detox, both parts, part 1 and part 2, I recorded everything as I was researching it. So you're going to hear me talking. This is from yesterday, I want to say, maybe 2 days ago. I squirrel hold the fuck out of this. And so what I did was, as I was researching, I just turned my microphone on and I recorded it. So you're going to see and hear my thought process, my reaction, how I go, like, I'm going to narrate everything as it was happening. And if I decide to like comment or say something now, I'll make sure I'll be like, hey, like this is me now or whatever. But like, just so you know, I'm going to be narrating this from when I made this, which was like, I think it was yesterday or the day before. All right, you guys, you ready? You're I hope you're sitting down. Oh yeah, there's Squirrel Lock Holmes. Shout out to Copper Horse for making that for me. All right. Oh boy. All right. So first of all, here's how it started. And I know that Wifey was actually asking about the pink shoes. There he's got his hot pink shoes on. And this was his second pair. He had hot pink shoes as well when they, like, the night of the murders, but he was wearing those when they took his outfit. So they took those shoes, and then so this is his replacement hot pink shoes, kind of like a replacement for a blackout. And here's what I did. So I had to figure out where in Florida he went to detox and rehab. That information is not printed anywhere on the internet. I tried. So my next thing was I had to go through the body cam, and I had to find a moment where I could pause it and see the fucking address. And it wasn't easy because everything is so heavily redacted that if you watch that body cam, oftentimes where the address is blocked. This was the one moment I found it, the one moment where you can see the address, and it's not blocked by Alex's face. It's not blocked by redactedness. And that's true. Cropper Horse did watch the Prancers with us. It was fucking glorious. We should do that again. Maybe we can do that like with you guys that are here at some point. We can do the Prancers. It's amazing. But here I'm going to zoom in a sec. This is Squirrely Investigations LLC, right? This is the thing. This is Squirrel Hole thing. So there you can see I'm zooming in. That's the address. So what I did was literally I saw that and I'm like, all right, Google. And I typed in like rehab, Florida, 2431. And it worked. It yielded results. It yielded this. And this is exactly what we know it looked like. And you'll notice that this place, again, there's no name on it. Like, in other words, because, you know, they try to stay somewhat anonymous, right? Like, so this is the picture that came up. And there, you cannot see the address. You can't also, there's no signage, right? So but we know from the body cam footage that this is exactly where he was. This is the exact structure. This is the right building. So that was I was like, all right, well, at least I got that. So then, yeah, they got to stay low-key, indeed. All right. Oh, guess what? It's Sunrise Detox, right? So that rings a bell because we know that's where he said he was in Georgia. So this is a chain. Okay, this is a chain. You guys aren't ready, y'all. All right, so Sunrise Detox Orlando. So I just loved, I'm being sarcastic, like I just, you know, the open now. I'm going to zoom in on that here to show you guys just, it is what it is. Open now. It has it on the top, it has it in the middle, has it in the bottom. Open now. Like as if it's like a new restaurant. Okay. So then. Okay. So just again, this is me narrating it as I'm researching it because I never know what I'm going to find, but I wanted to record everything that was happening as I was discovering it in real time with my reaction with what I was doing. So here we go. That's it. So we found it. The question that I have right now is why did he go all the way to Orlando, Florida? But let's take a look. So here it is. Let's see. Spotty. Sorry, I'm pausing again. I'm going to let you know if I say something today. Like, but this is, yeah, his body's so shrimplicious. Yeah. It is. It's like Disney. Yeah. Yeah. Inside the front door, you guys are so funny. Inside the front door, there's a sign for Shrimp Boy Detox Services. Yep. Yep. Oh, just wait. Let's do this. I think on the body cam, the cops approach it from the left. So let's see. Can we go here? Sweet. Holy fucking shit. No. You guys, do you see what I'm seeing? What? What is happening? What is happening? I'm pausing it. Do you guys see this? I was on the phone with Wifey the other day, and I was telling a story about something really spooky that happened to me. And there was a moment in the story where I described what was happening, and her reaction was something like, nope, run. I don't care where I'm running to. She can say in the chat exactly what she said. It was something like that. Like, that's where you run. You just start going anywhere else. That's the feeling that I have when I'm like everything that I in this case is like yields a result that has that. This is one of those moments. I saw these train tracks and I was like, nope, nope. I like it's almost too much. It's like my reaction is like it's almost just too much. Like run, but like I have to follow it, right? I mean, what is happening? Why? You guys, though. That's me. That's me now. Sorry. I think I'm going the right way. My brain is processing this slowly as I'm doing this, just letting you guys know. I'm in shock at this moment as I'm doing this. Also, me saying that now. Wow. Is that it right there? On my right? Should be on my left, right? I don't even know where I'm going. Is this like behind it? That would be weird. I don't know where I'm going because I'm so shocked. Why are we on? What is happening? Yeah. Yes, wifey. Yes. The whole like that's a big note for me. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. This is this. Right? I okay, what? I don't have a good idea where we are. Is it over here? That looks like it, right? That looks like it. Hang on. This is insane. You guys, I don't... What is happening? Okay, let me see. What happens if I go this way? Maybe I'm just not approaching it from the way that they want me to. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Is that it? Yeah, this is you. I don't even have, you know, I just, I'll see what happens if we go this way. Do, 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 doodly doo. I mean, like, see, you guys see that red dot down here? Like, see what I mean? Oh God, that's weird. Like, I'm not crazy. Like, this is where, what is happening? Why? This is where it's at? Is like this situation? What? I'm so confused. Is that it there? Why is... Okay, hold on. Let me see here. I don't need all that blue shit. Put me here. Put me here. Put me in the right direction. Ah! Okay. It's funny. But, oh, interesting. Let's... You know, I was too quick to not look closer at this aerial view. I mean, that's what I'm learning. Like I was like, oh yeah, blah blah. Let's get on the streets. Hello. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Okay. This is great. What? Oh my God. I don't even. What? Okay. These are all railroad tracks. What is happening? I don't have... Okay. So I'm sorry. I'm in shock. Okay. I've gotten really good at learning all the railroad systems in South Carolina, but I don't know Florida's, so we're gonna have to figure out what this is.
I'm pausing it real quick just to say, like, things I never thought I would become like an expert at in my lifetime, and one of those would be railroad systems of South Carolina and or Florida. Special things that you, I'm still in shock. And this was from like 2 days ago.
Let me zoom out a little bit now that I know what I'm looking at. So you have the railroad tracks here going this way. What else? What happens? What happens here?
Abby. So Abby, I know Abby, you just got here. What's happening is we're doing this deep dive on Sunrise Detox, and like, I wanted to find where he went in Florida, you know, because that's where he was arrested. And it turns out it's another Sunrise Detox, so it's a chain. And so I wanted to see what it looked like. So here I am on Google Maps. This is from like 2 days ago, and I recorded my reaction in real time as it was happening. So this is what you're hearing me narrate in the video. But literally, what I didn't expect was that I go on Google Maps and I zoom in, and oh, it's literally surrounded by train tracks. You'll see it again.
Insane. What happens here? Is that where oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's where it starts or ends. Either one, I guess, is a train.
If you guys look where my mouse is on the screen, that's what I'm going to be referencing.
And they go, I don't know, they go backwards and forwards. I don't even know. Look at this. These are your trains. This is so, I don't even understand. Can we?
I'm pausing it again real quick to say that where those trains are, which is in the middle of the screen, they're going vertically. The trains there. There's a building directly beside them to the right. It's Rearing Pacific. I deep dive, by the way. I didn't include this in the video because it was just not necessary, but I deep dived all these buildings, of course. And this building where the trains are, that's called Rearing Pacific. Their headquarters are in North Carolina. So there's that.
Can we, my brain, can we go here? Oh my God.
So there's no these are freight trains, Blackwater. There are train depots for like the passenger trains or whatever, but these are freight trains. So what we're about to do is end up figuring out this train system, just like we've done in South Carolina. But this whole train system like has these branches and they end here where we're at. Like you'll see here in a sec. I'll show you guys.
This is what is happening? I don't even understand. This is too insane. This is too, look at, oh my God.
Yeah, there.
Wow. Okay. Just follow the railroad tracks, right, guys? That's what fucking hell. This is what I've been saying the whole time. Didn't think it would lead us all the way through this rehab in Florida. Didn't anticipate that at all. Did not anticipate that. Oh my God. Okay. So okay. Fucking hell. All right, what do I do next? I need to find out what this railroad, I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. But yet, I'm still shocked because, of course, I just don't, it's like, of course, but it's like, what the fuck is happening? Because I don't have, this is, when I asked that question, I literally was searching and it started this on Google Maps and I was like, why was he all the way in fucking Florida? Had no idea that there would be a railroad involved. Didn't expect that.
Daddy Shortnuts says the end of every railroad is a Murdaugh crime. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and the part I'm going to be getting to also in this video is like, well, okay, like We know he claims to be at the one in Georgia. There's no evidence that he ever was at that detox, the Sunrise one in Georgia. But we know that when they arrested him, he wasn't the one in Florida. Like, why? Why? Why go all the way to Florida? Like, the Georgia one is much closer.
Okay. So, all right. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna have to do this the way I did the other one. So we're gonna look for the railroad crossings, and the best way is to find. Let me zoom out a little bit. Like a mean. Okay, because they're not gonna have shit. Okay. So. All right. We need to find a larger intersection where there's gonna be a railroad crossing. That's what we need to do.
So this is what I did. Just real quick. This is what I did when I was deep diving Alameda and that railroad situation because of the OG Randolph and his whole thing, and then what was the deal with that railroad, and then I learned that whole history of how it was Carolina, I keep forgetting, Charleston and West Carolina, I think is what it's called, and then it got bought out by CSX in the 80s and became CSX. And I know actually on Discord, Daddy Shortnuts DSN was actually asking the other day about this. That freight train, that's still in operation. That is currently still owned by CSX. Like I said, they bought it in the 80s. That is still an operational freight train that goes through there. CSX also, if you recall from the Mike Sutton dude, of course, right? That was the 5'2" dude with the children. And then they were getting his background right. And, you know, what do you know? He testifies as an expert witness for a lot of cases involving good old CSX, right? And then Alex, even when he started on Cross in the previous episode, you know, Creighton's talking to him and asking about what type of cases. And this is the first time we hear from Alex that a lot of the cases he did were railroad cases. So we know that there's the railroad thing, but specifically CSX is the brand, if you will, or company who owns that rail system, who owns, you know, that is the same one where Alameda is, and the same one that got sued, right, for that staged suicide by OG Randolph and CSX. Well, what is now CSX paid out millions of dollars to the Murdaughs. So the way, right, just to recap this, the way that their whole generational wealth started was through this lawsuit when they sued what is now CSX for that death, which, as we know, was actually a suicide, but at the time they thought it was like a wrongful death. And so their whole thing started. That's how they got all their wealth, was suing what is now CSX. That's important. Okay.
And this is what I did also in South Carolina. And like I got on the street view if I saw, and then I looked at the signs and shit. So this, wow. This is so the train can go all the different ways. This makes sense, right? When you think about the freight, like here, it can go this way over here, or it can go this way, or it can go this way, right? Holy shit. Look at all the different ways that the trains can go. Holy shit. That's smart though, right? Like that makes sense. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, like it is really clever, right? When you look at how this whole thing works, like when you look at this, the way like they can, it really, you can see how this is a really efficient system for freight. And I've done a lot of research on freight trains, more than I've even brought into the streams. But one thing I will say is that they are considered to be actually way more better for the environment. These freight trains, they don't go any faster than 70 miles per hour. I know Daddy Shorts, you were actually asking this as well, but they don't usually go that fast. That's their max speed. But they are really great with heavy items, freight, right? But it's something like, I'm trying to think what I know I saw the percentage online in terms of like the world's pollution or whatever it is, you know. This is like, in other words, the statistics on freight trains is like they're much better for the environment than other systems for transporting, you know, large and heavy items. They are less harmful to the environment. So, and it's, you know, these rail systems are already in place. Like, I'm only going to ever have this whole Murdaugh / creepy association with railroads for the rest of my life. However, with all of the research I have done in this, what I will say is that I've learned a lot about railroads. And one of the things is that I think that where you've got railroad tracks in place, I think it's from everything I've read, it is a smart idea to continue using them as a mode of transporting freight, because it is, again, it's better for the environment, and those, you know, systems are already in place. So yeah. So Sand Lake Road. So look at this, check this out. So this is the main drag to get to all these with your freight. So let's take a look, guys. This is so fucking fun. Wow. I just, okay. I just don't have words for this right now. So again, what I'm doing now is what I did before when I was doing this for Almeda. So what I did was I looked at the map, I looked at all the train tracks, and I looked to try to figure out who owns and who operates. Like, this is how I did it. I'm wanting to find out who owns and operates these tracks, right? The freight train on these tracks. So the same process. I look at the train tracks and I try to find where is the main road, the closest main road to the place where I'm looking at, where there would be a railroad crossing, because that's where you can find it. If you don't have all your signage and whatnot, right? Like what we're looking at in this picture, you're going to have a harder time finding it. But when it crosses with a main road and there's like lights and all that with signs, then you can potentially find it. So this has got all of the fancy train crossing shit. Wow. Okay. So now what we do, 2334 Sand Lake Road. So as you can see here, I've got the address of that crossing, 2334 Sand Lake Road. And then now I am looking at a list of Florida railroads. Oh, look who it is there. If you go fourth one down, common freight carriers. Do you guys see that? Do you guys see the fourth one down? Of course, right? Oh, yes, old friend. We're back again with CSX. Yep. Okay, I've done this before. I can do it again. Ah! There we go. See, look, I've been here before. It knows. All right. What zip are we in? Do we have a zip code? Took me forever to find it. Took me forever to find this zip code. Latitude and longitude. That normally helps. Oh my god, I'm going to literally die. I'm going to literally die. Okay, that looks... Hold on. Okay. Can I zoom in? I can. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Let's solve all this. Let's do this thing. Let's figure this out. This is insane. You know, none of this is what I expected of this day. Sometimes I get lost. I'm so confused. This says Orlando. Orlando. Why are we in the... Laughing at myself. There we go. Okay. There it is. Okay, I'm going to pause this so I can describe what we're looking at. So we're going back and forth between the CSX maps. So what I'm looking at when it's not looking, the other view that we just saw, that's the CSX website on all of their railroad crossings for their freight. So I'm looking to see, is this crossing here at 2334 Sand Lake Road? Because the point is that whoever operates this crossing is who operates the freight trains that go all the way around fucking Sunrise Detox, right? Like we and it's not far from this main road. It's not far at all. It's just, this is the closest main road. So as you can see, there's the Sand Lake Road, where that red dot is, that's our crossing that we're talking about. And then the train tracks are right there going across Sand Lake Road. Hopefully that makes sense. And you can kind of see how they branch around. So now we're going to see the view again on the CSX website.
There it is. There it is. We got it. It took a while. We got there. There it is. All right. Check it out. All right. You guys, we did it. Whew. All right. So here we go. We have, this is where we were. This is our railroad crossing. We have Currency Drive. We have Chancellor Drive. And here's the system map. And there it is. There we are. This is this.
Do you guys see I'm using my mouse as I describe it? Where you see those dashes, that's the train tracks on the CSX website. That indicates that this is part of their rail service. So you can see Sand Lake Road, you can see Chancellor Drive, and then you can see the tracks. That means what this confirms is that this freight train system that goes around Sunrise Detox is operated by CSX. Okay. So does that make sense to you guys? Also, T-Pain wifey, yes, it is not at all unusual, perchance, for me to get lost. It happens all the time, but it's certainly not unusual.
But even God would never forget what you've done. It's not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
It's a house.
My hope for you guys is that every time that plays, you guys love it and you laugh and you smile, and you will hopefully also discover some other new detail, because there's like a lot of little details in that. So, okay. The insanity continues with part 2. So parts 1 and 2 in real life happened all in one morning in a matter of like a couple hours. None of course, was ever planned. But I split it up into 2 parts just in terms of for the video. But so okay. Are you glad you guys love it? So okay, let me just summarize this. We are confirming that CSX operates the train system and the train tracks in Alameda, right? Where the house is, where the mom's house is, where Alex grew up, where possibly OG Randolph grew up. Actually, that's pretty much confirmed. Where possibly that same crossing with the driveway where OG Randolph staged his suicide, definitely where Alex sat for a minute on the train tracks. CSX operates and owns all of that. We have now confirmed that CSX also owns and operates the freight train system and all of that, train tracks, railroad, which is, for fuck knows what reason, the entirety of what surrounds Sunrise Detox in Florida, where Alex was arrested and was supposedly attending rehab. It's all CSX. So let that marinate in your beautiful brains. And it is time to start part 12. First, let me roll the little new intro again. Here. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Okay, yes.
Someone make it make sense.
I'll be a couple.
Love it.
Alex, why did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, and Deputy
Black Widow? Do you not know who EDB is? Emily D. Baker? Yes, indeed. Yeah, the purple hair girl, Emily D. Baker. Yes. That's her little thing that she started, the We Are Professionals. She started, essentially, she started Law 2, in my opinion. But also Nightbot, I love you, Nightbot. Daddy Shortens is saying, it's a house, the angriest I've heard, Alex. That's a great point. I never even thought about that. I thought it was funny, but you know what? I'm so glad you said that. Thank you for that, because I didn't even think of that. That's super insightful, you guys, on Daddy Shortnuts' part, for saying he's pointing out that it was very insulting to Alex for the 911 operator to insinuate that he grunted. Brilliant. Thank you. This is why I love you guys. I didn't even think of that. 100%. Yep. I just was so distracted by how funny it sounds because his voice cracks. I missed that. Thank you so much for that. Black Widow also picked up on that too. So yeah, EDB, I'll briefly just say she was the DA for Los Angeles for, can't remember exactly how long time, 20 years, something like that, maybe longer. So in Los Angeles, so she was a prosecutor, but she was the DA. She never worked as a defense attorney. She was only as a prosecutor or a DA. And during COVID, she's married with kids. During COVID, she and her family decided to move to Middle Tennessee and like completely, have a new lifestyle, right? So they moved to Middle Tennessee, and she starts a YouTube channel. And she really paved the way for, in my opinion, and from everything I know, for other creators in terms of LawTube, but also she really pioneered, and this is actually a fact because YouTube recognizes her for this. She pioneered the whole idea of like a community, especially community funded channels. She really pioneered that. She was the first one to kind of use the system of like, instead of using ads, but to use like, memberships, channel memberships, and like super chats, like all community funded. And also her stats on YouTube, she has the longest, her stat is like the longest, what do you call it? Like the length of viewer, like watching a video, like, for most of these fancy creators on YouTube that have like, I don't know, billions of whatever. I don't even know who they are, but there's just these other channels, it's like they're making short videos. So like if they get 2 seconds of a watch video, that's like a huge deal. Like 5 seconds would be unheard of. And her average viewer, like, and what I mean, the statistic means all in one sitting, right? So like, it doesn't even mean you watch a chunk and come back, but like in one sitting, it's something insane. It's like over an hour or something like that. And that's just like, just you don't. So YouTube actually has like partnered with her on how to really better, like all the stuff that we are used to for a lot of the other channels, like STS, for example. She really pioneered all of that. She also pioneered with StreamYard. Like she was one of the first to use it that I know of. And like the way that you can pull up super chats and stuff. I remember I was watching her live. This was a few years ago. I was watching her when she was doing a lot. I think it might have been during That Be Heard. And she literally was doing a live stream, and she was like, hey, StreamYard, if you're listening, I would love to be able to pull up super chats on the screen so that we can show those. That's why we can do that, because they listened to her. She now is like partnered with StreamYard, and literally all of the good ideas that we are now used to seeing on every channel, they were all hers. She has, what she has done for like anyone that loves the law community or true crime community on YouTube, and like community in general, but also like the idea of like, instead of like ads and being sold shit, but like supporting the viewers decide what she did all of that. She's fucking like a hero for me and for a lot of people. Also, I would never have gotten, I mean, I've always been interested in law, but like, I was actually saying to wifey on the phone yesterday, we were on the phone for like 10 hours or something. I was saying how like I'd watched, I'd always been interested in law and I'd watched trials, but it wasn't until I started seeing like gavel to gavel with EDB that it changed everything, because you just gain so much more understanding. And so that's her thing, right? Because I love LawTube. I love everybody on LawTube. She is the only LawTube. I'll say this is the definitive thing. She is the only LawTuber who stopped being an attorney. Like, she's still licensed and everything, but so that she can do YouTube full time. Now, why does that matter? She's the only one that can do trials gavel to gavel. So I love all the LawTube people, but what they usually do is they do recaps. Why? Because they're during the day. What are they doing? They're lawing, they're lawyering, they're in court, right? They have an actual. They're doing that. So I love I love them all. But what I was saying is, like, if you want company gavel to gavel from an attorney, she's the only one that I know of that is an attorney that does it, because of the fact that she left her job to pursue this and start this. And so of course she can only be in one place at one time, right? So she can't do all of the trials all the time, but she picks, and chooses certain trials. And then of course, when she's not covering a trial gavel to gavel, she does do the recaps like other people do, and she does follow cases. So yeah, I haven't even been looking at the chat because I'm just in my mind, I'm staring out the window and looking at these bunnies. I've got all these bunnies in my yard, you guys. Like, they're hopping around and eating the grass. And it's just so cute. And I'm watching them and just thinking about how much I love EDB. There's literally like 5 bunnies right here in my view. And it's Easter. I didn't even think about that. Do they know? Do you guys? Oh my God, they're playing and chasing each other. Do you guys know it's Easter? Oh my God, that is so cute. I wish y'all could see. This is so cute. They look fake. Like, they're so fucking cute. I love them so much. I love you. I also talk to the animals. Sorry, this is y'all. Anyway, what I will say is this, that I really, if you haven't checked out EDB, and initially this whole thing started with me using EDB's coverage of the Murdaugh trial. I should have started with that. Like, the first, I don't know, 7 episodes maybe, started with me using her footage. And then I switched to using just the regular court feed because you guys kind of requested it / suggested it. And I found that, it did make it easier because of the fact that you can hear easier. When you're covering trials in real time, like she does, you can't always pause it to talk, right? Because you're trying to stay live. So one of the things that I think was easier for me and maybe for you guys is that I can pause it, right, to talk. And so there's that. And then it was just also too many people talk. Anyway, whatever. Y'all were there. So, but if anyone's wondering, that's why I was using her footage initially, because I freaking love her. She's as funny as fuck. And like, she also curses all the time. And she's like, she doesn't, all the other rules that YouTube channels have, like, in terms of like cursing, like, they don't apply to her. She just does what she wants. She sets her own rules. That's why they're making babies. Yeah. Hashtag squirrel thoughts. Exactly. I'll have to timestamp this in the timestamps. Okay. Have a good dinner, Super Planner Girl. So, okay. Yeah, we stayed up late. So, she's a normal human and she is very much embraces her flaws. She also celebrates neurodiversity. She has ADHD and she's dyslexic. And she has other neurodivergent people in the family. So I never even heard that word in my lifetime, or neurospicy. I never heard those. Sometimes I'm like, how many things did she coin? Like, there's a lot of sayings that I think we all use that I think she coined, like WAP, we are professionals. That was her. But there's a ton of things, but like the neurospicy, that was her. There's more, I'm sure I'll think of them, but, she's just an awesome person. And, also she's planning, as far as CrimeCon goes, she did say that she might actually go because, she wants to meet Maya and Maya's family. So she might go and attend. But she said, regardless, she's going to be planning a meetup somewhere around the time of CrimeCon. She said this on one of her live streams recently. So not to try to like change the topic and, but I don't know how it never entered my mind that I could actually ever meet her. So I haven't even quite thought of that yet. But yeah, okay. Let's keep going. So this is from last time. Recapping.
Rutland, about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul.
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking. And it could be anything that triggered it. It might be a look somebody gave me. It might be a reaction somebody had to something
This is so
I did.
insane.
I went to work, did work. I learned from Paul that
Who's Paul?
that's Paul, my son Paul Murdaugh.
And your name for him was Paul.
Yeah, we called him Paul.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And Buster, Maggie, I called him Paul or Paul Terry.
Only time we hear that randomly.
Mags called him Paul. Buster called him Paul. A lot of people called him Paul.
Any guns near them at all?
No, they're here.
What color is your house on the outside?
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What?
Now, right in there, you say the word here. What, are you calling anybody or anything?
No, I'm talking to that dispatcher.
And what did you mean when you said here?
If you listen to that call, one of the first things she asked me, one of the first things she asked me was, did they shoot themselves? And I knew there's no way. I mean, I knew they didn't shoot themselves. It wasn't a gun. They didn't shoot themselves. And she'd asked me that. And then she asked me another question, something about that. And you hear me say here, and then you hear the thing talking. I'm telling her here, and then I say something, and then you hear me say, if that's what you're asking. And I'm letting her know they didn't shoot themselves.
Right. Great explanation.
I'm saying here, and then I give her an explanation, which you can't hear on that phone, but it's obvious to me what I'm doing.
What is?
And I say, if that's what you're asking me. So, like David Owens asked me on August 11th
You guys,
that I
I'm
call
sorry.
a dog.
This is so insane. Jim, you know what it is? Like, Jim doesn't even know how to respond to this. Like, Alex stops talking as if he's like waiting for Jim to say something, because normally that's what happens in court. The attorney asks another question, but Jim doesn't know what to say, so Alex just keeps fucking talking. I'm gonna rewind this just a sec, because like this is incredible. This is maybe the biggest, I would say, of all of the things. This might be his worst in terms of word salad nonsense that just literally makes, there's nothing.
If you listen to that call, one of the first things she asked me, was, did they shoot themselves? And I knew there's no way. I mean, I knew they didn't shoot themselves. It wasn't a gun. They didn't shoot themselves. And she'd asked me that. And then she asked me another question, something about that. And you hear me say here, and then you hear the thing talking. I'm telling her here, and then I say something, and then you hear me say, if that's what you're asking. And I'm letting her know they didn't shoot themselves. I'm saying here, and then I give her an explanation, which you can't hear on that phone, but it's obvious to me what I'm doing. And I say, if that's what you're asking me. So, like David Owens asked me on August 11th, did I call a dog or was I talking to somebody? There was no dog that was out, and there was nobody there.
Did you do anything down there at the kennels when you got there other than call 911 and attend to Maggie and Paul?
No, I do know that I was trying to find a flashlight. I didn't do anything with any hose. I didn't do anything with any dogs.
And why did you want to be gone?
I mean, I knew all this was coming to a head. I knew how humiliating it was going to be for my son.
So, a couple things. I put that flashlight part in there because I think that's interesting. That's something that easily gets missed. It's interesting because he says that. That's the only time he says that. He says he's trying to find a flashlight. It's just interesting because we don't hear anything more about that. But like, where were you looking for a flashlight? Like, he said the question he's being asked is about what do you do at the kennels? We never heard any testimony from anybody that there were any flashlights anywhere at the kennels, right? I mean, we're gonna during Chicken Business Part 2, we're gonna look more again at these images. We're gonna look more at the feed room. There's no flashlights there. So that's another, it's like I could fucking try to figure, that's for another day. But the other thing I wanted to say is that this part that he just said about Jim asks him, why did you want to be gone? And he says, basically because Buster would be humiliated. And there's a reason I included that there because we're going to hear him say something completely different later on cross. So again, the question that was just asked of him is, why did you want to be gone? And he says, the reason I wanted, in other words, he's trying to explain why he wanted to kill himself, right? We of course know it's all bullshit, right? But he's saying because Buster would be humiliated, which again, it makes no sense, right? Because it's like, how would you killing yourself save Buster from any humiliation? Like, it makes no sense. There's nothing about that makes sense. Like it's almost like what he was going to say was that he was humiliated, right? But then he switches it to Buster. That's the only thing. But not only that, but he's going to contradict that statement anyway later in this upcoming video. That's why I included that. So Black Widow says he could have said he called the dog. That's a great point. That's a great point. Yep. That's a great point. That's a great point. Yeah. Very good point. But he really wants to distance himself from this entire thing with the hose, with the dogs. Yeah. Like we pointed out last time in the first Chicken Business, that it's very telling because of how he talks about certain elements. And the chicken, the whole nonsense with the chicken, the way he describes everything with the chicken is really sus, right? We talked about last time. Yeah, Daddy.
Did you
Yes, Ann.
kill Maggie?
No, I did not kill Maggie. I did not kill Paul. I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul. Ever.
Here we go.
Good morning. Let's bring the jury. Cross-examination, you may proceed.
May it please the court.
Take your time.
Murdaugh.
Good morning, Mr. Waters.
Real quick, I'm going to just say I went ahead and I added a category on here for it's not unusual. And like I've done with other things on ticker, if I've added something later in the game that has been happening the whole trial and we just hadn't added it until now, I try to make an estimate. And I feel like when I do that, I'm probably estimating on the low side. I would rather underestimate than overestimate. So all that to say, I've added a category for it's not unusual. It should be at the very end. There's so many categories now. It's going to be like another hour before it scrolls to it. I mean, just kidding. But I estimated it. I don't remember what I estimated. I think it's 98. It should be here in a second. But I estimated it. If you guys think it's more or less to this point in the trial, you can let me know in the chat and I will change it. This was, again, just an estimate based on cumulatively everything we've watched so far. And we will start counting that. It's a chicken. Sorry, I fucking love it. Yeah, I'm gonna go and play the video because it'll be another minute before it gets to it. I think it's 98 though.
All right, let's see if we can move forward with this a little bit. See if we can go back to some
Thank
things
you.
you may be able
Yes,
to agree
and
on.
All right.
Lounge Lizard.
All right.
I love that.
First thing is that
Okay, yeah.
the
There it is.
money you were stealing, in addition to
Yeah, I need
your
to add-
income and the money you were borrowing, was not just to pay
Love
for
the
drugs.
Creighton
Would you
perching.
agree with that?
Sure.
All right. And would you agree that your stealing, in addition to the money you were borrowing, increased over the years as we moved
Thank you, DSM, for
towards
pointing out the
June of
Creighton.
2021?
I just updated it. And
Repeat that, please, sir.
y'all, I feel I need to just remember to like do all these things at the beginning. I'm just, again, this is like just an announcement. I so much appreciate it when you guys help me with the ticker, because there's so many things, right? Clearly. And a lot of times in one sentence, there's a ticker count for like 5 different things or whatever. Thank you so much when you guys point out that you see one that gets a count. Thank you for that. Because I'm only one squirrel. Y'all, yeah, he's got a bird in his mouth and he's proud. Indeed. You guys, I love you guys so much. Y'all are awesome. Thank you for being here also.
Would you agree that your stealing increased over the years as we move towards June of 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. And would you admit that your stealing increased in particular after the boat wreck?
Dude.
No, sir. I don't agree
For
with
fuck's
that.
sake.
You don't agree with that?
I think I continued to do it, but I don't. As I sit here today, I don't think I took more money that I should not have taken after the boat wreck than I did before the boat wreck.
Okay.
But again, those documents speak for themselves, Mr. Waters, and if that's the case, then that's the case. But as we sit here, I think that I probably wrongly took from clients and people that trusted me as much money before that boat wreck as after.
All right. And
If not more.
I'm just trying to get through this so we don't get bogged down like we did yesterday. All right.
I understand.
All right. So you wouldn't agree with me that in 2019 alone you stole about $3.7 million?
I want to point something out, guys. So for anybody who was thinking that like it feels arduous or trying, like going through the financials, like, right? Because the way we started cross from the day previously with Alex and Creighton was going through a lot of these the financial stuff. And then we're going to have a little bit more of that today. I want you to think of it from this, as we hear what we hear today, keep this in the back of your minds. I want you to notice how much of that is Creighton and how much of that is Alex. So here's my point. I feel like it was lost perhaps on a lot of, it maybe wasn't quite as appreciated. Let me put it that way. It wasn't quite as appreciated perhaps at the time of the trial that Alex was making it difficult. Alex was making it arduous because he wouldn't answer a question. So then they would have to go back and get these details. And Alex was making it feel repetitive and redundant because guess what he does? He's going to do more of it today. He answers everything exactly the same. Like, as I sit here today, and I don't dispute that, and I don't remember that specifically, but like, and then of course there's the whole, generic, like, Creighton asks something specific, and then he answers with like, I'm not saying I didn't, I admit to stealing the money, blah, blah, it's just what I'm saying is Alex is doing this on purpose because he wants the jury to stop listening. I think there's a lot of reasons. First of all, I think he knows, right? This is a strategy. It is better for him to, maybe he's thinking wear Creighton out, which of course is impossible because Creighton's like the Energizer Bunny. But whether it's wear the Creighton out or wear the jury's attention span out or whatever, talking about the financial stuff than anything else, which is so funny, right? Because it's like his defense attorneys are like, not wanting that to come in, that is a relief for Alex, right? Because then he doesn't have to talk about the murders. So, so I think Alex would rather spend 5, 10, 20 hours or 50 years going through this, because then he doesn't have to talk about the murders. So he's going to make this take as long as possible. That's what I want you guys to think about. Creighton, like there's times where Creighton will ask one question and it's a simple question. And then the next 30 minutes, it seems like, but maybe even actually, is still spent trying to get the answer to that one question. But Alex misdirects it, makes it seem complicated. He puts it in a different, I mean, Alex draws it out. So that's what we want to take a look at here. Okay, yeah, it is a strategy on Alex's part, 100%, 100%. So I'm just reading this comment. So I guess you're referring to them, his attorneys not wanting the financial stuff to come in. So maybe they did it. Who's they? I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. Like, if you want to be more specific, but like, the defense attorneys are when they didn't want, like, I was referring to how, like, before he's got on the stand, they tried to say to the judge, they tried to say to Judge Newman, they shouldn't be able to ask him about the financial crimes, right? That's them just doing their job. You know, of course they're going to do it because A, it's already come in. They opened the door themselves. They did it to themselves. Shout out to Radiohead. So there's that. But also with cross, the rules on cross, as Creighton explains very clearly, is that they can cover any topic that's related to the case. They have way more leeway than on direct. And then, but again, they had already opened that door and did it to themselves. But that's them doing their job. Like, Alex has his own plan. Like, okay, the defense from his attorneys, Dick and Jim, had they had their way, he wouldn't be on the stand in the first place. But to them, the best case scenario is him on the stand and they don't talk about the financial crimes. Why? Because from a defense attorney perspective, under any other normal circumstance, that they wouldn't want the jury to hear about all the other things he did that were bad. However, Alex has a completely different strategy in mind and wants to be running the show as his own lawyer, essentially, right? It was his decision to get on the stand. And in his mind, you have to remember, Dick and Jim are trying to protect, are coming from a standpoint of as if he was innocent. You have to remember that, right? So therefore, if they're thinking, oh, he's innocent or not guilty, whatever, right? Then it would be unfair to him and prejudicial to him to have all this other bad information come in about all this bad shit he did. Alex's strategy is different. I wonder why that is, right? Alex's strategy is coming from a standpoint of he knows what he did. He knows how bad it is. He knows where he's able to lie better in some areas and other areas where he can't lie as well. He knows where his story is going to get mixed up with the timeline, where he's going to have trouble. He knows that better than his attorneys because he knows he's the only one that knows all the information specifically, right? Because he's not going to admit shit to them. That's just part of it. He's not going to admit shit to them of what he did. He would be telling them he didn't do it, right? That's how they have to operate under this. So you guys have to remember that he has been telling his attorneys he didn't do any of this. So that's the information. They have to go off of that, whether they believe it or not. But they have to go off of that. So his strategy, though, is get on the stand, and because of all the other stuff he knows, his strategy is let's go crawling in the muck as long as fucking possible about these financial crimes, because he knows that even though the jury might be like, yeah, he lied, yeah, he stole, yeah, that makes him look bad, and in any other case, that would be terrible for the defendant. For Alex, just like everything else we've talked about, it is better than the alternative. Remember, that's his whole thing. He's always going with one thing to cover up something else that's worse. We've talked about this so much. That's his whole thing. So remember, whatever he's hiding, okay, whatever he's hiding, it is bad enough, and he feels not confident in it enough that he would rather sit there and admit to and talk about all the money he stole and all the quadriplegics he harmed, all the children and the vulnerable people he harmed. That for him is a better alternative. And that's the point, which is, it's just that that's where we are. That's this. Hi, Abby. I'm glad you're back. I'm just looking at the chat. Okay. Wifey's asking, do you think the prosecution would see Alex admitted? So, okay. The only relationship between the financial crimes in terms of him being criminally prosecuted and the murder trial, in terms of the murder trial happening first, well, the significance is that it did end up determining where he would be spending his new forever home, whether it was going to be in federal or state prison. There's that. I can explain that if you guys don't already know about it. I would think you might already know, you might have already heard all that, how all that works. But B, the only other relationship is that they could use it as impeachment. So let's say that when they went to go prosecute him criminally for the financial crimes, if he tried to say, oh, I didn't do any of it, they could impeach his testimony, because guess what? It's not hearsay, right? What is hearsay? An out of court statement that's offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So if Alex, okay, so let's say Alex was on trial for the financial crimes and he was saying, I didn't do it, right? And Joe Bob, or let's say Geraldine, let's bring up Geraldine from earlier. Geraldine, who was in the shower, you guys. And she's like, oh, well, Alex told me he did do it. And then they're like, well, where did he say this? Oh, in the shower. Well, then this doesn't count as hearsay, right? The point being hearsay, an out of court statement. So any statement that's made in court, right, such as this trial, is not hearsay. So they can use it to impeach his testimony. So if, and this didn't happen, but if he were to try to, for the financial crimes, say he didn't do it, then they can impeach his testimony by just showing, well, here's the transcript of what he said. And they wouldn't show a video. They would read the transcript, the court transcript of things he said from this trial. So, and what does that mean? It doesn't change anything in terms of the charges. It doesn't change anything. The only impact it would have, like that's as far as it goes, impeachment. And the only impact that would have is, right, the jury is told they get to judge the credibility of each witness and how believable they are. That's the whole point. It's all about how the jury perceives a witness. So whereas it might seem like, oh, perjury, or like he already admitted to it, and none of that actually matters. The way it would be used is to impeach his credibility as a witness by showing the jury, well, he didn't say this then. Here's what he said then. And they show up they pull up the transcript, they go over that, and then he would have to say, yeah, I said it, and then whatever, and then I changed my story, whatever the case would be. And the whole point would be to impeach his testimony so that he looks less credible for the jury, so that as he currently says, this is the hypothetical, right? As he's like, yeah, no, I didn't do the financial crimes, they would be like, we don't believe you. That's the whole point of it. And that, of course, none of that happened. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I'm kind of going through all the possibilities of how, like, that's the extent that they would be related in terms of how the financial crimes being discussed in the murder trial would later impact the trial for the financial crimes themselves. Does that make sense? So he's going to be behind bars the rest of his life for the financial crimes, right? Okay, yes. Okay, yes. Well, yes and no. Yes to the fact he's going to be behind bars for the rest of his life for the financial crimes. Yes, correct. Let me put it to answer the second part of this question. This is a good question. Let me answer this the second part. In most cases, yes. Technically, yes. Technically, it would be considered a win. Because he's going to be behind bars, right? So, like, technically, yes, that's still a win. He's still not getting out, right? However, specifically here, Creighton, no. Creighton, I don't think would see that as a win from his own personal perspective. Like, yes, legally, yes, in a way, right? Like, again, like he can't get out, he can't hurt anybody again. I think it just depends. Like, there's kind of different versions of win, right? It's like win would be A, he's punished, or B, he can't harm anybody else. But then the other factor would be the justice factor. And if you go by that standpoint, it wouldn't be a win, right? Like, if you go by like justice for Maggie and Paul, like, it's not a win for him to be locked up only because of the financial crimes. I don't think if that makes sense. And especially for Creighton, I don't think he would be able to let it, like, and I don't think any of that, like okay, yeah. Creighton's not going to let this go. He'll fight, like, for the rest of his life. He's going to try to make sure if anything does happen to the murder charge, they will, if there's anything that happens with the new trial because of this Miss Becky nonsense, they're gonna do it again. They'll do it again. They'll do it again. And Creighton will not give up on this. I guarantee you that. But I do see what you're saying, because either way he's behind bars. Correct. Yes. Like, yes. Again, that's where I was saying there's different levels of win. It's a great question. You're exactly right. Like, yes, it's a win for society, right? That he can't hurt anybody else, whether it's murdering them, stealing from them, whatever the case is, he can't hurt anybody else. So yes, but again, from that level of justice, that's what matters too. So, and I know you understand that, but just to point that out. So let me see then. So yeah, Creighton, like, I think I was even saying too, like during the hearing with Miss Becky, when Juror Z is like, yeah, it affected my verdict. And then like, that was the moment where everyone thought he was going to get a new trial. And I was like, I have a video of that where I even said, like, I actually texted you, wifey, and I was like, I'm going to like puke. That was for Creighton, because I mean, even just thinking about it now, it's really hard for me. Like, I don't even have the words because of how that, how I would feel if I were Creighton, how I would imagine Creighton would feel. And I mentioned this before, that we're going to see in this cross-examination coming up, as soon as I can stop running my mouth, we'll get to it, of why I love Creighton and why I think that he was maybe underappreciated in terms of this cross-examination. There's two folds there. We're going to see why I believe he did why I think why I loved how he did it, but also simultaneously, those reasons are the same reasons why this is different for him. This is different than other trials. This is different than other attorneys. This is different, and we're going to see why. And it'll become clear, I think, to you guys why I say why the only way I can describe it in terms of how Creighton I would think would feel if he gets a new trial because of Miss Becky. And all I can say is just how I'm going to throw up. I don't know. Hopefully, as we go through this cross, you'll see why that's the best I can do to describe it. Because yeah, just the amount of guts being ripped out, like, type thing. I can't even wrap my head around it, because it's like Becky, whatever went on, and whoever was responsible for things going on with Becky Hill, the book, whatever. It's not fair to Creighton. So, okay, hopefully, am I answering questions accurately? Like, is this helping you guys? Are you appreciating me doing all these explanations? And right, yes. Who's Ray Finkel again? I can't remember who Ray Finkel is. So the other thing too, if anyone does want more clarification on the whole federal versus state prison, that's a whole thing. A lot of the strategy in terms of with this case specifically has to do with that. And the reason being that it's not often that, it's not often that a state will bring charges when the feds are bringing the same charges. So let me say what that means. So like when he was charged federally, the 101 indictments for the financial crime. Insane. I wonder if that's a record. Anyway, typically the state's not also going to bring charges because the feds, when they bring charges, it's, from what I understand, you're pretty much done. Like the approach for federal trial, and of course it sucks because federal trial, they don't allow cameras, as y'all know, so we don't get to watch these trials. But from everything we know and from everything we've read, when they bring these charges, it's like almost a done deal to where the strategy is about wheeling and dealing for your sentencing. And with feds, they have a formula, and I can't fucking remember off the top of my head what it is, but it's something like you do 30% of the time or something. If you guys remember, let me know. There's a formula, and it's federal. So it's federal, whole country, right? So it doesn't matter what state you're in. If it's federal charges, then there's a formula where you serve a certain percentage of whatever your years are. Like there's a thing. And it's like, you can do the math and know exactly how long you're going to be in prison, basically. Like there's not any wiggle room on that. But where the bargaining happens is a deal ahead of time, right? Where you're going to plea. And depending on what charges you plead to, then they may not include those charges, and then that would affect your sentencing. So there's the wheeling and dealing with federal stuff is a bit different. With state, it's the difference there is that there's a lot more of like question of like the state proving it, blah, blah. Like just because the feds have so many resources that if they bring those charges, from everything that I understand, I don't know how often it is that people go on trial for federal trial and get a not guilty. I don't even know. I can't even think of any federal trials where it's like not, I only if there's pleas to certain things, but I mean, that's just not, like, I've never heard of that. Like the federal prosecutors would be in deep trouble if that happened. Again, that's the whole thing. It's like they have all the resources, they bring it, you're fired. Like if it's not a done deal, right? That's everything but with state, right, it's different. So anyway, so that's my point as to why usually if someone's got federal indictments for the same things, in this case, financial crimes, right? The state won't also bring charges because they're like, oh, it's done. He's done. He's got it. The feds got it, right? We don't need to worry about this because it costs the state money. Again, they may or may not get a guilty verdict, but with the feds, again, it's like a done deal. I'm happy to see you back. Kit Smits. Oh, it's an Ace Ventura reference. I've never seen Ace Ventura. I hate to say that. Although Snowflake the Dolphin sounds magical. So anyway, okay, so then, but in this case, it was an anomaly. They wanted so badly, this is actually really important. South Carolina, like looking at this history with the Murdaugh family, right? All the generations, this is like, South Carolina I think that they really want to make things right and redeem themselves in so many ways, like ethically, in terms of for the victims, in terms of for the legal community, because he disgraced, he's a disgrace to the legal profession. There's so many things that need to be made right because of his actions. And South Carolina is like, how do we fucking even make it right? And the best they can do is fucking prosecute him for everything, even if it's redundant. What that means, again, is he's got federal charges and state charges for the same crimes. And usually the states won't bring those charges. They won't pursue that because they're like, again, they already know, well, it's federal. That's a done deal. Like, it's almost like, again, there's this assumption of, he's going to be in prison. Like that's just, but the state bringing the fact that the state, I actually think some people might complain and say, well, it uses resources. I don't know. I'm all for it. Like, I think it was really important that the state did. I'm glad they did. And he did have to be held accountable to the state, right? To the people of South Carolina. And that's the difference. to the people of South Carolina and have that trial for the financial crimes where, he pled. So I guess it was just this, it was just like the sentencing, but justice for the state, right? That's the point. That's what I'm getting at. Because usually you wouldn't have that redundancy of if there's somebody commits crimes that can be brought with both state and federal charges. Usually, again, the state will bring them. I know I keep saying that. I'm just trying to make sure this makes sense. So anyway, there's a joke in the show The Office, which I love, about the overkill killer. Dwight talks about, like, I can't remember which season it's in, but he's talking about, like, if I were to, I don't remember why they're talking about this, but he's like, blah blah blah. They would call me the overkill killer, and like we know about overkill anyway from crime, and when we see a victim with like 180 stabs, it's like, yeah, that's overkill, right? It's almost kind of like similar where like they did that, like, but in a good way. So maybe that's not a good example, but like in terms of like making sure he's really dead. That's not, again, it's not really the best example, but and I don't think while it serves a purpose, yes, of ensuring he'll never get out of prison, I don't think that was the goal. Like, yes, that is a benefit. That's like a bonus. But to me, the motivation on part of the state for Creighton, for Alan Wilson, for the prosecution, for the state is justice and redemption for the state and all that, right? And so that's their motivation, in my opinion. And that's why if he can get 5 billion life sentences, that's what they're going to go for. Also, I need to point out, because I mentioned Alan Wilson just real quick, a lot of people said, because, on the very last, he does an examination. I can't remember if it's direct or cross, but on the state's rebuttal case, he takes one of the last witnesses. You guys probably remember that. And a lot of people put up a big fuss about how he was like being a showboat or a show pony, like parading in, like, I'm going to take this witness. And I remember everybody saying, oh, he just kind of waltzes in and takes his witness. I didn't even realize until we started covering this, and I've been trying to point it out, and I kind of forgot. But every single time I've remembered to point it out, like, okay, every episode that we've done that I've remembered to point it out, like, Alan Wilson is there in the center of that table, and you can see him there with the red tie. There he is. He's got the red tie. He's got a laptop or something. He's been there every day. So I don't know why at the time, it's almost like one of those things where it's like a false collective memory. Like, if you guys know what I mean, because I don't know why at the time during the trial, everybody was saying, oh, he just showed up on the last day and took a witness to try to take credit for this and then be like, oh, blah, blah. He was here every day. And I don't really quite understand how that got misconstrued. Yeah. Alan Wilson, the DA. So, because the whole point that what everyone was saying was like, he wanted to just show up and take a witness to be like, here I am, the DA, like, to get credit, right? Because the DA is also in a way a politician. It's it's an elected position, right? So, a DA is a prosecutor that's been elected to have that be in charge. So, usually DAs, you will not see them in trial. Let me just start there. DAs, you will not usually see them in the courtroom at trial. It's unusual. Because usually it's like they have their little minions doing the job, essentially, right? They've got bigger purposes. They're doing other things, and they have a prosecution team that does the work. It's kind of like if you picture like a restaurant owner that never comes in the restaurant because they're like, yeah, they don't actually do the work, but they oversee it. I'm not trying to say things bad about DAs. I'm just saying that's usually they just it wouldn't be a priority. Let me put it that way. Usually it wouldn't be a priority for them to manage their time by coming into court. So what happened was when he takes a witness on the state's rebuttal case, he does an examination of a witness. Everybody made a big deal about it of like, oh, he's just showing up just to take credit and try to make it seem like he was here, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Wait, hold on. Double negative is throwing me. Correct. Yes, I think that's correct. But my point is that he's been here every single day. I want to point that out because I don't like misinformation. And not that I'm saying anyone was trying to spread information. But my point is this. This speaks volumes about him. He's been in trial every day. That's my point. He has been in trial every day, taking notes, looking up case law, contributing to the team. That's the point. Because what the idea was like, oh, he's just trying to take credit for everyone else's hard work. He's been here with the paralegals, with the support staff. He's been there every single day doing the work. That's my point. Doing the work, not taking credit for the work, doing the work. He's been there every single day. And that's why I try to remember to point him out, because I think this is really important. And Alan Wilson, I'm sure you will never see these videos, but shout out to you. Props to you for doing the work, for not just taking the credit, but for being there all day, every day, listening to this motherfucker on the stand, watching his fake crying and his bullshit. Thank you for being there every day, doing the work. I don't know. This just speaks volumes about the heart, in my opinion, of this prosecution team, from the top down, from the DA who's there every day. That's how important this was to them, still is. And this is my point. This is how important this is. They put their heart, their soul, their blood, their sweat, their tears, their time into this to ensure justice was served for Maggie and Paul. All of them, including the DA. So anyway, just practicing my misinformation skills. That's hilarious. So hopefully that makes sense. Just to reiterate, because again, everybody just really was like, oh, what's it? What my thinking is that no one knew they weren't paying attention, or they didn't know what he looked like. And so while he was there the whole trial, my guess is that they didn't know that was him, maybe. And so then when it was the state's rebuttal case, and then somebody's like, oh, that's Alan Wilson, everyone assumed he had just showed up for that one day, maybe, and they didn't know what he looked like prior to that. I don't know. But anyway, it's just, anyway, okay. Let's I don't even know. I started by answering a question. This was a huge, I wouldn't even call it a tangent, because all of it was directly related to actual things and not like other tangents that we've had. Okay, let's keep going. Yay trial. Yay squirrels.
No, I think that's correct.
All right. And would you agree with me, though, that figure in 2019 was generally higher than any other year that you've been stealing since 2011?
In any year, sure, I'd agree with that.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about overall, the whole,
See, this is an example of what I'm saying, how he's trying to draw this out, make it more complicated, make it more confusing. Listen to him. Or remember, so the initial question that I was posing to y'all, or request that I had to y'all, was see if you can pay attention to how much Alex is the one drawing this out, making it feel maybe redundant, repetitive, frivolous, whatever. Everything that everyone was like, oh God, it's taking forever. Creighton, come on. Pay attention to how much of that is Alex. That's my point.
Cycle. But yeah, I would agree that in 2019, I stole more money than any other year.
Would you agree with me that from 2015 on, your legitimate income, while still very strong, was diminishing as a general matter?
Well, I think whatever my income is speaks for itself, but as a general rule, a plaintiff's lawyer doing what we do, income ebbs and flows. You have some really good years, you have some really lean years, and no, I think I had some good years. Maybe not the $4 and $5 million years, but I think I had some.
It's going to take forever to answer these.
Years in there, and my caseload was such that, I had one of the things I was working on that Monday was one of the biggest cases that I've ever been involved in.
Talking about the Dominion case, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
He's trying, so right there, now he's got an opportunity to try to change topic into something that supports his ego with this Dominion case, because this is a big deal. Isn't that insane? He used this as a segue to try to switch topic into this Dominion case to try to, bolster himself, right? That he was doing this Dominion case and harken back to, this was his last case before he fucking it all went to shit, right? again, he's trying to almost in a way, it's like his last moments of like trying to like imagine he's in court as a lawyer and not as a defendant, that type of thing.
So, you know, I think it was cyclical. I think it. So I don't. Without looking at the record specifically, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay, so you don't remember then?
No, I do remember. I don't think I agree with that.
You guys,
but again, those records will speak for themselves.
It's so arduous, but it's all Alex.
Okay. All right. So would you agree with me that in 2014,
he's going to try to make it like
your reported income
what do they call it?
over $1 million?
Pulling teeth. That's it. Yeah, pulling teeth.
The objection's overruled.
Yes.
Reported income, like tax-wise, or reported?
Yeah.
I assume you have a document that says that, and if you're reading that from a document, I don't dispute it.
I mean, I'm happy to show it to you if you like.
I trust you, Mr. Waters. So.
All right, I appreciate that. All right, 2015, would you agree that your reported income was over $2 million?
Again, I don't dispute that.
2016, reported income $900,000.
Okay.
2017, reported income $200,000.
Let me point this out because I should have mentioned this on the last one. If you remember how many times he says I don't dispute that, I didn't add a counter for that because that one pisses me off so much. I'm not going to add a counter for it. Let me explain why it pisses me off so much. But we heard him say this a million times on the last one. We're going to hear it more today. I don't dispute that. Again, this is lawyer strategy. This is Alex's strategy. Let me just explain. If this was a lay person, that might be different. Like, and they would probably only say it once. Like, if they didn't actually know, like let's say they didn't actually know the answer to something, but somebody said, yeah, well, we have like a bank statement or whatever record, then they might say, I don't remember, but like, I don't, or they might say, I don't disagree with what the records say. But Alex is like, I don't dispute that. But like, Creighton even says to him in the last one, he even jokes and says, we could just hold up a sign because he's like a broken record. He says, you could just hold up a sign that says, I don't dispute that, right? He pokes fun at him for that. And of course, the defense objects, but whatever, Creighton already said it. And honestly, Creighton's so patient. I don't even know how he does it. But anyway, yeah, fancy, exactly. Because let me just say it. So like when he's confronted with these things, admitting means you say, yes, I did that or whatever. When Creighton, but instead he says, I don't remember. And then Creighton presents, well, we have evidence of this thing. Here's a document. And then, do you want me to show the document? And then Alex is like, don't show the document, right? Because he doesn't want the jury to see the document. And then his strategy is, in order to try to get Creighton to not show the document, he's like, I don't dispute it. I'm not disputing the document. So all of that to say is that A, again, it draws the whole thing out for a simple question. B, he's not admitting to it. There is a difference between, yes, that's correct, or yes, that's what happened, or yes, I did that. A yes or no answer to a question, admitting it. There's a difference between that and then between that and I don't dispute that, especially when the thing he's saying he doesn't dispute is it always, every time it's in reference to a document. It's not even with the thing. So let's say that, let's say the question was, did you steal $12 million? You're never going to hear his answer to that. I don't dispute that. You're going to hear his answer to that question, some other thing. Well, Mr. Waters, that's not exactly blah, blah, blah. And then he's going to try to derail it. And then Creighton's going to have to say, well, let's get a document to support it. And then when he's confronted with the document, which is not the same as saying you did something, he's going to say, I don't dispute the document. None of that is actually admitting any of it. So anyway, hopefully that makes sense. Like this is the Weasel part of this. Weasel. This is the Weasel part because he is weaseling. He's not actually admitting things, not actually answering the questions. But it could come across potentially to a jury or to other people like, oh, he's not disputing it. That is different than agreeing. That's different than admitting. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to where we were.
Okay.
2018 reported income of $749,000 roughly.
Okay.
And 2019 reported income of $655,000.
Okay. And see that I mean, to me, that demonstrates exactly what I'm talking about, how it goes up and down.
And would you agree with me that though during those periods of time where you were making that kind of money, you continued to steal? And I think you've already said that your stealing increased as we move through those years, as a general matter.
Absolutely. I don't dispute, and I have never disputed since I was confronted on Labor Day weekend,
Right.
that I
Here we
took
go.
money from my,
This is the same answer that we've heard a billion times from yesterday. Again, remember? Why is it repetitive? Alex, like as I went through this video, I was like, oh my God, this is why it felt repetitive. It's because Alex answers the same thing. He does it on purpose. He gives the same fucking canned answer. And again, Creighton pokes fun at him for it. It's the same answer. And then that's why at the time to the viewers, it might have felt redundant, but you have to realize why.
my clients.
It's Shrimp Boy.
We've gone through that. And I
Well,
think
but you
we
keep
agree with
asking
that.
me
I'm
about
asking
that.
you if
Creighton's
if
even like, we went
if
through this
your
already. Let's not do it again.
income-
Dude.
You can finish your answer.
So the point
See?
is I have never, since being confronted that day, my brother and my partner
For fuck's sake.
came to talk to me, that I have
And he's going to add details. He's going to make it take forever.
stolen money.
He's gonna say the
that
same
did not
shit.
belong to me.
Creighton,
that I misled
Dude,
people.
you guys,
to do
I'm
it.
sorry. Creighton tried to stop this. He said we did this already, and then the defense was like to the judge, like, Judge, let him finish his fucking answer. I mean, in hindsight, it's like you look at it and it's like, no wonder. Yeah, Creighton tried to stop. Anyway,
People that I cared about,
Shrimp Boy be
still
shrimping.
care about.
But yes,
a lot of
absolutely
them
wifey on
I
that.
love and still love. And I misled them to do it, and I was wrong. I have
You
never
misled them.
disputed that
That's what
from day one.
We've been through
We
that.
know.
All I'm trying to establish right
we know
now
you don't
with
dispute,
Mr. Murdaugh,
which again isn't
is as we move towards June of 2021, what your financial condition was like, okay? I agree, you've testified to that multiple times. all right?
Dude. So this is simple. Creighton's question. This is still like the first question of the day, and Creighton's not got. Alex isn't answering. His question is trying to get a picture of what his financial condition was coming up to June 2021, and Alex is still here repeating the same answer from yesterday. I don't dispute that I misled. Fucking hell, dude. I can't. I hate. Ugh.
Let me ask you this. During this time that your income was what we just went through, and you conceded that your stealing was increasing, were you also borrowing significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, I'd always borrowed significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank, or for more than the last decade. So yes, sir, I agree with that.
As we move to June of 2021, did you have $1 million line of credit with the bank that was pretty much maxed out? Yes or no? As we move to June of 2021.
So in June of 21,
Sure.
yes.
All right. And did you also have a $600,000 line of credit that was pretty much maxed out around that time?
I did.
And did you also, over the years, repeatedly borrow six figures from your law partners?
Well,
I
I
love.
borrowed money from a law.
I love that Creighton is just walking around with his cup of coffee. I fucking love it. Like he's in his element. He's doing his thing. He's in his zone. I fucking love it.
partner,
Which one?
Johnny Parker.
Johnny Parker. Okay. And that was a fairly common occurrence over the years. It happened multiple times. Would you agree with that?
I agree that it happened multiple times.
All right. And you would agree also that you would sometimes use some of the stolen money to pay that back.
Creighton's trying to remember back when we talked about the strategies for cross-examining an expert witness, and the first one was controlling the witness. That's not, obviously, this is not an expert witness but this is not a typical situation. This is not a typical human, and this is not a typical witness, obviously, for many reasons, even besides the fact that they're a lawyer. But like, yeah. So essentially, this is the witness that this is the 40 chess. Okay, we're getting into the 40 chess. Creighton is having to try to figure out how to control this witness, among other things. There's so much 40 chess happening here, and so if you notice, Creighton is using different wording for his question. He's now changing the languaging, and he's saying, "Would you agree?" And he's starting with things that he thinks. Okay, one of the rules that they all say is don't ask a question that you don't already know the answer to. Now, that, again, there's exceptions actually in this case that are you don't usually have, that we'll get to later on, where that rule actually doesn't apply. But that's the typical rule that normally would be the case. And so anyway, my point is that he's using that rule and that strategy right now to try to control this witness. So what I mean by that is he's saying, do you agree? And then he's giving something that is he feels confident that Alex will actually say yes, or yes, he'll agree, and won't go off on one of these long rambling answers. You'll notice that we've had all this testimony has been Alex dodging the questions, long rambling. Listen to the difference in the answers Creighton gets from him based on his questioning. And that's the key thing. That's the strategy. He has to get this witness to answer.
I won't dispute that. I don't know that that's the case. I know what I saw Mr. Bernie testify to in using that particular accounting method. I see that.
All right.
So I don't dispute that.
All right. And would you agree that you also, when you needed money, occasionally borrow as much as 5 and 6 figures from your father, Mr. Randolph?
I did.
All right.
See?
And would you
Right
also
there.
agree
An answer to a
that
question.
over the years,
Miracle.
particularly as we move to June of 2021, you would use stolen money to pay that back?
I don't dispute that.
Okay.
If that's what the record shows.
All right. And you just mentioned here in the testimony of Carson Burney and the banker and all that.
Glad you're back,
agree
Super Cleaner
with
Girl.
me that as we move
Would you
to
agree with me?
2021,
Controlling
at least in
witness.
liquid funds, you were running out of money.
In liquid funds, is in money on hand or money that I could get?
Money that you could.
Now he's gonna try to
funds.
weasel
You're a lawyer,
again.
You know what liquid means.
This is
Well,
all
I
strategy.
don't-
Alex, you could actually do a tally. Maybe I'll start doing that. You could do a tally. A win for Creighton right now is getting an answer to a question, an actual answer to a question. I wouldn't call it a win for Alex, but I guess in this case, if we're doing a tally, I would mark it that way, would be when or maybe not a win for Alex, maybe a loss for Creighton in a way, would be when he weasels out of the question and does this whole weasel thing. So you have to admit, you have to bear in mind, there's the 40 chests in this. So there's just been, and the reason I would take a tally here is this is why. There were just 2 in a row, back to back. This is how much close attention to me. There were just 2 back to back that Alex answered directly with short, direct, actual answers. Two questions he answered back to back. And you take that and you compare that to these other times where there's one question and it goes on 30 minutes of weaseling. And so, but Alex, so that's why Creighton's strategy, you want that. That's good for Creighton. But Alex also knows the strategy and he knows why that is a strategy, dude. So it's like reverse psychology in a way, because it's like Alex knows he cannot get that many in a row. He doesn't want to give Creighton that many in a row. So Alex is aware. They're both keeping track. Okay. Creighton and Alex are both aware that he just gave 2 answers in a row. Like, and this is the insanity of it, because it's not, at this point, it's not even about what the answer is. It's about getting him to even answer the question in the first place. Like, this is the insanity. Like, this is what Creighton is up against. This is not typical. Usually it's like, you want the answer to the question. This is like even just getting him to answer it. That's where they're starting from. This is insane. So Creighton just got 2 answers in a row. Alex isn't going to give him a third easily. So let's think about it. We just had 2, and maybe there's going to be a pattern, right? Let's see how frequently do we have the weaseling. So let's think. So we just had 2 in a row, direct answers. Now we're back to a
I don't
weasel.
know what you mean by liquid, Mr. Waters, and so
Money you could readily access, assets that you could readily access to pay your ever-increasing debts.
no, sir, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I do not agree with that,
Okay.
and I'll tell you why.
We're on to weaseling part
And-
2 for the same question.
So are we
This
talking
is
about
insane.
June?
I'm talking about as we move to June.
Okay, but what time period are you talking
All
about?
right, let's talk about January to June.
Okay, January to June. January to June, you know,
And then we're going to have
I
side
borrow money from my
side
father.
weaseling tangents too.
I could borrow money from Johnny Parker
That's what we're doing now. This is
I
side
could go to the
weaseling
bank.
tangents.
and borrow money.
You guys.
I had substantial equity in the Edisto house, as we've talked about.
Which was in Maggie's name, correct?
Well, it was in Maggie and my name.
All right.
So
We're on the
you know,
third
that
tangent to
definitely,
this one weasel answer.
was
I'm actually keeping track now.
in
So.
both of our names. Moselle was in Maggie's name.
Now we're talking about the property.
There's
This is insane.
substantial
You
equity
guys,
in that could have been borrowed against. So under the terms as you defined liquid assets just now, money that I would have access
now
to.
he's trying to
I
redefine the
disagree
term of
with
liquid assets.
on that for those reasons
This is
that I
insane.
just said.
This is
Can we
insane.
at least agree that generally
Okay.
the way the compensation structure
How Creighton keeps his cool with this is beyond me. When you look at this, that was one weasel answer with 4. I'm writing down with 4 weasel side tangents within the one weasel answer, which again means he didn't actually even answer the question after all that. So you have all that with 4 weasel tangents, and you don't even get an answer. And then Creighton, dude, Creighton's patience is astonishing to me with this.
for legitimate money that you earn in your law firm, the vast majority of your compensation does not come except in one lump sum in December. Can we agree to that?
Right. We get a salary. We would receive a salary. I
That's the
believe
voice
our
of reason.
salary was-
Remember back to the strategies we covered? The voice of reason was strategy number 2. Creighton is trying to now apply, since controlling the witness was the first strategy and the witness is not wanting to be controlled right now, then he's moving on to the voice of reason strategy number 2.
$125,000.
Right.
And then the income that was earned would be paid in the form of a bonus at the year end.
All right. And then would you agree with me that that is why you stole the Ferris fees in March of 2021? Because you were in desperate need of funds and you could not wait till December to access those funds.
I think there's probably a lot of reasons why.
Weaseling, he's
I
weaseling.
sold
He
those
got one
funds,
answer.
But
Now
I
we're back to
certainly
the
would
fund.
believe or don't dispute that that's one of the reasons.
And would you agree with me that the $792,000 that you stole of those Ferris funds, that you exhausted those within about 2 months?
I don't know the time period, but I know that I exhausted them.
Now, again, I'm trying to get through
Okay, that
this
was the answer.
quickly because there's a lot
See,
more to talk about.
See, Creighton even
obviously.
says he wants to get through it
But
quickly
we went
because
through
he
a number of
knows
questions yesterday about
what Alex is going to do.
the various clients that you stole from, correct? You remember that? The back and forth we had yesterday, do you remember all that?
Sure I do.
Okay. All right, and so I'm going to try to shortchange this, but I think it's important that we at least say the names of the people that were involved. But let's just do this to see if we can.
To the comment, Your Honor, inappropriate.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. The clients that we're talking about, these are all real people, yes or no?
They're all real people.
All right.
They're
And
all
these
good
clients-
people.
Where he's weaseling now, he's
They're
trying
all
to.
people that
Oh my God! See, he does not want to let Creighton finish that question. He essentially interrupted Creighton because the question was, "They're all real people." The answer to that is yes, but he goes, "They're all real people. They're all good people," and you can tell. Look at him where it's paused. He's going for it. Weasel
I
alert.
care about.
Trying to
that I
say
care
all
about
this
them.
bullshit that he's lying, and he's lying
And a lot
anyway.
of them are people that I love,
Yeah.
Okay.
and I did wrong by them.
Yes, you hurt the people that you love, I know. So,
Which that's a key point. Like that's a win for Creighton right there. So that's brilliant. Let me just say He's weaseling. He's weaseling. But what does Creighton do that was so smart there? He listens. First of all, he listens to the answer. And then he finds something in that weasel answer that he can use to benefit the prosecution. So he says, Alex says, and I hurt the people that I love. Because Creighton was listening, and dude, you guys, if you pay attention to any trial and you really listen and you pay attention, you listen, you'll realize how few attorneys actually fucking listen. Creighton is an anomaly here. Because he was paying attention and not thinking about his next question, he's actually doing 4D chess while listening, which is actually even more impressive. So he's listening and 4D chessing, but he listened to the answer and he heard him say, and I hurt the people that I love. And then Creighton is like, you hurt the people that you love. We know. Brilliant. Brilliant. You guys. Well done. Well done, Creighton. And I'm just wondering, do you guys, is anyone wondering what the deal is with the goat? Because that's an EDB thing. And now I don't know, like EDB has this thing with the screaming goat if not all of you guys are familiar with, it's really fucking funny, but it's like whenever like the nonsense, like the audacity, like the Murdacity, as she named it, whenever there's like nonsense or just all that, and you just can't handle it anymore, she has that goat and she'll pause the thing and then she'll pull up the goat and the goat has this goat scream. So that's the goat thing. And there's so many times. Oh, you guys have to see. Okay. So I think it was during Deputy Heard. No, actually it was during Murdaugh. She traveled during Murdaugh and it was a thing because she forgot to pack her goat with her. And so she was like at like an Airbnb and she was like I have it in one of my episodes, but she was like, where is my goat? She literally says, where is my goat? And then she was like, I forgot to pack my travel goat. And then the next time she travels during the trial, she remembered her goat. And then she's like, yeah, I have my travel goat. But anyway, but like, where is my goat is like an EDB quote. That is like people that watch EDB, like, you know, you guys, okay. We will have to find a goat thing. Let me work on that if I can.
Sustain.
These were all people, every single one of them, that you at least had a personal conversation with at some point during the course of your representation.
All of my
About the
clients?
representation.
Absolutely. I had multiple conversations with all of my clients.
And these were people, every single one of them, real people that you looked in the eye and convinced them that everything was right.
Your Honor, 403, repetitive, cumulative. We spent 2 hours doing this yesterday.
I'm just trying to but simple questions that applies to everybody, and then I'm moving on.
Proceed.
I would have had conversations with all of my clients, and some of the conversations would have been on the telephone. I would have had conversations where I might not be looking them in the eye. I would have had plenty of conversations
Weasel.
where I did
Weasel.
look them in the eye.
Weasel.
Every single one of them looked them in the eye at least once. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay, that was an answer. That was a win for Creighton.
You looked them in the eye and developed their trust in you. Is that true?
Every client that I had,
Weasel.
at some
Weasel.
point, I looked them in the eye, and I believe that I had the trust of my clients. Whether that came from me looking them in the eye or not, I can't answer that, but I will agree with you that every single client, I looked them in the eye, and I believe that the people that I stole money
Stole
from
weaseling.
for all those years trusted me.
And I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as states 329, I believe it is, and 314. And I'm just going to ask you to peruse those spreadsheets really quickly. And once you have a chance to do that, let me know. I'll have one or two questions about that.
All right, so I'm sorry. What was your question?
I just asked you to look at them. Have you had a chance to review those documents?
I have.
All right. And would you agree with me that every single name on here are either clients that trusted you that you stole from, or instances in which you stole from your law partners who trusted you as well?
I agree with that.
All right. So we don't need to go through each one of these, correct? You agree with that?
Mr. Waters, like I've told you,
Weasel.
I'll go through whatever you want to go through, but each one of those clients is just what we've already talked about. Good people, fine people,
Weaseling.
upstanding people. They trusted me. Every single one of them I did, and I do still care about. And many of them I
Weaseling.
love and consider them close friends.
Like Barrett
He's
Bowler,
just, not only is he
Absolutely.
weaseling, he's just repeating himself.
Perfect example.
Redundancy.
stole from Barrett Bowler.
I did.
Do you recall
Answer.
a conversation that
Got
you
an
had
answer,
with Ronnie
Creighton?
Crosby in which he told you that Barrett was desperate for money because he needed his wife to stay in a hotel near him while he was undergoing treatment for terminal cancer around the time that you stole from him?
Say, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
I don't recall that conversation, but, you know, I knew Barrett was sick. That, you know, Barrett is a unique situation. I mean, Barrett,
Big Weasel.
is
Big
and
Weasel.
was,
Big Weasel. Big Weasel coming in.
dear to me as a friend.
This is going to be insane. You guys, get ready for this. Buckle up. I remember this.
Barrett and I had a
Buckle up.
long,
Buckle up,
long
you guys.
history.
Oh.
You know, I guess real, and I lied probably more by omission, lies by
Third
omission
Weasel
than
tangent for this
stealing that
question.
money. But that's a perfect example. You keep asking about me having these conversations and looking people in the eye. I mean, that's a perfect example. I mean, when I stole that money, he was nowhere around. It was more based on lies by omission. And
Back to
Barrett
tangent
and I
3.
had such a history, these real estate deals that you're asking me about.
Here we
Barrett
go.
was
Next
one of my
tangent.
good friends, and we had been in
Wow.
these real estate deals together. Barrett was just an interesting person. He was a shrimper. He was born and raised. in
Now,
Moselle
here we
County.
go.
And
Barrett's life
and
story.
he moved down to
You
the
guys.
coast. And
Mr. Murdaugh.
as shrimping,
Mr. Murdoch, I don't know that we need Barrett's entire life story.
no, but it's important
Let
to
me just
understand
ask
this
you
based on the
this.
question
This is
you asked.
insane.
I don't think his entire life story is responsive, Your Honor.
Nope.
And I'm not intending to give his life story. I'm just telling you a little background.
Go
so
ahead,
you'll
tell us
understand
about
this.
your friend that you stole from. That's fine. That's fine.
So Barrett started getting into real estate, and he was really good at it. And
I kind of count that as a win
so
for
I
Creighton. It
started
wasn't a
getting
question.
involved
It was
with him
comment.
in that.
They could have
He could go out
objected.
and find pieces of property that were really cheap, get them and sell them and make money. Well, we got in some of these deals, and we got in as Barrett and it was some other people. Well, when the recession hit, one of the reasons these land deals caused me trouble is because the people that I was in these deals with no longer could pay. Whereas I might have gone in and I was a 20% person, I'm now all of a sudden, either I have to default at the bank and affect credit, affect ability to borrow, or I have to pay 100%. And so that's what I did. I paid 100%. And so there were years where I was paying, instead of a fifth or a half, I'm paying the whole thing. And it equated to hundreds of thousands, it equated to millions of dollars, which is one of the ways why I ended up with the Moselle property, because I had paid.
Okay. If you guys are looking at DSN, dude, heck of a ball player too, that Barrett. That's awesome. So in case anyone's curious, I'm keeping track of this. Actually, this is like the most sports ball I've ever been in my life. I'm doing this. So if you look in the Discord, anyone that cares, I'm actually putting pictures of my tallies that I'm doing here. I didn't plan ahead on how to have a system for this, but this is the system I've got. DA is not district attorney. DA is direct answer. So that would be like essentially a win for Creighton, but a direct answer. And there's rounds. So I started actually numbering them. The numbers in circles refer to a round. So each round is like one round of questioning. So because you can see it's like ping pong, right? So there's like one. So essentially each number in a circle would be like one question that finally either got answered or just wasn't going to be answered. But in other words, each number represents a different question. That would be a good way to put it. So there were like rounds. So for each number, you can see, is that like, how many in a row do you get direct answers and how many do you get and how much weaseling? And if you look on the picture I just sent, put it in the chat, or for Scroll Crew in the Discord. We are on round 5 ever since I started keeping track, right? When I said I was going to start tallying. And we are on the 1, 2, 3. Actually, I just added another tally after the picture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're on the 9th Weasel tangent of this one question with Barrett's life story right now. So for those of you interested, you can look at that in the chat.
More than $1 million in monies for Barrett, and that was part of the deal in the trade in me purchasing Moselle.
What you're telling me is you felt like you were entitled to steal from him.
No,
Yes.
no. You know what? I will tell you this, that, you know, when you're doing the things wrong that I was doing, you have all kind of ways of justifying it. And I'm not saying that makes it right by any means, because it's not. It's wrong. I've said that 100 times. But when I was doing it, and I was as addicted as I was.
Oh, now we're on drugs, back to
things
drugs.
I was doing. There's all kinds of things that you know, to be able to look yourself in the mirror, you lie to yourself. And I guess self-justification for these bad things, you know, I guess is what I was doing. But you know, Barrett had owed me so much money that when I took his money, I just didn't tell him. So it was a lie by omission.
All right. All these people on these 2 exhibits, these were real people that needed this money, is that correct?
I'm sure they did.
But it was more important to you that you stole their money on top of the 40% of legal fees that you were taking. I've never asked that question.
I stole their money.
It was more important to you than their needs, is that correct?
Objection.
Objections overruled.
I don't remember sitting down and calculating, okay, is this more important? You know, one of the self-justifications that I talked about, Mr. Waters, is, and this is one of the things, again, I want to make it clear. I don't, as I sit here today, I do not believe that any of this justifications that I'm talking about made any of this okay, because I don't. I've owned up to all this money I stole. I've tried to since I was confronted, and I continue here today. But one of the justifications at the time when I was taking pills and doing the things I was doing was, I may ask a partner, okay, how much is this case worth? And if
Oh my
one of
God,
partners,
why?
and I may not even give them all the real facts, okay? So
Exactly.
if they said this case is worth $100,000,
Yep.
okay, and I go out and I get them $300,000, you know,
And that was exactly my point, is that's why, like, if you really think about it, it sucks because everybody was like saying like Creighton's drawing this out, blah, blah, but it's that was Alex's strategy as well. Like, Alex wants the jury to tune out, and he also wants them to resent Creighton for tuning out, right? Like, if the jury's bored, he wants it to seem like, and it worked because everyone that was watching it blamed Creighton, and they're like, you know, get to the point, blah, blah. Alex fucking fooled everybody watching the trial at the time, honestly, because it worked. Like, everyone's like thinking it's Creighton, but no, like, literally that's the thing, is like, that's Alex's 40 chess maneuvering, right? So, it's, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot of, it's just a lot of weaseling, and it's a lot of, and again, that's the thing. He wants, that's another, this is a lawyer strategy, right? You want the jury to resent the opposing counsel if you can, right? Like, so if they're bored, he wants them to think it's Creighton's fault that they're bored. He wants them to not like Creighton, right? That's the thing.
That's one of the stupid little things. Okay, well, this isn't the same. And that's one of those justifications that I used in looking back on this that I don't know how I did. But so to sit down and say, did I evaluate that they needed the money more than I did? You know, I don't think I did that. I think I was selfish, and I think I just took the money.
think I understand. I'd asked you a series of questions yesterday about at least relating one conversation you had with one of these clients. And I'm just going to ask you this one. Do you remember looking Tony Satterfield in the eye and lying to him?
I remember lying to Tony Satterfield, and I remember looking him in the eye. On
Direct
many
answer.
occasions.
Good job, Creighton. Well
And
done.
lying to him?
Yay.
Yeah,
Okay.
2 in a
Lying to
row
his
for
family.
Creighton. 2 in a row for Creighton. Yes.
I
Good.
lied to his family.
Notice the change in pace when he
I don't know
answers.
if I did it
It feels so
in
different.
person, but I know I had phone conversations with him where I lied to him.
Let's talk a little bit about the pills, if we can.
Okay?
And you've already testified.
No weaseling on that one.
That you were still able to function as
We're
a
on,
lawyer.
we're on round 9 now.
The pills that you were using. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were able, of course, during this period of time to engage in these relatively complicated thefts that increased
Now
over
we're gonna
the
talk-
years that we've just talked
okay.
about, despite the pill.
I'm going to pause this real quick. I should have done like a thing for category. First of all, I'm going to rewrite this tally and I'm going to put it in the Discord and I'm trying to make this into a system that we can all understand. We are on round 9 since I started keeping track. We are changing topics. This is a shift in pace. We're going to now talk about the drugs. This is important because this is where he has to really sell his drug story. And remember, we have Sunrise Deep Dive Part 2 coming up. And remember, we did Part 1. We have Part 2 coming up. This is a big deal because this is where he has to really try to figure out how to, again, he has to sell this drug story. So, because they didn't go into all these details, right, on direct for a good reason, right? So this is going to, the pace here might feel a little bit different, hopefully.
Usage, is that correct?
I was. I was.
All right.
Good. Got a direct answer. Good job, Creighton. Yay.
And you were also able to, during this time period, convince your staff that nothing was amiss with all of these exhibits, despite your pill usage.
I mean, most of those didn't require convincing my staff, but just so we're on the same page again, I acknowledge that I certainly
Here we go.
allowed them to be misled.
Here we
I
go,
certainly
Weasel.
allowed them to
Weasel.
do things
Weasel alert. Weasel
that I
alert.
shouldn't have done on my behalf, knowing that
I'm going to
they
make a
trusted
command
me.
for that.
How many pills were you using a day?
Depends on
Weasel.
a number of items. Most importantly, how strong the pill was.
Okay. Well, let's talk about, let's say, start maybe in January of 2021 and move forward. Can you describe to the jury what your daily pill intake was like?
I think at that time, most of what I was purchasing was.
And so hopefully, remember, that's why I started with covering all this, with explaining, like, even to me, I'm like, wow, I'm glad, because now I feel like, at least for me, I have a better understanding of what he's about to explain when he tries to explain these pills and the difference between, like oxycodone and oxycontin, like we covered that. Remember, they're the same thing. Hydrocodone, I think he tries to make it more confusing than it really is, but it's hard to, you don't know that until you go and like look it up like I did, like we did. We covered it at the beginning. So again, that hopefully we have good context there for it.
30 milligram pills, instant release oxycodone. That
That's the same as Oxycontin.
probably mixed in with some Oxycontin, which
They're the same thing. See
is
that?
made of oxycodone. It's just
No.
release.
Holy shit. Okay, you guys. Wow. That he fucked up there. You guys. This might be one of the best actual evidences so far that this is all lies. Besides all the stuff that we've covered, I don't think anybody caught this because I didn't catch it. I put together the beginning part of the video where we talked about the difference between the different pills. I did that after, like, I did that right before, like I did that recently. So I didn't have that context when I did this like when I was getting this video together. So, okay, he fucked up. Do you guys remember the Venn diagram? Do you guys remember the Venn diagram? This is important. This is important. This is what we need. Hold on. Let me rewind that. You guys, holy shit. The Venn diagram. Remember the Venn diagram? We'll pull it back up. Hold on.
That I shouldn't have done on
Hold
my
on.
behalf,
That's important.
knowing that they trusted me.
How many pills were you using a day?
Depends on
Hold on.
a number of items. Most importantly, how strong the pill was.
Let me just say, if I heard him correctly, what he says, anyone that took these pills, even not addict, like let's say that they just took them occasionally for pain after a knee surgery, say, or they wouldn't get this wrong the way he does. Hold on, let me just make sure.
Okay. Well, let's talk about, let's say start maybe in January.
Yeah, you missed the diagram, T-Pain.
And move forward. Can
We'll
you
pull
describe
back
to
up.
the jury what your daily pill intake was like?
Okay, before he answers that, let's go back. Let's make sure. I don't want to be wrong about this. This is too important. We're going to go back to this. Let me pull my banner down. This is the part that, again, some of you may have missed this. I know you, wifey, missed this, but this is the time where this was important to review. And hold on, sorry, we shouldn't be playing. Hold on. And I'm really glad that I have this. Hold on. Wow, I didn't even actually know that this would be as important as it ends up being. Hold on. Okay, so we have there's that, right? The Weasel. All right, so let's just go through it again real quick. So, wow, holy shit. Okay, so again, the difference between opioids and opiates. Opiates are a type of opioid, right? Basically, that's all. So that's not as key. Hold on, let's get to the Venn diagram here. Dude. So all opiates are opioids, but not all opioids are opiates. That's like a tongue twister. Say that 10 times fast. All right. Opiates are a subcategory of opioids. Correct. We did that. This is where, okay, this is the thing. Dude, again, I didn't actually, because I did this after the video, I did not realize, dude, that's like crazy, right? That's almost like, that's the right way to say this without sounding crazy. Knowing it was important, but not knowing why it was going to be important. Like when I took this, I did this picture, I took this screenshot. I was researching this morning, and this was like a last minute decision. And I was like, I don't know if I really need to include all this. Like, do we really need this information? And I almost didn't include this one. But then I was like, well, you know what? It's kind of important because it's easy to get them confused. But I did not know that this was going to have the significance that this is going to have. This is insane. Holy shit, dude. That was good instinct. Holy shit. Okay. Wow. So, okay. Oxycodone and Oxycontin are the same. This is important. Guys, listen. He tries to make it confusing. At first, I thought he was just trying to make it confusing, but now I think he actually doesn't know and didn't even do proper research. But someone who did these drugs ever would know the difference because from researching it, well, we'll get to the Venn diagram and then you'll see. So, okay, the point here, oxycodone, Oxycontin, same thing. And he already tried to weasel that. He was like, which one do you mean, oxycodone or Oxycontin? He's getting them confused because he doesn't know. He's getting it confused, you guys. What he should have said if he was even trying to lie better or had any experience with this is he would be trying to differentiate, let me go to the Venn diagram, between this. This is the thing. This is the thing. You guys, this is the proof. This, for anyone, whenever from now until the end of time, like when you hear people talk about, and understandably so, that maybe he did take drugs, but it wasn't as many. I think if we hear, like, and we're going to hear that answer, this is like, he never fucking took them at all, like at all. Because you would not make this mistake. Even if you just had a knee surgery and you got prescribed, look at this. They're different schedules. Look at this. Look at this. Look, you guys. So even just getting prescribed these, the process would be different because Schedule 2 and Schedule 3 are prescribed differently. And they're like, it's a bigger deal at the pharmacy, right? Look at this. Even this hydrocodone can be faxed or phoned in. Oxycodone must be a hard copy. Think about this. If this was real, he would remember which one because he describes it from the knee surgery. You would remember if you have to have a hard copy and bring that to the pharmacy and go in person with a hard copy, that would stick in your, that would like, holy shit, you guys. But the biggest thing is that people that use these know that oxycodone is more potent and it's more expensive. It's more potent. It's harder to find. Yeah. Thank you, Black Widow. That's a good way to remember it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's a great way to remember it. Oxy is stronger like an ox. Thank you. That's a great way to remember it. Oxy is stronger like an ox. It's, again, more expensive, harder to find. And if you have a prescription for it, it's more controlled and it has to come in a hard copy. Look, it's 5 times more effective for pain. Okay. So, and the key thing here, OxyContin is the same thing as oxycodone. It's just the brand name. So the thing that he should be differentiating between is these two. And he fucks it up, you guys. I'm still processing this. Yes, it's the generic name for OxyContin. Correct. It's the type of, yes. So the way, I don't even have words right now. This is huge. 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 I'm going to rewind. Okay. I'm going to keep this here on this Venn diagram. This is huge. I'm going to pull this back up and I'm going to rewind it to the initial. Hold on.
Most of what
we're going to hear it straight from the shrimp weasel's mouth. This is, and the thing is that, wow, it's understandable that no one would have caught this because it is so confusing because they all sound similar and it's easy to get them mixed up. And I think that everyone just sort of figured same, which is like another EDB saying. She'll go same. I assume same. In my mind, I'm like same. Like it doesn't really matter which one it is. It matters. It matters because it's in the details. He's getting the details wrong, you guys. Oh my God.
Over the years, despite the pills that you were using. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were able, of course, during this period of time to engage in these relatively complicated thefts that increased over the years that we've just talked about, despite the pill usage. Is that correct?
I was. I was.
All right.
This is insane. I can't.
And
he gets
you were
fucks
also
up.
able to, during this time period, convince your staff that nothing was amiss with all of these exhibits.
I rewound it so we can hear the initial thing with the drugs because this is important. Dude.
I mean, most of those didn't require convincing my staff, but just so we're on the same page again, I acknowledge that I certainly
Weaseling, we heard the
allowed them
weaseling,
to be misled. I certainly allowed them to do things that I shouldn't have done on my behalf, knowing that they trusted me.
How many pills were you using a day?
Okay.
Depends on a number of items.
Depends.
Most importantly, how strong the pill was.
Okay.
Well, let's talk.
Oops, sorry. Okay. We can answer these questions. How strong the pill was. So what is that referring to if you know what you're talking about? This is the thing that he's referring to, right? If he's not fucking lying and making, like, literally, we know this now. That's what this is. If these are your painkillers, this is the difference. Regardless of, like, that's the thing. How strong the pill was. He is referring to oxycodone versus hydrocodone. You guys see the Venn diagram? Got it? He's saying how many I took depends on how strong. Why? Look at the green circle. Oxycodone is 5 times more effective for pain suppressing. Look at the top part, more potent, right? This is what he should be talking about, is these two. In the oxy, strong like an ox, versus hydro, watered down. Oh, I just came up with that. Yes. Thank you, Black Widow, for the ox part. Oxy, strong like an ox, hydro, more watered down, right? If just is in terms of just trying to kind of compare them and remember, There we go. Black Widow is asking great questions. What is the purpose of the pill deception and what was he paying out money? Remember, everything that he lies about is covering for something that's worse than the thing he admits to. So whatever he's hiding is worse than all the things he said he's done. Whether they really did them, like the stealing money from clients, or didn't do them, like the drugs. So remember, my opinion, and we do have evidence of this. If he wasn't buying drugs, okay. If he wasn't paying Eddie for something, whatever it is, if he wasn't giving Eddie that money, remember from back in when we had Ryan Kelly, cousin Eddie lives in the garage in a rundown house, like whatever, blah, blah, like is living like maybe not poverty, but almost, but yet he has all these checks for $50,000 every week or whatever. Cousin Eddie wasn't my opinion, but there's also been some testimony. It's money laundering. Alex was having cousin Eddie cash the checks. So Alex writes cousin Eddie a check for $50,000. Cousin Eddie cashes the check and brings Alex $50,000 in cash. It's money laundering. And we heard testimony from Ronnie Crosby. And remember, when we watched that, I even said that was key because he's the first and only person that actually uses that term. He goes, it was money laundering. And I was like, bam, bam. He knows what's up. But remember, if Alex is lying to cover that up, remember, like I said, it's always to cover up something else. If he wants to cover that up, he has to make up an excuse for why he's paying cousin Eddie $50,000. And he always does a twofer because he's got so many shit to cover up and to lie about. So it's a twofer. So he's like, oh, well, okay, if I make up drugs, this is what I'm thinking, right? If he's like, oh, I make up drugs, it's a twofer. It gives a reason why I was paying cousin Eddie or writing him checks, right? Because with cash, they can't, right? Or he could turn the cash into gold. They don't really know what happened, right? So he can say, yeah, I wrote him as if he's actually paying cousin Eddie, right? And the second benefit, or the twofer part, right, would be that it can be used as an excuse for why he stole all the money from the clients, right? So essentially, it's like, where did all the money go? Drugs. Why were you paying cousin Eddie? Drugs. When in fact, he wasn't actually paying cousin Eddie. He was, in my opinion, laundering that money and getting cash. Cousin Eddie wasn't getting that money. So, and there's actually more reasons. We'll only start with those two for now. But the drugs ended up, and we actually covered it. We went over the side of the road timeline. We actually discussed a good bit of where the whole drugs thing comes in Alex's whole plan on how to deal with all of these lies collapsing in on each other. The tangled web and all that. And we talked about how he's trying to solve all these different issues with this lie, and then he needs another lie to cover up that lie. So I know Eddie. So, wife, you might not have been here when this was actually important as far as the offshore accounts. Everything that I've heard about this stems from this. And let's just cover this. This is because this is another misinformation, or rather a collective mismemory, like the Alan Wilson thing, where everyone just remembered that at the time, it was like, he wasn't there at the trial. He was there at the whole trial. Okay. But the other thing, what you might be referring, what I know of is what you might be referring to. And you can let me know if it's not, if there's something else. And we talked about this. Some of you guys were here. Some of you probably weren't. We talked about this many episodes ago. So, but it was the fact that the whole thing with the going to the Bahamas. We heard that testimony earlier on in this whole series from many witnesses. There was only one trip to the Bahamas. It was with Maggie's family right after Maggie and Paul died. With Maggie's family. So that is the only one. What happened is that somehow, like the game of telephone, since the trial, and it hasn't been that long, it's only been a year, what happened is the part about the family has just gotten kind of like forgotten. And we hear it all the time to where I actually, in my mind, I'm like, oh yeah, the Bahamas account, Bahamas visit. In my mind, I actually was thinking that, like, because I'd heard it, but until we went back through during this series and we heard the testimony. And that's when I said, holy shit, you guys, what? How did everybody fuck this up? Because everybody's just like acknowledging and accepting, yeah, you know, that trip to the Bahamas, right? We've heard every person talk about this on every type of podcast, show, platform. Everybody refers to this trip to the Bahamas as like, and you know why? Because everyone's asked this question, where's the money? And everyone's trying to answer it. They don't know, right? And so the first thing they think of is, oh yeah, the trip to the Bahamas, but they're not actually thinking or answering the question because it's like almost just like an automatic answer. And I'm not blaming anybody. What I'm saying is this. What's gotten left off and then forgotten about is the rest of that, which is that the trip to the Bahamas was with Maggie's family right after Paul and Maggie died, and that was the only trip. I don't see that happening where he was with her family and also BRB, let me go do an offshore account. I just don't see that happening. And when you heard the testimony at the time, it was clear that no one even thought that that was happening. Like law enforcement didn't think that was happening. Like nobody thought, like when you heard the testimony, it was clear that this was like a family vacation and there was not even a thought that anything else was happening. And that is the only, like, oh, okay, the polygraph test. Okay. Yeah. But we know he's lying about where the money is. I don't know where the FBI is thinking, but they're probably on the, I have my own opinions, right? And we've talked about this, but it's not, I guarantee you that it's not going to be, it's going to be the last thing anybody's going to think of in terms of what would be practical. Right. I know about the whole lie detector thing. Him failing the polygraph test when they ask him where the money is and him lying about it, him failing it, though, doesn't mean it's in an offshore account, right? It just means he was lying. And polygraphs, well, okay. Can we take a step back? Can we take a step back? I'm not going to make any assumptions. What do we know about polygraph tests? What do I know? Okay. What do I know about polygraph tests? There's no such thing as a lie detector test. A polygraph test is a tool that detectives use to try to make people nervous and elicit a certain response so that they can then assess their body language. Really, when you hear people that know, that's really what it is. It's because when they say to somebody, okay, it's going to be they might call it a polygraph, they might call it a lie detector, people get nervous because they think it's a real thing, right? There's actually great stories about from the behavior panel, and they talked about I think it was Greg talked about how there was one time when they were doing an interrogation and the dude had a calculator. Listen, guys, this is my point. He had a calculator. Yeah, exactly. They don't prove shit. He had a calculator and he says, okay, we're going to do a polygraph or a lie detector. I don't remember what he called it, but he has a calculator and he just says those words to the guy and pulls out this calculator and pretends that this device does anything. And that was it yielded the result they wanted, which was him getting nervous and then fucking up a story or whatever the case may be. Right. Exactly. Blackwatter's exactly right. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we are dealing with a Weasel, a skilled, the only significance that I see in this entire thing with the FBI and the polygraph is the fact that it affects his plea deal, right? Because part of the terms of that was that you couldn't lie or whatever. Polygraph or no polygraph, they would have figured out he was lying at some point. I mean, it's like, I don't care apart from that because we know he's going to be lying. We know he's going to lie. We know that it's going to be difficult for people to find the answers to a lot of the questions they might be asking. So therefore, it's hard to prove the lie. We know that this is an experienced liar who has a unique way of dealing with all the lies and a unique way of so between the fact that there is a polygraph isn't really a real thing, and then you add in all these extenuating circumstances, I just don't put any stock really, again, beyond how it might affect his terms of sentencing with the feds, right? If that makes sense. Does this make sense, guys? Right. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It affects the plea deal. That's it. That's the point. That's the only reason I care about it. When that came out, I wasn't like, oh, we're going to actually learn any information about anything. I was just like, oh yeah, haha, like say goodbye to your plea deal, right? That was my reaction. That was my reaction. They don't need a polygraph to know he's lying. You should know at this point that he's lying. But again, they need it. They can use it to try to, affect this plea deal. That's the point. Because it was in the plea deal, it had specific terms that he had to agree to, and he did agree to, right? And then if they're broke, and that's true with the feds. The feds are like this. Again, remember I was saying before, the feds are about wheeling and dealing on the plea deals. That's what I said. So that's the whole thing. This is what they do. This is what they do. Because again, they're not going to like go to trial and get found not guilty. It's just, okay, cool. I'm glad this is making sense. So this actually, it's great. It all comes full circle because I was already talking about this anyway in relation to something completely differently. But yeah, same, right? Like the feds this is what they do. Wheeling and dealing. It's like a transaction. It's a business transaction. That's a good way to put it. And you didn't hold up your part of the transaction. And so therefore whatever it was agreed to in the contract, because a plea deal is a contract, then that thing happens. That's all this is. And so it's not the way to really learn new information, in my opinion, from Alex. But because we were talking about, about the money, because the money's tied to the drugs. This is just so Murdaugh-y, isn't it, though? How everything's just all so related. And so, okay, so yes. So the drugs were, because the drugs were, in my opinion, a better alternative to the money laundering, and also could be used as a reason to explain all the other lies and all the other bullshit, right? Like he ends up using the drugs as a scapegoat for a lot of different things. Sympathy ploy, why he was stealing, blah, 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 blah. And, as we know from before with his testimony, he forgets to bring the drugs in for long periods of time and talks about all this stuff and then forgets about the drugs. And then all of a sudden, oh yeah, and then the drugs, right? And just kind of an afterthought. But what we're doing is we're looking, again, just to bring it back. This is the two things he should be talking about. If he even bothered to do a little bit of, okay, the Google searching doesn't make it clear. Honestly, this Venn diagram helped a lot, but it wasn't actually easy. Again, people, like, you had to put in not a lot of effort, but you put in a little bit of effort to really find the answers if you're looking for this question on how to understand the similarities and differences. Because like, if you just do like a regular Google search, it's just going to give you definition of an opioid, where it's like, I already know what that is. I'm looking for more specific information. So anyway, but he didn't. Not only is it clear that he wouldn't have any experience with these, but like there's a due diligence that's missing. But the thing is, he got lucky because nobody fucking caught it. Nobody caught it. Because again, it is so confusing because of the names. And that was the other thing I was saying. Oxy, strong like an ox. Hydro, watered down like water, less strong. Okay, now back to his bullshit testimony.
Let's say start maybe in January of 2021 and move forward. Can you describe to the jury what your daily pill intake was like?
I think at that time, most of what I was purchasing was 30 milligram pills, instant release, oxycodone.
Oxycodone, which is the same as Oxycontin.
That probably mixed in with some Oxycontin, which... Do
you guys hear that? Probably mixed in with some Oxycontin. That's the start. That's the start. You guys, are you guys seeing this? I am flabbergasted. This is maybe the biggest fuck up he made in this trial, honestly. And nobody caught this. He got lucky, man. Let me hear one more time. I cannot believe this. I can't.
Okay. Well, let's talk about, let's say start maybe in January of 2021 and move forward. Can you describe to the jury?
No, it's not that he was mixing pills and he's not dead. It's that he's describing them as if they're two different things with different strengths. Creighton is asking him about how many pills he took, and he's saying it depends on how strong they were. And what he means to say is that he took at different times back to the Venn diagram. What he means to say is he took at different times oxycodone, which is the stronger one, so you take less, and the hydrocodone, which is the watered down one, so you would take more of them. That's what he means to say. He fucks up because he says, instead, oxycodone mixed with Oxycontin. They are the same thing, you guys. Same. It doesn't make it, it's like saying, okay, it's like saying, let me think. Trying to think of an example. My brain is like it's like saying, what's an example? I'm sorry, you guys. Okay. So it's like saying, okay, let me just use coffee as an example. So let's say you have like you can get like, okay, no, let me use tea, like iced tea, because this is the South. Okay, iced tea. Either you can have unsweet or sweet tea. In the South, it's sweet tea, right? And I don't even drink this. I'm just trying to think of an example. So let's say you have like unsweet iced tea and sweet iced tea. People get really particular about this, and they'll ask for like half and half, or like even 3/4 of one and 1/4 of the other, or a splash of one and a splash of the other. It's really insane. They want that right level for them of the sweetness. So let's say that then you also have sugar-free sweet tea. So it's just as sweet as the regular sweet tea, but it's sugar-free for people that can't have sugar or whatever, I guess diabetes. So let's say that that's what we're talking about. And let's say that somebody asks Alex and they're talking about tea and they say, so how sweet do you like your tea? I'm trying to make this make sense or explain it to make sense. How sweet do you like your tea? And if he actually drank tea, he would be talking about how much unsweet and how much sweet tea ratio. And this actually works because it's a Southern thing. Usually it would be all sweet, but whatever. So sweet tea versus unsweet tea. Okay? How much? So how sweet? or how much? Let's say the question was like, so how much unsweet tea did you drink a day? And he says like, well, it depends on how sweet the sweet tea was. And then he's like, okay, well, how sweet? He goes on to elaborate. And instead of explaining how he would get his correct mix of in terms of how sweet you want it between unsweet tea and sweet tea. And then Alex instead describes combining sweet tea with sugar-free sweet tea. So they're exactly the same. This is maybe not the best example. In other words, the result is it's same. It would taste. If someone is asking this question because they're like, how sweet do you want your tea? You're combining unsweet tea with sweet tea. And instead you explain that answer by saying you're combining sweet tea with sugar-free sweet tea. They'd be like, you've never fucking drank tea. Does this make any type of sense, you guys? Coke and Pepsi, great example. Blackwater, thank you. My brain. Coke and Pepsi, yes, exactly, yes. So So yeah, so if Coke and Pepsi, so let's say that that you're pretending to be a soda drinker and someone's saying, okay, so like how much soda did you drink? And then he's like, well, it depends on if it was Coke or if it was Pepsi. This is a much better example. And they're saying, yeah, so, and he's like, well, it depends if Coke or Pepsi. So, okay, well then, so like, what's the difference? When would you decide to drink Coke or Pepsi, blah, blah, blah. And then he says, well, it was a mix of Coke and Coke. Is this making sense? It's like, that's, those are the same. So and if you actually had drank soda, you would be knowing that you should be talking about Coke and Pepsi, but instead you're saying Coke and Coke. Is this making sense? Okay. So, all right.
What your daily pill intake was like?
I think at that time, most of what I was purchasing was 30 milligram pills, instant release, oxycodone, that probably mixed in with some OxyContin, which...
Do you guys get it? They're the same thing. You can't have them. When he says mixed in, he's trying to describe different pills with different strengths. That's what do you guys get it? Like, are you guys seeing, like, this is probably mixed in? I don't even... That's huge. I hope you guys see this. I hope that, like, I hope this makes sense.
It's made of oxycodone. It's just time release. I would have been taking anywhere from
listen to how this is. He's trying to do the math. Listen, he's trying to do the math and answer correctly with something that's believable. And he doesn't do a good job because what he ends up saying anyway is like, everyone knows it's like a lethal dosage and all that. But he's trying to buy himself time by saying, well, it would depend on how many pills I take would depend on the strength. And the strength varies based on if it's like in the actual factual information, that the strength varies based on if it's hydro or if it's oxy, right? We learned that oxy is 5 times stronger. That's your difference in strength, oxy or hydro. And so he's trying to calculate the answer to this question based on how many pills would it be if it was hydro and how many pills would it be if it was oxy. But the fact that he's trying to calculate this, saying how many pills would it be if it was oxy and how many pills would it be if it was oxy, shows this to me is the proof that he never did any, like, because if you really took these pills in your brain, it would have been a whole thing, because you wouldn't mistake the difference between oxy and hydro because one's 5 times stronger. That's my point. If you took these pills, even if you weren't an addict, you would know oxy versus hydro because you would want the 5 times stronger. If you had severe pain, whatever, even if you weren't an addict, like you would. And again, the other difference is you need a paper prescription to get the oxy. It's a tightly scheduled. It's a Schedule 2 versus Schedule 3. Like the effort it takes to get the oxy, the difficulty it takes to get the oxy, and then the results of the oxy are so different from the hydro that if you did any of this, it would be significant. Like you would, and if you took these pills and this was like even if you were just somewhat like, even if it was for a legitimate injury, it would be important enough, like, and again, even just the effort it takes to get them, even if you have a prescription, is completely different. So this is not, but he's saying oxy versus oxy. They're the same. There is no difference. He's trying to explain the difference. There is no difference. This is the fuck up, dude. This is the biggest fuck up, I think.
1,500 milligrams, maybe, to,
And here's the thing. He's trying to justify or explain that he can't really answer it because it would depend on the strength of the pill. That all makes sense. And that, yes, correct. The problem is he names the wrong pills, dude. See, again, I bought this in terms of plausible lie, plausible story. It's all tracking. I'm not catching anything wrong with it besides the fact that we know he's lying or whatever. Like, in terms of like the science behind it, and everyone else, same. Like, they were like, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense, right? Because there's different strengths. The thing that everyone missed is he's trying to say that I can't really answer it because of the differences between pills that are the same.
maybe 1,000 or maybe 1,000 milligrams or 1,200 milligrams on a day I didn't take as much or didn't have as much, up to, I mean, there are days, many days, a lot of days, most days were more than that, and many days would be, more than 2,000 milligrams a day.
And how many pills is that?
Right.
It depends on
See? Here we go.
the strength
Listen, guys.
Well, let's say it's the
of the pill.
30s.
Depends on the strength of the pill. We're talking about oxy versus hydro.
That you just mentioned.
Because Oxycontin and oxycodone, the strengths are the same. It's just generic versus brand. The strength is the same. The difference in strength is only between oxy, or again, any oxy. We can just say oxy versus hydro. That's the easiest way to explain it. Because it doesn't matter if it's oxycodone or oxycontin. They're the same. Strength difference is oxy versus hydro. Oxy versus oxy, same.
If I took 30,
There we go.
if I had 30 milligram pills, you figure 100 pills would be 3,000 milligrams.
100?
100.
So you're taking 60 a day or something like that?
He never took
There
these
were
pills.
days where
This
I
is
took
proof he
more
never
than
took
that.
these
There were
pills in his
days I
life.
took less than that.
And how would you take
He
them
never
over the
took any
course
of these
the day?
pills.
I
This
mean,
is
how
proof.
are you taking it one time? How frequent in this time period, let's say January to June?
There's a point in time, and I'm not sure when it was, I think it was well before that, where, and you have to understand this. This is something that I can still remember the first time I ever took an
Mr.
Oxycontin.
Murdaugh, can I ask you to answer my question?
Okay.
I'll let you explain all you want. And my question was, how many were you taking a day during
He
this
doesn't-
time
wow,
from January
weaseling.
to June?
Big time
Answer that
weaseling.
first, please, and if you want to explain, I'm happy to let you do so.
I'm not positive, and here's why. It's because over the years, like as I was saying, the first one OxyContin made me sick. And that was when I was transitioning from hydrocodone to oxycodone. And it made me sick because it's a really, really, really strong one.
That's
And so,
correct. That's accurate.
one OxyContin pill.
I'm not
was
saying it's
like
after you took them. I'm saying
10 hydrocodone
got the
pills.
words right.
So, but anyway,
Hold on.
as I took
Right, I was talking over. I got to rewind. I'm just saying he got the words right there. And also remember, we were saying at the beginning too, for anyone that missed it, that every research that everyone's done from the end of time says that these pills don't give you energy. It's the opposite. And of course, that's just another problem with his testimony that he gave in the previous day for anyone that missed it. So when he was on, I think he testified to it on direct and on cross from the previous day. But, he says that these drugs, and he might say it again today, but the drugs give him energy. Nope, they give him energy. They make him blah, 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 blah. I mean, and literally that's scientifically impossible, as we know. So again, he has to say that because one of the problems is that everybody comes in and says, what was Alex like? Oh, he was a tornado. He was a Tasmanian devil. He was a whirlwind. If anything, ADD, right? His behavior that everybody saw was the opposite of what you would expect if someone was on painkillers. So what does he have to do? He has to come in and say, yeah, these drugs gave me energy magically. Scientifically, I tried to find anything that would even just say neutral. I couldn't even find that. Everything says scientifically, even if you have a tolerance, it's a sedative. It's a downer. It's a sedative. So anyway, okay.
During this time from January to June. Answer that first, please, and if you want to explain, I'm happy to let you do so.
I'm not positive, and here's why. It's because over the years, like as I was saying, the first OxyContin, one OxyContin made me sick. And that was when I was transitioning from hydrocodone to oxycodone. And it made me sick because it's a really strong one. And so, one OxyContin pill was like 10 hydrocodone pills.
Incorrect. It's 5 times stronger. The thing is that the dosages, I've looked at this. I don't think I didn't include it on the thing, but the dosages of milligrams within like hydrocodone, like that doesn't really change. The difference is the strength between oxy and hydro, but the oxys are going to be whatever it is. I think 30 milligrams or whatever. And then the hydros are going to be, I think they're, again, it's a slightly different drug, but it's 10 milligrams, but the effect of the oxy is that it's 5 times stronger. But again, the milligram doesn't really vary from everything I read. When you get an oxy, it's going to be whatever many milligrams. When you get a hydro, it's going to be whatever many milligrams. And so the variable, the difference is really, again, but just between one pill being stronger than the other, if that makes sense. Like with ibuprofen, you can get ibuprofen in like different levels of strength and stuff. What I'm trying to say is that, especially because these are controlled substances too, that's not the case with these. You can only get one level. So if you want something stronger, you have to switch to, it's like from ibuprofen to Advil. I don't know. I'm just trying to make an example, if that makes sense.
So, but anyway, as I took more and more.
Exactly.
Years,
that's right.
Just, you build up a tolerance to pain pills. And so what might give me this energy, one of the reasons I became so addicted is
the energy.
Some people talk about pain pills and how they make them lethargic and
somebody talk about pain pills. Excuse me. Every single scientific, medical, everything, the chemical composition, the makeup of these pills, it is a sedative, dude. Again, to me, he's never taken them because he doesn't even understand how they work. If you take these, he doesn't even understand that there's a chemical element to this and a chemical structure, that it's not just personal preference. It's not like personality. He's saying, some people say it makes them feel this way, blah, blah, as okay, like that would make sense if you're talking about like a song, because some people might listen to a song and feel one way and some people might listen to a song and feel another way. However, when it comes to something that is like a medicine that has a chemical makeup and a composition to it, it's not debatable. It's not up for opinion. It's not subjective, right? It's objective. It's science. We know what it does. It does this thing. Does that make sense?
Where they can't do anything and they feel. Opiates gave me energy. I mean, whatever I was doing, it made it more interesting. It made me want to do it longer.
It sounds like he's describing like
it made driving. It's just
MDMA or
at the beginning, it made everything better.
LSD or
I took so
cocaine
much just to keep. It got to a point where I was taking so much just to not backslide or go into withdrawals or have all those symptoms. And so it got to the point where I was taking the amounts that I came to be taking.
Which he doesn't even say.
In the time period you're talking about, January to June.
He doesn't even say until Creighton makes him do the math
here.
It
evolved over time. It wasn't like
it's just like
started.
Do you see the similarity with that and how he described his income? He's like, I made whatever I was making. And here he says, I took the amounts of what I was taking. It's the same exact fucking thing. Same. He doesn't actually give an answer.
And Mr. Waters.
Right, can you just give me one example of a day during that time period?
Sure.
Did you start at 8 o'clock in the morning, or whatever time you got up, and take one, and then one every 30 minutes? I mean,
Well, no,
I've given you a chance to explain. So
It would
now
totally
be
depend.
specific.
It would totally depend on any number of circumstances. So, starting a day, one of the main things that this would depend on was how late the day before I had taken pills. And
T-Pain, I don't think you were watching when we talked about this. When he has his interview with Brian Kelly, we really talked. This is when we really broke down the main reasons why initially I'm like, I don't buy this. But his experience with drugs, I believe, came from his clients because they were victims of huge accidents, right? They had catastrophic damage. They definitely were prescribed. And in fact, remember, everything is, you could go back and watch this because it's actually, we break it down really well when he's on that phone call. You can see the truth and you can see the lies, and all the lies are based on the truth. And he actually says, they ask him a direct question about his experience, you know, about when he got, I can't remember what it was, but they ask him a question about his own personal experience, and he answers it based on actually what his clients had told him from their experience when they needed pills after a catastrophic injury. And that's where you're like, you know, it's like, if you pay attention to this shit, he answers it based on what he knows from them. He never even says he never gives firsthand personal testimony, right? He says it to where it's like, based on everything I know, based on everything I remember, so that you could, if you wanted to, you could try to assume you just have to listen carefully, because it's like, he's answering it, but he's not answering it. And it's all that weaseling. It's just weaseling. And so you realize that if you can go through and listen to it, and you can realize that he could be talking about literally anybody but him taking these pills. And you could go back and apply that to his answers, and it would all still be correct because he doesn't ever use first person. And the other thing, remember, no one ever saw him take pills. The only evidence that we have of him having anything to do with drugs is only this, that Maggie and Paul found pills in his computer bag on maybe more than one occasion, a small amount of pills in his computer bag, found pills. Not that they saw him take pills, not that there was any, you know, the only person we have is Buster and Buster fucks up the dates too as to when Alex went to Rio. In other words, it's all from Alex's own mouth, or Buster's mouth, or his attorney's mouth. There is no evidence. There's no evidence anywhere of any testimony of anyone having seen him take pills, of anyone seeing him purchase pills, of anyone even seeing him act like he was on pills or in withdrawal from pills. It all came from his own mouth. And when you look at it that way, it totally explains why he made sure that when they arrested him, he was at a detox facility. And we're going to get to that on Sunrise Deep Dive Part 2. So, again, any assumption that he was taking pills comes from his own story. And any prior testimony he's given as to his understanding of anything, of how the pills make you feel or anything like that, he actually, in my opinion, fucked up by actually referencing his clients at some point. And then it becomes clear that that's where he's drawing that information from. So I shouldn't be muted. Are you guys not hearing me? Are you guys hearing me? Or is Abby says I'm muted? I shouldn't be muted.
How
I don't know.
many I had taken, and did I take them?
That's
during
right,
the night? Did I
T-Pain.
wake up during
That's
the night
right. That's right.
and take them?
Also,
So,
Black Widow,
you know,
great point. Great point. Because you know what? We didn't hear from any of his lifelong friends that he's known since college, anything. You're so right. Where's the receipt? That didn't even, you're right. That got lost in the shuffle for me because there's so much other. That's a great point. There's no receipt for the knee injury. None. You're exactly right.
let's just say that it had been a while.
Okay, I'm
since
glad you guys can hear
I
me.
took any, and I slept.
Yeah, you guys are
and I
right.
woke up,
Absolutely.
all right? Then I
Excellent.
would immediately, first thing, take pills, because if it's been a while, a lot of times, if you slept and hadn't taken pills, you'd wake up and you could tell the beginnings of those.
You could.
I'm not gonna say they were really
You could.
withdrawals, but the agitation that you feel when you don't take it, and you could tell it. So you had to
Oh,
take
yeah.
it right away.
You guys-
So I would start off. First thing I would do.
Y'all buckle up. Y'all. We're going to learn firsthand just how difficult or not difficult it is to get into one of these facilities when we do the Sunrise Deep Dive Part 2. So stay tuned.
Take pills.
And that's how strong the withdrawals are for opiates, correct? That you feel that agitation until you can take another pill.
Yes, I mean, but that's just agitation's the tip of the iceberg when
Let's
it
talk about that.
comes to withdrawals, opiate withdrawals.
I think you said in your what's been played for the jury and the telephone conversation with Special Agent Kelly that, and you talked about withdrawals, just how strong they are, how you're willing to do anything to make them stop, correct?
I think what I said is almost anything.
Almost anything. Well, describe that, please.
I mean, you're sick.
Thank you. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Black
You
Witter.
are physically
Brilliant. Thank you. That's a great example. Yep. Brilliant. Thank you. Beautiful.
sick. You it's like having the flu when you ache and your joints hurt. You don't want to get up. I mean, you can't get up, and that's after a while. It starts with what you're talking about, agitation, and fidgety. Everybody talks about how fidgety I was. But
There he's using
it
everyone else's
starts
testimony to try to support his own bullshit.
with that, and then it goes
Classic
to,
Weasel.
you might be sitting here and just all of a sudden sweat's running down your face, all over your body. I mean, like you ran a marathon. I mean, you literally sweat that much. The next thing that comes on after about 12 hours is, I call it jumpy legs, but I mean, there's no way that you could sit right here in this chair. I mean, you couldn't remain sitting. I mean, you would have to get up and move around. And I mean, it's like your legs don't want to work. And that lasts for about anywhere from 18 to 24
You know what's interesting
hours.
is like anyone that knows people who've like had any type of like addiction, that if there's a common symptom of withdrawal, you guys probably hopefully might be familiar with, like, usually they'll have names for things. There's like a colloquial term or like a lingo, and it might even vary on the country or the region. But when he says, I call it jumpy legs, I'm like thinking to myself, anyone that's been through this, that's like they would have a name. There would be a name that they use for this, right? Like a term. I don't think it's jumpy legs. There's probably some term for it, but I don't know what it is. I'm just saying. Absolutely, Blackwater is exactly right here. Yes, and that's also true. So Blackwater says he's talking about outside symptoms that can be seen from someone else, and Super Planner Girl says this is really all stuff you can read online. Exactly. And the problem is that the problem. So if he did this, he would learn that where he runs into trouble is the whole energy thing. If you read the basic knowledge online, you will read it's a sedative. So then he has to start his whole thing with like, yeah, for some people it makes them feel whatever, but for me it gives me energy, as if it's a personal preference. That's not how drugs work, Yeah, cold turkey and delirium tremens, exactly, right?
During that period, the intestinal issues come in, and I mean, you can't control yourself. You have.
One thing I learned from the Maya Kowalski trial, not that she was on, you guys know, the Taking Care of Maya, that trial. So I never watched the documentary, but I watched the whole trial, gavel to gavel. One thing I learned a lot is that the opioids cause horrible constipation, and if you're taking a lot of them, she was actually prescribed them, so whatever. So she was prescribed them. And so she was taking what would have, I guess, in that case, been a therapeutic amount, right? So not some insane, likely toxic, fatal number. She was taking a therapeutic, a high dosage, but a therapeutic dosage, whatever. So, but what I learned is that if you are taking a lot of opioid painkillers, that one thing that is of great concern is the constipation, because it actually can become life-threatening. And again, this is from the trial for the Maya case, that she actually, there several times that she was hospitalized, it seemed like the biggest imminent, like immediate threat to her health and like safety was the constipation. And she actually was like hospitalized for that issue on a couple occasions where that was the primary concern. And there needed to be intervention. She went to the ER for intervention from the constipation. But I never even knew that that was a thing, or that it could be like life-threatening, but that is where I learned that. So, yeah. What's interesting is we're not hearing about constipation. We're hearing about, I guess, diarrhea, but the constipation apparently is a really huge issue and a huge concern. And anyway, just another thing.
I mean, diarrhea, like
Yeah.
you have food
There
poisoning.
we go. So that
You
seems
throw
opposite.
up. I mean, you're physically sick.
How many times did you try to self-detox?
Mr. Waters, dozens, if not hundreds. You know,
Hundreds.
there's so many.
Hundreds of times? Really?
And those symptoms you just described are extremely powerful and made it very difficult to do that. Is that correct?
Made it difficult to,
try to self-detox.
oh, it's extremely hard.
You mentioned yesterday that you were paranoid. How long had that been going on?
Well, no, I didn't say that I was paranoid. What I said was,
You didn't?
as the addiction evolved, there would be situations where you would have these paranoid thoughts.
And when did those first start?
I can't tell you when they first started, but
I mean, how long before June of 2021?
a long
Week,
time.
a month, a
Oh,
long
no,
time?
no. It was, you know, it was as my addiction got worse. I mean, it was a significant period of time, but, you know,
How long
when-
would you have these paranoid thoughts?
I usually a matter of seconds. I mean, it was
Matter of
something-
seconds?
Again, my whole life, you wouldn't see
Yeah,
me where I
exactly,
didn't have
guys.
pills on me. And that's where I kept them. I kept them on me because I was scared to put them somewhere for fear somebody would find them. So I kept them on me. So if you saw me, I had pills on me. I had a pocket full of pills on June the 8th.
This is assuming facts, not in evidence. You guys, there's
when I
no
was
evidence of any of this.
In
Oh.
David Owen's patrol car.
There's no evidence of this. It's just
So-
what he says.
I always
Insane.
had them on me, and I might be going to Edisto, and I turn on Hampton Street right out here, and a police car pulls out. Boom, I have paranoid thoughts.
Do you guys see problems with this? I see problems with this. I mean, y'all, this he had blue lights and a fucking badge on his dashboard. He was portraying, I'm one of you. Yeah, it just. I mean, yeah.
You know, it just,
You guys know. It's just.
but I could always say,
You can't.
you're not doing anything wrong. He's not following you, and I can get past it in a matter of seconds.
Did anybody in your family ever see you having these severe withdrawals?
Absolutely.
Good question, Creighton. Creighton, this is what I'm saying. I fucking love him. That's what I was saying, right? So Creighton doesn't Creighton doesn't believe for a second any of this. Creighton knows. Creighton does not believe he ever took these drugs. And Creighton, see, this is I did never even actually notice that specific question until now, but that's what I kept saying. Because how do you prove something? You need testimony. And we've heard all the testimony from everybody that knew him. And that's why Creighton's asking that question. Because remember, that's what I kept saying. When I kept saying there's no proof, part of it is because no one ever saw it. That's why Creighton's asking that question. Because not only did they all came in, they didn't know he was taking the drugs. They never saw him take drugs. They never saw him show signs. All that shit I keep saying, I've already said it. But I just love that Creighton's asking that same question because he's getting at the same thing that I was getting at.
And who did?
Mags, Pawpaw, Bus, my dad, Randy, John Marvin.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, Randy and John Marvin never saw me having withdrawals before September. They saw me.
And I thank you for clarifying that. Prior to June of 2021, who in your family saw you having these severe withdrawals?
Bus, Pawpaw,
Yeah.
Maggie, my dad.
Yeah, exactly, right? And the thing is, Buster already testified, and they can't fix this testimony because here's the thing. Buster already testified. Buster never said anything about seeing him on withdrawals. You guys can go back and watch. Buster, the only thing Buster said was when asked on direct examination, did you ever see him go to detox? And Buster says a very wishy-washy answer. You know, he was Again, I don't blame Buster because the position he is in. Remember, we went through this with the whole thing with the house because we know he had to lie about the cars being parked. We proved that with the grass and the parking. It's clear and it's understandable why, and it's clear that he was to be exaggerating / lying, for his dad. We get it. Like it, and as we saw, he kept looking at his dad for approval. It was so depressing, looking for approval from his dad, right? Like, so, and the best Buster could do was say something about Christmas around 2017 going into detox, but it was not a direct answer. And that was all there was. There was no testimony. Imagine if you're a kid and you see your parent going through withdrawals around Christmas. How would you answer that question? If they even if someone doesn't ask you that question specifically, if someone says, yeah, did your dad have detox? You were there and it was especially during the holiday, your memory of that, it would be, God, I'll never forget it, man. He was so sick. And you would probably get emotional, right? Like, and you talk about your Christmas and like, I thought he was going to die. And I don't know. It would be a traumatic experience for a kid. That's my point. It would be a traumatic experience for a kid who would witness it. And the best, again, I don't blame Buster, but the best he could do was kind of try to come up with a date around Christmas of 2017, which they must have told him because Alex actually says that same date as well. So that's all it does. It's trying to corroborate something. Anyway, yeah, so he names his dad, Buster, Maggie, Paul. Yeah, and we heard from Buster and the others are dead, so. Insane. That's exactly right. Thank you, Black Witter. Yes, that's exactly fucking right. That's right. It's right. Yep.
Remember calling Paul a little detective?
I don't know that I ever called him a little detective, but I think Maggie did. I may have. Paul was very intuitive, so I heard Miriam. I heard
your interviews.
I heard Miriam call him a little detective. I know Maggie used to call him that.
Did that have anything to do with the pills?
Well, Yeah.
That's
It
a
had
weird
something to do
answer.
with it, but I mean, Paul
That's a
was
weird
always
answer.
that way. But that what
Shouldn't
led
he say
him
yes?
to be called a little detective? Certainly, there were times when
If he wants to try to perpetuate.
Paul found pills.
Including just a month before the murders. Is that correct?
No, sir.
You recall 6/5/23 that was entered into evidence, which is a text from Paul to you,
I did.
which he said that Maggie found pills in your bag.
Right.
Tell me about what
But
happened after that.
You asked me about Paul finding them, but it was Maggie that found them.
Fair enough. So it was Maggie that found them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But Paul's the one who reached out to you, correct?
On that occasion, yes, sir.
And what was the discussion after that?
I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was about that I'd had eye surgery.
Do you guys remember him crying about this on direct examination? Because of the promise he made Paul? You guys remember this? That towards the end of his wow, I just thought of this now. Towards the end of his testimony on direct, when he gets asked about this same exact moment where Paul confronts him, he gets fake, as quote, air quotes, emotional, right, on the stand, and cries and goes on to talk about how it was a promise he made and he let him down, blah, blah. And now he's saying he doesn't remember it happening, as if it didn't happen. Do you guys remember that?
I don't know what day it was, but days before that, the day Maggie found them, Maggie drove me to the doctor for me to have my cataract removed, whatever they call that surgery. I can't remember. But I had a cataract.
Clearly, he didn't have it done.
You go in for a couple
And
hours,
this was
and you come
not
out. And it was during COVID, and so Maggie
cataract
wasn't allowed
surgery
to
and
come into
LASIK
the
or whatever
doctor's office,
is completely
and so
different things.
She sat in the car, and I had
Yeah, eye surgery, knee surgery.
pills
Fucking
in
hell.
the computer bag.
Here's
and
okay. Here's this part.
sitting out there bored. I guess she started looking at my computer and found them in the computer bag. So she found those pills.
All right. And so
Okay.
she obviously told Paul, and Paul
Oh, my
texted
ticker.
you,
I've
correct?
not even been
About finding those pills
fucking hell.
That's correct.
in May of 2021.
Ticker,
correct.
I'm
And
sorry.
you've heard your sister-in-law Marion testify that Maggie called him the little detective about the pills. You heard that testimony in this courtroom?
I did hear that.
All right. So did they start to watch you like a hawk and get on you about your pill usage during the month of May?
No,
They did not.
no, Mr. Waters, this battle that I had with addiction, it had been going on for years. Years.
Yeah,
And
he's short nuts.
they had been watching me like a hawk for years.
Great point.
Before May. May was just one occurrence where I let them down again.
All right. They had been watching you like a hawk for years. Is that correct?
About my pill addiction, yes, sir. That is correct.
This time in May, that wasn't the only time that Paul found pills or Maggie found pills. Is that correct?
Now, there were a number of times where
So I
Max
think
found
what's
pills.
smart about that for Creighton is that he's using that to his advantage. Like he doesn't buy, this is smart. He doesn't buy this bullshit, but the best he can do if it's going to come out of his fucking mouth, like the fake diarrhea he didn't have, is he can try to use it for some other purpose. So in other words, again, Creighton's not buying this bullshit, but Alex, from his own mouth, says that, Alex says they were watching me like a hawk or whatever, right? And so then Creighton uses that as like, oh, they were watching you like a hawk. Anything that would make it seem like there could be some sort of problem, right? Like, or I guess to me, maybe it's even more so like, well, if they were watching you that closely, there would be some sort of evidence that they saw something with the drugs, or they saw actual withdrawal, or they saw any of this. and they would have told somebody, and then we would know that any of this is even remotely true, right? Like, because if they were watching him like a hawk, in other words, then they knew about it. That's the point, right? They knew about it. It wasn't like he has the money stuff, which he, as we know, he hid from everybody. Nobody knew about it, right? But like with drugs, he's running in Alex's testimony runs into a problem for him because it's like he's simultaneously trying to bolster the story by saying he hid it from everybody. Nobody knew about it. All right. They didn't hear, but no one heard about it until September 4th. And then at the same time, he's trying to say, but it's not made up because my family knew about it. You guys see the problem here? It's not made up because my family knew about it. And they knew about it for such a long time. Well, then you run into going back and forth again. The problem with that. Well, there's no evidence that they ever saw anything. Like, anyway, it's great. You gotta love all the contradictions, right?
Paw found pills.
Oh yeah. Oh
Bus
yeah.
found pills. I mean,
Bus never, dude. Buster testified. If I was Buster, I'd be so pissed. He's putting words in Buster's mouth, dude. Buster never said he saw him in withdrawals. Buster never said anything about finding pills. In fact, do you guys remember what Buster said? Buster said, I didn't really know anything about it at all. I think there was a limit of what he would do to lie for his dad, and he didn't want to cross a certain line, personally. Like, that's my opinion, because, oh, God, thank you, Blackwater. Yeah, I think that, you're right. Fuck, I've missed a bunch. Buster says his knowledge is very limited. And actually, I feel like we should pull up Buster's testimony because he's like, I didn't really know much about it. I knew blah, blah. I think there's a limit, a line he wouldn't cross, right? But now his dad's fucking putting words in his mouth and saying that Buster knew about this and Buster said he didn't know shit, dude. This is insane. Poor Buster.
It was just an ongoing battle for me.
And after they found those pills in May, that being Maggie and Paul, were they trying to get you to self-detox?
No, sir, not at that point in time.
They just let it go?
No, they didn't let it go. But at that point in time, Paul and I had already had a discussion based on, I can't remember exactly when it was, but there had been a previous occasion a good while back where there'd been a previous occasion.
Yeah, I probably missed like 8
where
of these.
Either Maggie or Paul had found pills, and Paul had come to me and asked me, and I told him, you know, I was back on the pills.
Wow, that's interesting. Did you guys see that case? That was special. What's happening? What is happening?
When was this occasion?
What is
We had
happening?
a long talk.
Dude, what's happening?
As I said, I don't remember exactly when it was before that. Paul and I had had a long talk, and we'd agreed, I had agreed, and I detoxed so many times. I'd been to detox. I detoxed at home with Maggie's help. I detoxed at home with doctor's help. I detoxed on my own, tried to.
Can we hear from the doctor?
It just detoxed and just didn't work. You could detox, but you couldn't, no, not you, I couldn't stay.
Finally, that's
off
the
of
first
them.
time he fixes it and does the first person. You probably realized that he was fucking it up.
And so I promised Paul.
This is the part I was referring to, I guess, where he gets really emotional.
That as soon as we finished with his criminal case, that I would go to rehab. And
This is where he's
on
trying to
this
justify the
particular
whole thing with
occasion,
the vote, being
um,
so concerned with the vote case.
Paul knew that his mom
Again, he's trying to almost
worried
do a
about me
twofer with
so
all the
much
shit, right? One lie gives him two
with
benefits
pills
or something. That whole thing.
that on this particular occasion, I think that Pawpaw
Fucking pawpaw.
convinced Maggie that I got those pills in anticipation of the eye surgery, but that I never took them, so that she
There
would
was
not worry.
fucking eye surgery that you
that
don't
I
even know
was
what it was.
once again.
So you're talking about, now you're claiming that about the time in May, that Paul talked to Maggie and convinced her of that? Or are you talking about a different time?
I'm not claiming that, Mr. Waters. That's a fact. This is what happened.
All right, we're hearing that now, correct?
Hearing what now?
What you just said.
Well, you just asked me this. Mr. Waters, you keep making an issue about first time you hearing these things. When I got arrested and I went to jail, we began reaching out to you to talk to you about all of these things, to try to tell you everything that I'd done, to give you all these details to help y'all go through these financial things. And up until the time that y'all charged me with murdering my wife and child, you would never give Jim Griffin a response to our invitations to sit down and meet with you.
So you're telling me I never responded to Jim Griffin? Is that what you're saying here today?
I'm telling you,
Are you saying that you ever before yesterday reached out to anyone through yourself or through your attorneys and reached out to anyone in law enforcement or the prosecution and told them the story about the kennels? Are you telling me that?
what I'm telling you,
Answer my
Mr.
question
Waters,
first, please, sir. Answer my question first. Did you ever reach out to anyone in law enforcement or the prosecution and tell that story that you told this jury yesterday about the kennels before yesterday?
did I ever reach out to law enforcement to say, I want to tell you about the kennels? No, sir, I did not.
This is the Fifth Amendment line.
Pardon?
This questioning about him volunteering information on these charges violates his Fifth Amendment rights, and we strongly object. Any more, we have to make a motion.
Objection's overruled.
What I did was,
Answer my question first, sir.
Your Honor, for the record, he did not bring it. He was talking about financial
Sit
stuff.
down, Mr. Griffin.
I love that. Sirens.
Yes or no question.
Okay.
Before yesterday, did you ever bring up what you told this jury about that kennels to anybody in the prosecution or anybody in law enforcement?
no, I didn't have the opportunity to, Mr. Waters, because
Sorry, guys. Let me pause it real quick. This is. I'm trying to. Yeah, in case it glitched there for a second, that's because I'm pulling up the video with Buster's testimony real quick here. And so I'm just going to pause it real quick while it does that. And while I've been looking for that, I heard Paw Paw and I heard sirens. So I will update those as well. Let me also pull up while I'm doing this. Sorry, guys. Just trying to, while I have it paused so it doesn't glitch, just in case. I mean, I don't know if it's glitching or not, but it just could be. So well, I'll do that one later. I'll just go ahead and stick with this because now I wanted to pull up Buster's testimony. So let me find that real quick. So, okay, that was from part 9, I think. I'm just pulling that up. Boop, 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 boop. Here we go. Okay, so let me do my ticker. It's like, this is like, I feel like I need an assistant. There's like a whole like to-do list, right? Because there's like so much happening here to keep track of it all. But I have update for this and then sirens also. All right. If I could clone myself. So let's real quick. Actually, I'll pull up Buster's testimony at the intermission. Now that I have that video up, though, it'll be easier to do so.
would not respond to my invitations to reach out and tell you about all the things that I done wrong. And to talk about bringing this to a head, to talk about bringing this to closure. I understand how many people I hurt. I understand how angry my partners are and how hurt they are. And I understand how hurt these people that I stole money from are. I understand how hurt they are. And one of the things that I believe is getting past this may help them get some closure. And so since at least January, I've been trying to sit down with y'all to talk to y'all.
Okay.
And never, ever got a response to the multiple requests.
Multiple requests?
Yes, sir, multiple requests. I would ask about this
Let's
few
ask
weeks.
this, sir.
Sir?
Did Mark Ball ever hear your story to the jury about the kennels until yesterday? Your buddy and law partner, Mark Ball?
No, sir, I haven't spoken to Mark Ball since I went to rehab.
And these were the same law partners that you were listening to the night of. Is that what you testified to this jury earlier? You testified to that earlier, did you not?
I don't understand your question.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were listening to your law partners on the night of the incident?
Was I listening to them?
Yeah, you testified to that. It's a simple question, sir.
I'm sure I was. When are you talking about?
On June 8th, in the early morning hours, you testified to this jury that you were listening to them, but you never told them the kennel story either, and they heard it for the first time yesterday as well. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's the first time they heard it.
First time that Ronnie Crosby ever heard that would have been yesterday?
If he was listening, that would have been the first time he heard
First
it.
time Johnny Parker ever heard that was yesterday?
Yes.
First time Danny Henderson, who was representing you in the boat case, ever heard that was yesterday?
Yes, yesterday is the first time that I have said that openly. But that's not what you were asking me, Mr. Waters, but you go ahead.
First time your brother Randy heard that was yesterday.
If he was listening. And Mr. Waters, just to be clear, I was begging for a meeting with y'all to try to bring this to a close, to talk to y'all about everything up until the time that y'all charged me with hurting Maggie and Paul. Now, after that point in time, I stopped, obviously.
You're claiming that you were begging for a meeting, but you admit information was never conveyed that you wanted to change your story after multiple interviews with law enforcement about what happened that night, including the most important fact of all, which is when the last time you supposedly saw your wife and son alive was.
I don't know exactly what was conveyed or not to you because I wasn't part of it. All I know
Fair
is
enough.
what
You don't
I
know.
Yeah, Joel went live. What happened? Why did he go live? STS doesn't usually have. I guess it's not an STS show. I don't know because I would not schedule a live if I. What was it? Can y'all fill me in? Yeah, I know, right? Joel tricked you. I don't know. I don't know. I obviously I can't watch. So what happened with Joel? Okay. Also, well, I forgot what I was gonna say actually. Oh yeah, that's right. I think I know where we can also see the goat. We'll do that at intermission as well. So
was trying to do was to sit down. I understood to bring all this to a close that y'all would want me to sit down and go through all of these financial things, all of these things that I'd done wrong, and to try to bring that to a close, I was repeatedly trying to sit down with y'all.
The reality is, Mr. Murdaugh, is the reason why no
Did they
one's
go
ever
live,
heard
though?
that before
STS?
is because you had to sit in this courtroom and hear your family and your friends, one after the other, come in and testify that you were on that kennel video. So you, like you've done so many times over the course of your life, had to back up and make a new story that kind of fit with the facts that can't be denied. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir, that's not true.
Oh, it was just a short. Okay.
You've done that over and over again over the years with all of this that we've been talking about, haven't you?
I've done what over and over again?
The second that you're confronted with facts that you can't deny, you immediately come up with a new lie. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Waters, as we've established, I have lied many times, but I can't sit here and tell you that, what are you talking about, facts that I can't deny? That I would disagree with that proposition that you're putting out, that was what I did all the time. But in doing that, I admit again,
I've
that
lost
I
track of the
lied
weaseling.
to people that trusted me.
So we can agree that the prosecution and law enforcement and so many of your friends and family heard for the first time your story about the kennels yesterday after all these weeks of testimony. Can we agree on that?
That law enforcement
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yes,
my
you know that's a
partners
yes, dude.
and my
Weaseling.
friends heard me say that for the first time. Yes, I agree with that.
You don't have to just repeat it. He's trying to do that thing again, right?
Would you agree
Brought
with me?
out, make it confusing seeming, make it seem like he's correcting
That
Creighton
your
when he's actually
own
not
lawyer
correcting
was
him.
repeating your story that you were at home napping as late as November of 22 on national television.
I don't know.
You don't know that?
No, in jail, we don't get newspapers, and
Not true.
The TV
That's
we
a lie
have is
also.
limited, so.
So your
That's
own
a lie.
lawyers, at least
That's
as
a
late-
lie. We know for a fact, dude. We know that they are actually on top of their shit. Like they have. It almost seems like sometimes they have like they're more. Oh, they're live. STS is live now. What's happening? Fucking hell. I don't want to miss that, but also I don't really know can you tell me what's happening? Uh-oh. I don't know why. Why are they live? Okay,
As November 22 didn't know this story that you've told to this jury after 5 weeks of your family and friends coming in and saying, yeah, that's him on that video.
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor, violates attorney-client privilege communication, totally improper.
Oh, right. I was saying that we all know that they get access to all that shit in jail. But not only that, but the other thing is that this is important because what Creighton's trying to point out to the jury is that his counsel, up until just recently, because they didn't have the video yet. Remember how it was so recently they cracked Paul's phone? So he's saying in November of 2022, and remember this trial started in February of 2023, that they were still saying his attorneys still believed and were saying, and that's how they know what they believed, that that he was taking a nap or whatever and was not at the kennels. So that is a big deal because it just goes to show like that this is a made up story. Like, because even if he didn't share it with law enforcement or whatever, if it was true, he would have told his attorneys, right? So.
Yes, sir. Response.
He has brought up his communications with counsel, and now that is fair game, Your Honor. His communications with counsel with
STS
alleged
isn't
communications with the
really
prosecution.
live?
He didn't.
There's no attorney-client privilege to national television interviews. The objection is overruled.
Are you waiting for me to answer, Mr. Waters, or did I answer?
I think the point's made.
All right, sir.
Nah.
You said you were unaware of that national television interview. Is that what you said? You were
Unaware of what national television
The
interview?
one where your lawyer repeated that story as late as November of 2022. Your story that you were actually home asleep at the house.
The
During the
only national TV ad that I'm aware of is program is one that
Okay.
Mr. Griffin was involved in. Was are you referring to like a Dateline something?
I'm talking about HBO.
Okay, HBO. All right, so yeah, I am aware of that. And what I believe the case to be is that I believe that when that was in its works that Mr. Griffin made those statements sometime substantially before November of
Thank you,
22,
Wifey,
as
for
early as around
being in two
the very
places at once.
beginning of 2021.
Well, let's talk,
At least what I understand to be the case.
all right, let's talk some more about your
Every
testimony
answer
from
has to be
yesterday.
couched.
And you're telling this jury, even on something as clear as a skin on video, that your story doesn't change when you have to make them fit the facts that no longer can be denied. Is that what you're telling this jury?
I don't understand that question. Say that again.
I said, you're telling this jury that you don't change your story to make the facts fit evidence you can no longer deny, like what's been going on in this courtroom.
I'm not telling the jury anything about that.
All right, good. All right, let's move on. Let's talk some more about that issue. Let's talk about the confrontation on June the 7th with Jeannie Seconder, which you said was no big deal. Isn't that what you testified? Words to that effect?
I think what I testified to is that, to me, it certainly didn't seem like a confrontation. Jeannie came to me and was almost apologetic. And this is what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that what Jeannie Seconder and my partners have had to go through since September has been hard.
Dude, this is not responsive. Like, he's doing that thing whenever he's trying to stall, gain sympathy, misdirect. I mean, he's literally just changes it to this whole other topic of, I'm not saying I didn't admit to this, blah, blah. And like, this is not what Creighton, dude, like, what was the actual question? Let me just rewind it real quick. This is so silly.
I think what I testified to is that, to me, it certainly didn't seem
I know,
like
right?
a
Super planner girl.
confrontation. Jeannie came to me and was almost apologetic. And this is what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that what Jeannie
Yeah, so the
Seconder-
question was about regarding like their meeting on June 7th. That was the question.
and my partners have had to go through
Wifey.
since September has been hard.
He's asking about June 7th,
I know
not
that- I mean,
September.
I could see it. I could see the hurt that I caused them, and I know that they're betrayed, and I know that they're angry, and I know that they're hurt. And I want to make clear to this that while I disagree with what Jeannie said as to
The
it
thing
being
is, you guys,
a confrontation,
this is insane.
'cause
The
I
thing
don't-
is, too, that because Alex is an attorney, he knows that if Creighton tries to just interrupt him or cut him off, that Alex's attorneys, or in this case, would be Jim, is going to pop up and say, "Objection, let him finish," and then he's going to say, "Yeah, you have to let him finish his answer." That's the part of the thing. When you ask a question, you're committed to getting the answer when you're on your own side. Like, in other words, you can't just change your mind and be like, stop talking. The only people who can stop a train wreck answer is the other side, right? So that's actually another thing that's important to remember is like when Creighton asks a question and he gets these long rambling answers, he can't say objection non-responsive to his own witness. I mean, that's what would be happening, right? Like if these are non-responsive, but only the other side can object. So you're stuck with whatever answer you get when you ask a question, unless the other side steps in and objects, if that makes sense. You have to wait until it's been a reasonable point where it seems like they're finished with their answer. And then you have to try to, again, using the different strategies, which we've talked about, control the witness, changing your question, that type of thing, to get a different answer that's more responsive. But yeah, like you can't, that's why it's just, yeah, you can't object to your own witness.
I believe that it was. I don't think that she was lying. I think that she feels it. I think that,
Oh, for fuck's sake.
she believes that that's the case after all this time that she's had to deal with this. But on June the 7th, when she came to me, she was almost apologetic. You heard her say that she said that she wouldn't be doing her job if she didn't do this. And it was made clear to me that someone had said this, that I had to make sure that income came through the firm, that I couldn't structure money. In other words, I had the impression that there was concern that maybe, like Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby said, that maybe I was hiding fees because of the civil boat case. But
Let me see if I
that
can
conversation was
summarize.
so quick, Mr. Waters, that you keep using the term confrontation. I didn't take it as a confrontation.
And you're telling this jury you're not making that issue fit, make your story fit with those facts by saying, it wasn't a big deal, and Jeannie, she's hurt, so she's overreacting now.
No, that's not what I'm
Got on that
saying.
stand and testify.
What I'm saying is exactly what I just testified to, that to me, on that day, that was not a confrontation. It ended almost as quickly as it began, and I didn't think about it again for a period of time until after everything happened.
You testified earlier, you get paranoid if a police officer turns out behind you, but you're not getting paranoid when Jeannie comes in here.
Yeah, great
and
point.
Says, I need an answer about these fees,
No,
because I
because,
believe you took them?
no, things like that wouldn't cause, the paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking, it was always related to pills. It was always, okay, that reaction that somebody just gave me,
It was always related to pills.
do they know something? Did something somebody said? It was, I mean, the times, that's what, when I had to deal with paranoid thinking, that, you know, if a judge confronted me in the courtroom about a piece of evidence, or if Jeannie asked me about that, those are not things that gave me paranoid thinking.
Okay. And you testified the same thing about the boat hearing on June 10th. Not worried about it, no big deal, correct?
No, I didn't say that it was no big deal, but I said that my main concern about those motions coming up on June the 10th dealt more with the venue motion than they did with the motion to compel, I believe is what I
Are
said.
you telling this jury that you didn't testify yesterday, that you weren't
You
concerned?
also said, I believe is what I said. It means he doesn't actually remember what he said because he gave an answer. He didn't
I
answer.
wasn't overly concerned about it.
Okay.
And I'm sure I had some level of concern because the venue motion
Jesus Christ.
was, it was a big issue in the case.
Well, were you concerned enough about it to bow up on Mark Tinsley at the trial lawyers conference and say, what are you doing, Bo?
No, absolutely, unequivocally, never happened.
If the Ferris fee issue comes to light on June the 7th, you're not going to be able to borrow money from Johnny Parker anymore, are you?
If the Ferris fee, hypothetically speaking, if the Ferris fee came to light on June the 7th, well, here, any point in time, if the Ferris fee came to light, Johnny Parker would not loan me money.
Okay.
If Johnny knew that I had taken fees, I would not have been able to borrow money from Johnny Parker.
You testified earlier about going
I just added another
to the, Gamecock
You guys?
baseball game on the
Oh,
weekend
sports
prior to
ball.
Monday, June the 7th, 2021.
Here's the new command.
Correct.
Hold on for me real quick.
Sir?
LOL, wifey, you're the best.
Tell the jury,
I was gonna type because I was just typing, so that's weird. I said LOL because I was gonna
I
type
was in
it.
the hotel,
I got my wires crossed between typing and talking.
Columbia, South Carolina.
All right, we got a ticker.
I'm not exactly
Sports
sure where they were when they first started, but they would have been somewhere between the hotel, a restaurant, and the ball field.
All right. But when you send this text on
Here's my
June
new
6th at
new command.
11:41, you say y'all in seat already?
Thanks,
correct?
iPod.
Yes, that's what I did say.
All right. And And they say yes.
That's a good one.
Maggie says, yes, we like these seats. Is that correct?
All right, that's correct. I didn't notice that. So at that point in time, they are in the ballpark.
I don't know. That's some for Weasel.
And you respond better than last night. They extended checkout to 1. Going to come then. Is that correct?
That's what that text says. Yes, sir.
All right. So you're back at the room. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Later on, you text after she asked you to bring a charger and says, Muggy, you text, I'm dreading it. See you in a little bit. Is that correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
If anyone can remember, y'all,
But then asked about.
do you guys remember what the deal was? Like, I know the defense on direct brought up they brought up these text, or well, I guess different text messages, but they talked about the baseball game, but then they had the text messages, and like, I guess I just don't really, maybe it's just because I'm like monitoring a lot of different things at once, but can y'all remind me what the significance was of that? Like, what is the deal with, like, to me, the significance is like not regarding the text, but like the whole thing about the baseball game, that like, that's where Alex lied on direct and said that after this whole weekend that Maggie came back to Moselle. But that's not even what they're talking about. They're going over these texts regarding like seats at the baseball game and the hotel checkout time. So if anyone remembers what the significance of this is, if you could remind me, that would be awesome. Because I remember feeling like even on direct, I was like, I don't quite understand like what the point is. So yeah, if you guys remember and you can let me know, that would be awesome. And was there something else I was going to say? I'm sure there was. All right, I'll remember it.
Charger. It says it's hot. Is that correct?
Mr. Waters, yes, I assume you were reading it exactly. So, yes, sir.
All right. She eventually responds, not crowded.
Okay.
But not
Thank you, Daddy. Short answer.
Feel well, very hot and muggy. We were inside, sitting at the bar, very nice indoors. Is that correct?
Okay.
That's what it says. Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
And then you respond, dialed you by accident. They are making me
Thank you.
leave, so I'll see y'all in a few. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was making you leave where?
It was
That's
past checkout
why.
time at the hotel.
That's why. Because they made him leave checkout, so he wasn't in the hotel. I think that's the point.
It appears so.
Interesting. So I'm wondering, is that contradict? So the defense, I guess, was saying that he was in the hotel room having withdrawals, but what Creighton's showing him is that I guess what happened was the defense didn't show all the text messages. That'd be my, like they didn't show the part that said he had to check out, I guess. And then look at where I have it paused. Just by happenstance. Look how pissed he looks. He's pissed that Creighton found that text, I guess. But Creighton's like, yeah, he had to check out and he's leaving the room, I guess. And so that makes sense. Thank you, DSN, for reminding us what that was.
And the reality is that you were in that hotel suffering from withdrawals when that's going on. Is that correct?
I was beginning to, yes, sir.
All right. And the reality is that your wife and your son were on you at that time period because they had found pills just a few weeks prior.
No, sir, that's not correct.
That's why Creighton. Okay. Yes.
Let's talk about.
Let's do. We need to talk about something else, Creighton. Hold on. Okay. Remember when I was saying, guys, how brilliant this is with Creighton and the 4D chess? Here's why. Like I said, Creighton doesn't buy this bullshit. But I'm going to play the last bit of that again. And what I want you guys to see is how he uses, he follows him anyway down these little rabbit holes and lies. And then knowing that inevitably he'll be able to prove that it's bullshit.
And your son
So
were
let's take a
on
look.
you at that time period because they had found pills just a few weeks prior.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Because he already said that that was the case. So again, it's the same idea of like he's trying to use all these different things to serve all these different purposes, and it's contradictory. And I agree with that too. Yeah, 100%. Right. Even if he doesn't believe it, anything that's going to be a possible motive for the jury, then of course, yeah, it's always a good thing.
Let's talk about June 7th, okay?
He doesn't want to do that. Oh, we're getting to chicken business part 2. Sweet.
You got up that morning, or what time do you think you got up and left that day?
After having the benefit of looking at all these records,
I have a ticker for that.
I don't know what time I got up. And looking at the records, obviously I've been up for a while, but it appears I left shortly after noon.
Okay. And you went to work?
I did, yes, sir.
It's funny because
And what
eventually
were
he
you
ends up
working on at
challenging the
work?
records. Again, it's
I was
contradicting.
working on.
You can't be benefiting them and then
Dominion
challenging them
Energy
at the same
case,
time.
was primarily what I was working on, that we had motions coming up later in that week. As I said earlier, I believed at the time that it was the biggest case that I'd ever been involved in. And there were motions coming up in that. I was preparing, Danny Henderson, my partner that was helping me with the civil case from the boat wreck, had been on me about getting a financial statement, and I finished doing that so that it could be given to Danny. It's primary, is what I remember doing. Obviously, I talked to Jeannie, but
Okay. And what time did you leave?
and I'm sure I did some other routine office things, but I can't tell you what they are.
All right. What time did you leave?
Great, that's helpful.
It appears that I left around a little after 6 from the records.
Okay.
I thought I'd left earlier than that, but, I mean, the records seemed to be pretty clear.
He says
You were,
different things
in
about the
fact,
records
I think
later.
you
It's
said
really,
in many
it's
of
really
your
crazy.
interviews that you were working on the boat case that day as well. Your financial declaration.
Yes, I prepared the financial declaration. I didn't do any work in this civil case. So my work in that is what I did. I prepared the financial statement, which took me a little bit of time to get the details on that. But, I mean, that was the work I did in preparation for the motions coming up.
And what time did you get home?
In looking at the records, it looks like I got home a little before 7, 6:45, I think, 6:40 something.
Then you and Paul rode the property?
That's
Did
correct.
And you told law enforcement you shot a .22?
That's correct.
You told law enforcement that you never saw any blackout?
That I'd never seen a blackout?
At that point in time when you and Paul were riding the property?
No, I did not see a blackout.
Did you tell law enforcement that you and Paul were going around looking for hogs?
If I said that,
Go ahead.
and
Oh boy.
if I told them that, you know, you don't look for hogs in the daytime,
You're
right? That just
you know what that
hogs
is,
are
guys.
Deep in the swamp in the daytime. So
Y'all.
I can tell you that Paul and I were
Hogs,
not riding around
swamp.
looking
Yes.
for hogs.
Yes.
But
Yes.
what we were doing is we were going from food plot to food plot, and we were looking for hog signs. All right, what a hog will do is come out and root, and they tear up food plots. They tear up everything. And so that was one of the things we were doing. But we were not hog hunting. We were not looking for hogs. We did not have the 300 blackout with us.
Okay. Paul didn't have the gun that blackout that he favored with him while y'all rode the property.
The gun that's in here,
Any rifle.
There's been
There
a
was
lot
no
of
300
testimony
blackout
about
with me and
what
Paul.
would typically
Oh, that
happen
was
with riding
22.
the property and looking for hogs.
and that was a 22 pistol, but we didn't have that with us at that time riding the property.
I mean, do you guys remember? I feel like we heard testimony from other people, like whether it was one of God, there were so many people that rode the property, went looking for hogs. It was pretty much everybody, right? All of Paul's friends, all the law partners. But I feel like we heard some people say that they pretty much like would always just have like that 300 blackout like on them, like just in case there was a hog or whatever. I don't know. Let me know if y'all remember specifically.
And you testified. You've seen the Snapchat video of you on the tree. Is that right?
I have seen that.
And you don't dispute the time of that video, do you?
I don't even know what time that was taken, but whatever the gentleman
that.
came and testified to, I don't dispute that.
All right.
Don't dispute
And
it. Doesn't mean he agrees.
What time? Well, let me ask you this. When did you go back to the house? Were you with Paul or were you by yourself?
I
We're
was
getting
by
really
myself
close to
when
chicken
I went
business
back to the house. I went back to the house basically when Maggie got there.
When Maggie got there. All right. And where had Paul gone prior to that? Was he back at the house already or he came after you?
Paul was at the shop when I went back to the house.
All right. So you beat him to the house is what you're saying. Is that right?
I beat him to the house?
Yeah. You were at the house prior to him getting there.
Yes.
All right. And you say Maggie was there at the same time or there before you or there after you?
That's what I'm not absolutely certain about. I believe that Maggie came through.
He
the
fucking
kennel
contradicts
entrance
this as
and
well
going
later.
back and looking
Fucking
at
hell.
these records and these times. I believe she came through the kennel
Get these
entrance
records.
while Paul and I were
Pop,
at
pop.
the shop. But either way, I got to the house very shortly after Maggie got there.
Okay.
And I believe that she came through, and I believe that I went right.
I believe.
behind her.
When did you
I
take the
believe
shower
I can
that you were
fly.
talking about to this jury?
I believe I can
believe
tell
when
this lie.
First went in the
You were
house.
wrong.
I mean, I would've talked to
You
Maggie
guys.
for a second, but I'd seen her that morning, so I would.
You left your clothes on the floor?
I'm not sure. It makes sense to me given what Blanca's.
What you're, y'all. It makes
said,
sense
but
to me.
I
This is
couldn't
what would
tell you.
usually happen. All type of bullshit.
One way or the other.
All right. About what time was that, you think?
And looking at the records, I think that was a little after 8.
And you're saying Maggie was already there at that point?
When I got to the house,
Yeah.
yeah.
And what did you do after that?
I don't think we've even
Back
done
out,
DSM. We
down,
haven't done the
came to eat
sequel.
dinner.
There could have been there's probably been other chicken business discussion, but it was before it had the official name. But I'm glad you enjoyed what you're referring to. That's awesome. But what was it on the last episode? That was the first official chicken business. That since I named it that. So chicken business part 2 with the official name is going to be has not happened yet. It'll be happening here very soon.
About what time was that?
A few
Thank you,
minutes
Black
later,
Bear.
it didn't take me long to
Thank you.
shower.
Yeah, you guys,
And
infinite,
Paul was already eating at
infinite.
that point?
He was.
You say he left first.
What I said is he got up and he finished eating, and he left our immediate vicinity. Now, I don't believe he left at that point, given what I've looked at time records and all. I believe that he was around the house for a little bit longer.
And just to be clear,
And also the other thing to comment here, I may have I'm trying to remember. I may have also referred. I know we've talked about the chicken business a lot. I know we discussed it a second time. I guess in my mind, so maybe that's what it is. You might be thinking of that, but in my mind, I'm thinking of where I have an official slide that says chicken business, it's a presentation where I have it's a planned thing. So that might be what you're talking about. Because I remember we had the planned one, and then I remember there was actually subsequent discussion. So maybe that's what you're actually thinking of. But yeah, anyway, as far as like a planned category with like the slide where it like has the title. Yeah. But so actually now I understand what you mean. I remember there was subsequent discussion. I don't remember what the difference was, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. And you have to remember too, when I'm thinking about this stuff 24/7, so sometimes it's easy for me to forget, like, was it that I was like in my mind, there's been like a million chicken businesses, right? So you're trying to remember which ones were with other people.
But I didn't see him.
All of this detail was people were hearing for the first time yesterday, like we talked about before, correct?
Say that again?
All of this detail that we're going through right now is not anything that you related before. We're all hearing this for the first time yesterday.
Objection, Your Honor. Fifth Amendment privilege.
Objection is overruled.
So, yes, I did not tell law enforcement.
That's funny because he says law enforcement and then the sirens. That's funny. He didn't finish that sentence, did he? That's weird. That sounded
Actually,
like...
I don't think law enforcement asked me what I
Oh,
did when we first went to
holy
the
shit,
house.
hold on.
I clearly lied to law enforcement.
That
about
was insane. Let me...
what I said yesterday.
That was...
And
Hold
all
on.
of this, the
Hold
last
on.
time you supposedly saw your wife and child, all of this detail.
Hold on.
You
Guys, that was insane. Hold on, let me rewind that. That pause, I was like, what's happening? Creighton, another thing, why is it that I love Creighton? Creighton gives him that space, that time. Dude, you know how many attorneys would have just tried to finish that, or just moved on? He gives them that.
What I did when we first went to the house, but I clearly lied to law enforcement about
Here, listen.
what I said yesterday.
Okay. And all of this, the last time you supposedly saw your wife and child, all of this detail, you as a lawyer and a prosecutor didn't think that was important to offer on your own?
Oh, I think it's important.
You told this jury how cooperative you've been and how much information you wanted to provide, but you left out the most important parts, didn't you?
I left out that. I sure did.
You don't consider that one of the most important parts?
I think it's important.
All right, tell me about what happens next. Tell me about how Maggie and Paul end up down at the kennels.
Oh, I didn't go back far enough. Sorry, guys. Hold on.
Yes.
Where had Paul gone?
Sorry, he's trying to get to that part. Hold on.
While Paul and I, what I said is he got up and he finished eating, and he left our immediate vicinity. Now, I don't believe he left at that point, given what I've looked at, time records and all. I believe that he was around the house for a little bit longer.
And just to be clear, again,
But I didn't see him.
all of this detail was people were
Oh,
here.
hi, Wildfire. Glad you're here. Awesome. Oh, glad you're here, tennis girl.
Say that
Awesome.
again?
That's
All of
awesome.
this
Glad
detail
to
that
see
we're
you
going
guys.
through right now is not anything that you related before. We're all hearing this for the first time.
Oh, yay.
Objection, Your Honor. Fifth Amendment.
Yay. I'm so glad you guys joined us. That's
Objection is
awesome.
overruled.
Very awesome.
So, yes, I
Okay,
I
this
did
is the
not
part I was
tell
talking
law
about.
enforcement.
Here. Dude.
Actually, I don't think law
That is
enforcement asked me
insane.
what I did when we first went
That's
to the house.
fucking
but
nuts,
I
dude.
clearly lied to law enforcement about
Wow.
what I said yesterday.
Can I just say something? That's masterful on Creighton's part, because he must have known that Alex was going to keep talking. Even though he fucking freezes and that pause is really long. How the fuck did Creighton know? This is what I'm saying. This cross is so fucking masterful. Like a regular attorney would have a strategy, and the strategy would be like, they'd be like thinking about the next question. They wouldn't really be listening. And Creighton's strategy is just a very different approach. That is, in my opinion, the only way with this witness, with Alex on the stand. Like a regular traditional approach you'd be screwed. Because Creighton knows this is 40 chess, right? Creighton is listening and Creighton is responding in real time to what is happening. He's not relying on a plan. And I have to say this too, because like having a plan or a roadmap, that makes a lot of sense. That's usually probably, you know, and I'm sure Creighton has that. But the reason why I always talk about why I love Creighton so much, and especially on this cross, he knows that this is a different situation where he needs to be able to improvise. So he needs to be able to react to whatever this shrimp boy does on the stand. And that's the real way to be the victor in this 40 chess match. So like that, like if I rewind that again, I'm gonna try not to go back too far, but that the fact that Creighton knows he's not done talking when you watch this is really incredible. Wow. Creighton knows he's not done. Wow.
Actually, I don't think law enforcement asked me what I did.
That's
when they first
impressive,
went to
dude.
the house.
Creighton must
to
know
law
him.
enforcement about
He knows him. I mean, you can read
what
him.
I-
Like that's
what
insane.
I said yesterday.
There wasn't.
Okay. And all of this, the last time you saw your,
Well done, Creighton.
supposedly saw your wife and child, all of this detail, you
Yeah.
as a lawyer and a prosecutor didn't think that was important to offer on your own?
Oh, I think it's important.
You told this jury how cooperative you've been and how much information you wanted to provide, but you left out the most important parts, didn't you?
I left out that. I sure did.
Tennis girl, do you mean that it's not unusual?
I think it's important.
There's only one rule about that. It's unusual. Someone has to say something's unusual, or sorry, not unusual. Someone has to say something's not unusual. And that's the rule that I made because otherwise I would just play it all the time because it's fucking hilarious. Okay. Well, I'm so happy. Thank you guys for being here. Let me do while giving you guys a second to do the rule with saying something's not unusual. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. Shout out to all my SDS peeps. Hashtag SDS gang gang. STS faux life, as they say. Gangster, if you're a gangster. Remember, guys, you have to, if you want to hear the song, you have to say something's not. Oh, thank you, wifey. All right, there we go. You guys ready? You guys ready? You guys ready?
Not unusual to steal from anyone. Not unusual to have killed your wife and son. But even God would never forget what you've done. Not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
It's a house.
I'm doing it one more time because I had the banner up and the ticker up or whatever. One more time so that we can see it full screen.
Not unusual to steal from anyone. Not unusual to have killed your wife and son. But even God would never forget what you've done. Not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
It's a house.
My favorite part is that it's a house. I just and that all started because a couple mornings ago I was squirrel holing and I was going insane because that's what this does. When you're squirrel holing on this, and like even though it's amazing, I love it. But like I was like walking around my house, like in circles, like pacing, and literally I was like it's a house. And then I kept doing it crazy. I was like, it's a house. And then I was like, it's a house. Anyway, I was just like, I was like laughing at myself And I was like, that's like the funniest fucking thing, the way he says it's a house. And then DSN pointed out earlier how like he's angry because the 911 operator is like asks if he's renting. And like I hadn't even thought of that. And I think Blackwater also said she had thought she had had that same idea. But yeah, I mean, either way, just the way his voice cracks, it's fucking funny even on its own. Just that one thing is so fucking funny to me. So yeah, and how your dude, this week I could have easily gone through the whole song and like, yeah, there were I had a lot of ideas of like, you know, I could have done all the different verses, but the thing is that I was like, well, it's gonna, because there's times where they say it's not unusual a lot, and I was like, I'm gonna be playing it a whole ton. Maybe just one verse is good. If you guys want me to do an entire song and maybe just play it like at the beginning of the next video, I will do the whole song. Actually, now I feel like I probably should, and I love that. Thank you, Blackwater. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll do the whole song, and then we'll do that like at the beginning of the next video. But then we'll keep this as the clip to play whenever they say it, like in during testimony. So. Awesome. I'm glad you guys like it. I'm trying to catch up on all the comments. Yeah, it's that was Alex's sound. Very good. Yes. Somebody. Oh, wildfire. What kind of wine did you have? That's fun. Wifey's drinking Mountain Dew. That's awesome. I still have homemade cold brew with oat milk, and then I also have my, as always, my sparkle water and my flat water. Oh, thank you. I don't know. I'm not doing anything but talking right now, but thank you. A red Chardonnay. What the fuck is that? What is that? A new red Chardonnay? Can you elaborate? Because, yeah, interesting. Because Chardonnay is a grape varietal. I didn't know. Is this are they growing a new grape? Is that what's happening? Or did they add food coloring? Wifey, you are a blast. Okay, let's keep going. I thank you guys for being here. I'm so happy that y'all are here.
All right, tell me about what happens next. Tell me about how Maggie and Paul end up down at the kennels.
Good open-ended question.
I'm still
we're getting close to the chicken business, aren't you?
Certain exactly how they ended up at the kennel, but in looking at the time frames and looking at
y'all know what that
the
means.
GPS points, I think I pretty well know, because I wasn't sure if Maggie had.
He loves to say that the records benefit him when he thinks it benefits him, and then say they're wrong when he thinks it doesn't.
I'm all but certain that Maggie and Paul went to the kennel together.
All right. And
Always leaves that room for doubt. All but
Went
certain.
down there, but you didn't want to go. Is that right?
Maggie. What I said is Maggie.
Oh,
asked me to go to
Creighton.
the
Creighton.
kennels with
He's
her.
lounge lizard. He's lounge lizard.
I wasn't going to go.
Love it.
I'm not going to go.
I love the lounge
long
lizard
after
too. Thank
she
you,
left did
DSN,
you
for that.
start to
That's
go?
perfect.
It was very quick.
By the way, DSN is
And
what
did you tell
a
us,
nickname
jury,
or a shorter nickname
and
for
all
Daddy
these new
Short.
facts as to the reason you changed your mind? Why'd you change your mind?
I just had a shower. When you go to the kennel, you always end up.
Oh yeah, y'all can cuss. I don't give a
dogs
shit.
are running around. You always going to end up doing more work. All right. It's hot. I'd already had a shower. I didn't want to go to the kennel.
Yeah, y'all can. I mean, you guys hear me.
I understand.
I'm cussing.
So why'd you change your mind?
Every other word is a
Because
cuss
Maggie
word when he's on
wanted
the
me to.
stand, right? So
So you thought about it for a few minutes and then decided to go down there?
I don't think I sat and contemplated, am I going to go? Am I going to go? I think that, like many things Maggie wanted me to do, if I didn't do it at first, I ended up doing it.
And you took the golf
this is
cart down
such
to the
chicken
kennels?
business territory, guys.
It would
That's
take
chicken
a drive
business.
From the house down to the kennels in a golf cart.
Getting closer and
You know,
closer.
in looking at the records from OnStar and all of
Fucking
that,
benefit of the
it
records.
seems to take about a
That
minute
is.
in the
Fucking benefit of the records.
Nope, in the Suburban. So I would think it's probably, in looking at those speeds, 20, 24 miles an hour. I
That
would
was
think
the
it
double
takes double
whammy.
that. I think it takes a couple minutes.
All right, so you'll concede at least a couple minutes to drive down there. Is
I
that
think,
right?
yes,
In a golf cart?
Great.
that's correct.
When the kennel video was going on, had you arrived before that?
I believe that I had.
I
Okay.
believe.
How long
I
do you think you
believe
were
I
there
can
before that was going on?
lie.
Not long.
He was wrong.
Because when I got there,
We're gonna
I'm
break
looking at
down
the
his
kennel video.
timeline. Don't you guys worry. It's coming right up.
You can see Paw Paw standing in the kennel. When I got there, Paw Paw wasn't standing in the kennel.
Double whammy again. Double
He
hitter.
wasn't in the kennel anymore?
Well, he wasn't in the kennel like he is in the video.
Right.
He's probably, and I don't know exactly, but I know he wasn't in the kennel. He was like in the driveway. He was fooling with cash. He was in the driveway, but like close to the kennel, but not in the kennel like he is in the video.
So the video happened after that, according to you?
Video happened after I got
After
there.
you first saw Paul? You
Fuck's
were saying he
sake,
wasn't
dude.
in the kennel. When did the
He doesn't even
video
remember what he
happen?
just
I believe
said.
that to be the case.
Lied about.
Okay. After you had arrived, is that correct?
Yes,
And,
very shortly after I arrived, but after I arrived.
all right. And did you tell Maggie at that time that you were going to go to Alameda?
I did not.
Did y'all discuss it at all, according to you, to these new facts you're testifying to?
I don't believe so.
Who's a dog?
Did you have any conversation with her?
Oh, yeah.
Did you have a conversation with Paul about the dogs, about Cash's tail prior
Okay.
to going down there?
Okay.
Prior to going down there?
Okay. Let me pause real quick. DSN. I just wanted to say. Oh. Thanks, wifey. He wasn't in the kennel because he wasn't a dog, and Papa said only dogs go in the kennel. Yeah. Yes, indeed. DSN. I love that. Like DSN loves the chicken business because you are the reason that there's now an official chicken business part 2, and it's coming right up. But I wanted to mention this because so y'all can hear this testimony and think about this context. So the context of this, the reason I was like, I remember after the last one, I was like, all right, we're done. We got the chicken business all sorted. And then at DSN, we were talking about the timeline and Paul being on his phone with the video for Cash and like how quickly after that was he shot. Because looking at the timeline, the phone locks, and we're going to look at it. We're going to see it right here in a sec. But, you know, there's not that much time that had elapsed. And it seemed like maybe he was actually kind of still in that vicinity. And then DSN actually asked about how much time it would have taken for him to walk to the feed room. And I don't remember how he answered the question. I mean, you know, not long. We know that it wasn't long, right? Before he was shot. However, that in the back of my mind started brewing another chicken business question, and I couldn't let it go. And that question is this. And again, this is all thanks to you. Thank you, DSN. The question is this: why did Paul go in the feed room? And I'm like, how have I not asked that question? I've not heard anyone ask that. I've not heard any discussion about it at all. I've not heard it. I don't even think it comes up at trial. And it doesn't really matter, like in terms of the trial, right? But like, it matters to me. Like it matters to understand this, right? Because everything happened so fucking fast. And the only people who can actually tell the truth about what happened are dead or dogs. So if only the dogs could talk. So, but that's the question we're going to be thinking about. We're going to be thinking about this timeline even more narrowly than we have in the past. We're going to we're going to break it down like by the second here in just a moment. And we're going to ask ourselves, why did Paul go in that feed room?
Did I have a conversation with Paul about
Did you
Cash?
talk to him about Cash and some problem with his tail prior to going down there? Did you have any knowledge of that prior to going down there?
I'm not sure. As I sit here today, I don't recall that, but I don't think so.
When you first arrived in the golf cart, where did you pull up to?
I pulled up right where Maggie was.
Which is where?
She was standing in a spot where she could see in between the chicken coop and the storage room of the kennels, where the dogs were back up in those.
One challenge that we
behind the
have
kennel.
sorting through this nitty gritty, as the super planner girl just said, one challenge that we have is sorting through what's the truth and what's the lie, because some of this stuff is factual, as we know. Like, we know that some of it is factual. Even the lies are based on some truth, but like some of this actually is just, there's going to be factual information. So like, that's part of the challenge. It's like, would he lie about where she was standing? Like, so this is, and I don't, this is what we're exploring together, because we have to sort through it so we can figure out the bullshit, right?
To the left of the chicken coop.
Moriarty, yeah.
And
Fucking chicken business.
what'd you do after that?
I
went
hope you
back
got
to
a
the
chance
house.
to eat.
No, I mean, did you
Abby.
pulled up, you get out of the golf cart,
When I pulled up, I stayed on the golf cart.
and stayed on the golf cart? How long did you stay on the golf cart?
However long I was down there.
Well, we don't, dude. Did you?
No, I
That-
got off
that-
to take the chicken from
Great,
Bubba.
great example. There's something fishy about that. He's like, I stayed on the golf. He said his delivery of that was different. And not only that, but he's like, when he says, well, how long were you there? He's like, or how long were you on the golf cart? And then he's like, well, however long I was down there. It's like, that's not answering the question. And only you can actually answer it. Weasel alert. Hold on. Nightbot, help us out, please.
So how long were you down there before you took the chicken off the boat?
Very short time.
Like what?
Yeah. What? A very short time.
Couple minutes.
Make sure you plug your devices in,
What were you
guys.
doing during the couple minutes before you got over there to deal with Bubba?
Talking to Max.
All right. And what did y'all talk about? You don't remember?
This is all.
No, sir. I do
this
know
is-
that
this is
Maggie
right.
was very
Yeah.
concerned about Pawpaw. And
Pawpaw again.
um,
He seems like he uses their names, especially when he's lying, maybe? I hadn't actually thought about that. Hold on. I hadn't actually thought about that until now. That's something we can think about going forward. Does he tend to use these nicknames more when he's lying, or maybe not lying, or maybe he just feels uncertain? But he hasn't actually. I know we had a stretch without it because I haven't had to update the ticker. So that's why I noticed it. I'm like, oh, he just said Mags and Pawpaw, both of them back to back. Now that he's asking for these details, so I don't know. Let's think about that going forward. Do we notice that as being maybe something that could be indicative of deception, as they say? Well, with him, it's all deception, but yeah.
These new facts, but you don't remember what you
More
talked about?
deception, extra deception. I mean, there's facts. I was joking. You guys know I'm joking.
I don't remember.
Yeah, distract.
the
That's what I'm
exact
thinking.
details
Good
of
night,
what we
tennis
talked about.
girl.
I believe that at that time we may have talked about
Yeah.
Pawpaw.
All
I'm
right.
not certain.
There we go.
Were you
Perfect
withdrawing at this time?
example.
At this time, no, sir.
You weren't withdrawing at all.
No. I mean, I would only withdraw when I didn't have pills.
And you're saying you had pills?
Yes.
Down there for a couple minutes, I think you've said now, before you get off the golf cart?
About, yes, sir.
All right.
Dude,
And
y'all.
Where do you go at that point?
I take the chicken from Bubba.
All right. So you get up?
Not I took.
Well, I mean,
I
Bubba's,
take.
Bubba's come out there with this chicken. I mean, he's showing us, hey, I caught this chicken.
I know, right?
And
You're good with the proud and the
I
prance.
take the chicken from Bubba.
Came up to the golf cart.
He came up by the golf cart. He came up
No.
to Maggie and I, which I was
So
on the
now-
golf cart. She's by the golf cart.
This is important. I hadn't even caught this until now. There's so much in here to break it down. I hadn't even caught this until now. We've heard him tell this story so many different times about Bubba and the chicken. And the thing is that he's backing himself into a corner because he's now said he was on the golf cart like the entire time. So now because I heard him say it. So now he has to make sure it adds this new fact, which is that Bubba comes up to the golf cart with the chicken. But you guys, we've not heard any. We've heard this story so many times. The golf cart thing is new. This is new. And I had this thought the other day, and we're gonna have to explore this more, but I had this thought the other day. We know there's something funny about this golf cart, okay? About where it was parked, because the way he answers and the way they talk about this golf cart on, and I think that part of the reason they brought Mark Ball in was to talk about this golf cart. This is interesting, and this is probably really important, and we haven't figured out why yet, because the whole thing with Mark Ball, it's like he was disastrous for them, and like why did they call him? And like the only things that it seems like it could matter was that he, saw that this crime scene was open. But again, we know that's only going to go so far because the jury knows that Alex is responsible for that for the most part. But Mark Ball, okay, I actually forgot Mark Ball testified about the golf cart, but Alex, actually earlier tonight, like in this video, Alex is trying to give some bullshit story, and he bolsters his story by saying, "You heard Mark Ball testify about that golf cart." And I'm like, oh, note to self, that's why they brought Mark Ball in, because that was like, I mean, a bit obvious, right? So then it's like, okay, what's the deal with this fucking golf cart? And they're going to show pictures of the golf cart as well here coming up, where it was parked. I think Alex wants us to believe he took this golf cart up there, which means he didn't. So I started thinking about this as I was like falling asleep the other night. What if, and this changes everything in my mind. Like, I'm just curious what you guys think. And really, this should be in the chicken business category, but this wasn't planned. I just thought of it now. So what do you guys think? Like, what if he drove up there in a truck, one of the trucks, or in a Suburban? Well, actually, sorry, back up. Me. If he drove up there in the Suburban, we would know. Right? It's funny because my instinct said truck, but then I was like, wait, truck? Sorry, he has a Suburban. But no, my instinct was correct because we know there were all these fucking trucks there, right? That's it. That's it. I think I'm figuring it out, like, as I'm standing here, which is that he drove the truck. He drove the truck. That's the only solution, because why else is this whole thing with the golf cart? And then he could have taken the Suburban because we would have that from the OnStar data. So he took the truck because the trucks were all old and they didn't have all the fancy shit. And not only that, but I don't think they even bothered to fucking subpoena anything from that. But here's the thing. Picture this, guys. Wow. It's a different story to me, or a different image to me, if I imagine Maggie and Paul out there with the dogs at the kennel, and they don't expect him to come. That's why he's making the whole thing up. Maggie didn't ask. That's bullshit. He making all that up to try to justify why he ended up going out there, just try to justify his lie. So, they didn't imagine you didn't expect him. I mean, not that they wouldn't have thought anything nefarious, but just still imagine, they don't expect him. And he rolls up there in the truck, not the Suburban and not the golf cart. So not his car and not the golf cart, which is what you would normally take if you were there to hang out. Rolls up in the truck. I'm going to let that marinate as we continue on. And this will probably come back up during chicken business part 2, which is any second. But just the imagery of that. What do you guys think? I haven't even been looking at the chat, but what do you guys think? Does that change things for you at all, guys, talking about this? Yeah, the tire tracks. I think the problem with the tire tracks is that it was really hard to tell because it was, grassy and raining, and yeah. And the thing is that we know that we know on Maggie's leg, well, in the body cam footage, she rolls up in the truck, but that's after Almeida. So, but yeah, I guess that means that there's a truck available. But yeah, this would be, obviously before that. But you're right. He does take the truck in the body cam footage. That's right. And that is interesting, because why didn't he take the Suburban? Okay, hold on. This is interesting. Did they ever ask him this question? Like law enforcement or anybody? Like, why? Okay, if you're driving okay, let's say you've got multiple vehicles on the property, but you've just driven one immediately, like within the past couple minutes. So you've like literally just driven it. So you've probably parked it somewhere convenient. You know, we know they left the keys and shit like in the car, but like what doesn't make sense to me, like why? Hang on. Hold on. So, fuck, guys, I need help. I need y'all's help to remind me because my brain. So, the Suburban, he comes back from Almeda in the Suburban, and then he goes to the house, and then he's there for like 5 minutes, and then he's like, where are they? And then he drives the Suburban to the kennels because there's all that talk about could he see the bodies and all that. And then he calls 911, and when he goes back to get the guns, is that when he takes the truck? This is actually really fucking important because if that's the case, it means there was a truck there. And how did the truck get there? Oh boy. Yes, wifey's asking. Oh God. Do I have that body cam? Essentially, yes, we're trying to just figure out this entire thing because it matters. All these details matter. You guys, the littlest, we've already seen this so far. The littlest details, it's like they can be the thing that cracks open the whole thing. Like we've already seen this with like a lot of different things. So he drives the Suburban from the house to the kennels, and that's when he sees them. And then when he calls 911, wait, when he calls 911, fucking hell, now I can't remember. When he calls 911, he let me see if I can pull this up on the timeline. I don't know if I can share this on my screen, but I'm going to look at it because if during the 911 call, they can place him because I don't remember if they place him where he's at and all that based on his cell phone, because his cell phone's back on, right, at this point, or if it's because of OnStar. Let me pull this up. This will answer the questions actually the quickest in terms of this because it'll be on the timeline. So I'm looking at this right now. I know you guys can't see it, but I'm just scrolling real quick to find it. It'll say here in a sec. So we're looking in the time frame of 10:06. So all right. So at 10:05, his Suburban leaves the main house. This is when he leaves the house to go to the kennels to go find them. Looking at this. So all right, so then 10:05:09, his Suburban connects to the iPhone. 10:05:57 arrives at the kennels. That's from the GM OnStar. So basically 10:06. All right, then we have steps taken, blah, blah, blah. Here's what we need, though. The 911 call. I'm scrolling through. This breaks down the call. I'm almost there, guys. Just a sec. All right, here's the part about the gun. We're so close. Where? 10:70. Oh, they have it. His Suburban leaves the kennels at 10:11. Hold on. No, he takes the Suburban to go get the gun while he's on 911 call. So Are we sure there's a truck in the body cam footage? I'm not looking at the chat just in case you guys, because I'm looking at this timeline. I know this is confusing because you guys can't see it, but I just didn't want the gun for the computer to blow up and all that shit. So he takes the Suburban at 10:11 to go get the gun. He's back at 10:14:30 at the kennels. 10:17, the 911 call ends. Okay, so that answers that. So was there a truck? Are we sure there was a truck anywhere involved? Now I'm wondering about that. So, oh, wifey said BRB. Crap. So but see, yeah, and that's what I thought, DSN. Yes, thank you. There, as Ellie, that's right. I did think that. Okay, so all right. Okay, so then we know. Here's the thing: we know Paul and Maggie took the golf cart out there. We know that. That's a fact. That's not. I don't think that's disputed. They took the golf cart. So that to me is a big sign. He took Paul's truck. That's what it is. He took Paul's truck and he drove Paul's truck out there. Wait, but then that's why Creighton asks him how he gets back. Takes the golf cart back. Okay, so if Maggie and Paul take the golf cart out there. That means that right now the kennels, the only vehicle out there is a golf cart. Alex rolls up in Paul's truck. This explains this entirely, because that's why this is so. Yeah, this explains it, because this is why he's so. Nothing he says about this makes any sense, Alex. So okay, that's why. That explains it. He can't. All right, so. Wow. All right. So he rolls up in Paul's truck. This explains it. He rolls up in Paul's truck, kills them, takes the golf cart back. That's why the golf cart is parked in a weird place. And that's why they make such a big deal about trying to make it seem like it was parked in a normal place. By them, I mean Alex. That's why Paul's truck is still there when they show up. The only question I still have to figure out, this is going to be another chicken business. We're going to have to, is this going to be a part 3 or will we figure it out tonight? We'll have to see. But the next question is this: why did he take the golf cart back and not Paul's truck? Do you guys have an idea for this? Okay. So thank you, wifey. I have a question though, because I looked at the timeline. It might have been when you were BRB, and he took the Suburban. Okay. All right. Hold on. He took the Suburban we have to solve this. This is insane. So he took the Suburban. This is important. This is actually really fucking important. He took the Suburban according to the timeline. I pulled up the timeline. I think you were going, Mikey. According to the timeline, he took the Suburban to go get the gun. But we're gonna watch it together. I'm finding it. Hang on just a second. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, body cam. Oh my goodness. Yes. So where the hell is it? Oh, body cam, where are you? I can't find. Oh, there it is. Wait, no. Where the hell? Where did it go? Oh, right. Okay. Here it is, I think. Okay. So I don't know if this has the whole thing on it. So hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm pulling it up. Okay, there's the 911 call. I need body cam. All right. So let's see. All right, here we go. Got it. Got it. I don't know if this is going to have the whole thing, but we'll figure it out. So, pulling it up right now. Place your bets now, like he says. I know, right? Yeah, this is interesting. And while we're thinking about this, again, the question I have that I hadn't even thought about until now, because this is like new information for us. But like, why did he take the golf cart back and not the truck after the murders? There's got to be a fucking reason for that. Okay, so add a stage. I know this is the okay. There we go. Yeah.
Mike, both gunshot wounds to the head.
Sir, I wanted to let you know, because of the scene, I did go get a gun and bring it down here.
It's in your vehicle. You have any guns on you at all?
No, sir. It's leaning up against the side of my car.
Okay. You're fine, man. You're fine. Turn around for me.
I don't have any.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see that. Okay. This is your wife and son?
And son.
Okay.
I know the gun part is on this.
It's bad. It's bad. Check the pulses.
Yes, sir. This is the firearm you brought from inside the house?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I went and got. This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back.
Wow.
He's been getting threats. Most of it's been benign stuff we didn't take serious.
Okay.
You know, he's been getting like punched. I know that's somebody. I know that's what it is.
Okay. When did you get home? Right when you called, or did you go to the house first? Where is the house?
I came to the house first. My mom has late stages Alzheimer's, and my dad is in the hospital.
Okay.
I left. I don't know what time. I can go back on my phone and tell you the exact times. Did you check?
Okay. Did I check what?
Did you check them?
We got medical guys that are that's what they're gonna do. Okay.
What are they doing? Can they hurry?
They are. Yes, sir. That gentleman that was out here already, he's one of the battalion chiefs. Okay. How did you pull up? You from back there?
Here
I
we
went
go.
to the house and they weren't home, which was odd. I tried to call.
Okay.
And
There's the gun.
Then I knew they had been down here before I left to go to my
That's
mom.
the Suburban.
Okay.
That's the Suburban. That's the Suburban.
That is loaded.
Okay.
That's the Suburban.
You might want to unload it. But I mean,
Or it's the cop car? Is that? Wait, hang on.
Is this
that's
the only
the car.
firearm with you? This
That's
is the only one, or is there
cop
any
car.
more in the
This
truck?
Suburban was tan, right? Yeah.
I believe that's it.
You think that's the only one? Okay.
I'm 99%.
Do you normally
certain that's
have
right.
any other firearms in your vehicle?
I don't, but
Okay.
occasionally there's a pistol in there.
Okay. Just wait right here for me for a second, okay?
Or no.
653 outside.
Yes, then. I love it. That's great. That's exactly right. Thank you for that.
Crime scene, he's contacted them. He's also going to give us the assistance of a couple of field agents. Roger that.
You can check them. They're dead.
No, that's the
They are
Suburban.
dead.
I just turn on those.
Yes, sir. That's what,
He
that's
has the
what it
flashes
is.
on. No, that's all. Did you guys see? And actually, this actually is important because they're going to have all these questions about could he see the bodies with the lights and all that shit. We just saw, let me back it up. That's actually a really good angle where to see here. No, that's his Suburban. And I was wrong. It's not tan. It's black because look. I'm back it up right here. That's the Suburban. That is a Suburban. That's the Chevy Suburban. And it has the flashers on like the 911 operator instructed him to do, right? Let's see how far back he is. That's the question. Okay, let's see. Let's back it up a little bit more. That's far back. Wow, that actually really helps to have that, like looking at that, because that's that's further than I thought it would be. Here, let's watch this part again.
Go ahead, sir. Well, I've already spoken with Captain Deal. He's got crime scene. He's contacted them. He's
Yeah.
also going to
What do you guys think? I don't think those lights, I don't think he would be able to see them in the manner in which he where he can see them and immediately know they're dead and all that to within the 17 seconds. So do you guys see that? that's a good point, DSM, that John Marvin was driving Paul's truck and it broke down. Yes. So, okay. So there's no truck. I don't know what, so then I'm not quite sure, wifey, maybe, I mean, it does look like a truck. And, I guess maybe this must be the same body cam, right? Or was it, I don't know. But this is the one we saw the gun leaning up against it, like when he picked it up. So this is the thing in question. So there was no truck involved. I think do we feel good about that? There was no truck involved.
They are dead, aren't they?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Okay, so yeah, and also again, I think it's further back than I initially anticipated. So that whole thing with the lights. Okay, so let's think this through. So no truck. So then Maggie and Paul, now we're back to this. Maggie and Paul take the golf cart. Oh, what the hell? Hold on, sorry guys. Maggie and Paul. Here, let me do this.
I mean, he's not coming to the.
Okay, Maggie and Paul take the golf cart. So then Alex, we know there's two. Does he take a second golf cart? Is that what happens? Let's think about this. I'm going to keep playing it, but let's keep thinking about this.
Cart, but he's coming to us.
So whose truck, though, was it, wifey, that you see? Because, I mean, I know there's a lot of different trucks, but I remember. No, it's not the officer's vehicle, because he had the gun placed there the way 911 instructed him to. And it had the flashers on, and he's not parked with law enforcement. Like the vehicle that I was just pointing out is the vehicle where it's exactly as he left it when he pulled up and fake found them dead. It's got the flashers on. And he has the or rather, it would have been where he parked it. Oh shit, that would have been, sorry. That would have been where he parked it after he called 911. So yeah, but either way, but they told him to place the gun out there and lean it up, and you could see that. And the officer goes and gets the gun and then takes it back to where all the blue lights are and all that, where all the cop cars are. That's his Suburban. So okay. You weren't looking at what I was just showing. Is that what you're saying, wifey? You were looking at something different? I thought you were referring to the part I was just showing in the body cam.
During the kennel video, or is this after the kennel video?
Well, no, you hear Maggie say he's got a chicken. Okay. That's what she's talking about, is Bubba caught a chicken.
All right.
Okay.
So is the kennel video still going on before you go get the chicken? I mean, you've heard it, correct? You've heard it in this courtroom.
I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly, but in close time into Bubba coming out of those woods with the chicken, I got up and took the chicken from him.
Okay.
It's entirely possible that this part with the truck will come up. I can't imagine they don't ask about it. I don't remember. I don't remember specifically, but there's so much information. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it would seem like it would get asked about. So
let me ask you this. Were the dogs barking and carrying on, or going out into the woods, or acting like they sensed somebody was around that they didn't know?
Were the dogs acting
like there was somebody? Thank you, Super Planner Girl. Is there a way you can just like type the answer in the chat of what the deal is with the truck? Because since it's, I don't have another monitor. I don't have my second monitor plugged in or anything like that. So I can't do a share screen. I don't know which truck wifey is referring to, but I don't think it's Paul's truck. I think we also know there were lots of trucks. So Paul maybe had more than one truck. I really don't know. I know. So I don't know. It would be whichever one. Okay. Yeah. Right. No, we need the truck that would have been there on the property that night. If anyone wants to look for that and find if they can see that, that would be very helpful if y'all can do that and look and see. Right, like a farm. Yeah, right. Yes, a farm truck. Exactly. So because T-Pain says she saw a truck there, a farm truck. Right, exactly. 100%. That's what we need to find out. What other vehicle? Because I'm sure, I mean, that, and I know that's already been talked about. It's, we can't, there was a lot of talk of the trucks. And at that point, I don't think, that was what we were focusing on, obviously, because there's just so much. But
around it, they didn't know.
Yeah, like dogs.
But yeah, lots of trucks, whatever. But it's like another one of those
No,
little
they
details,
weren't.
right?
There was nobody
There wasn't.
around it. The dogs didn't know.
Our brains combined, we can learn it all.
Dogs didn't, to your indication, sense anything out of the ordinary. They were just chasing after the guinea.
There was nobody else around
All right, good.
for them to sense.
He's never wavered on that answer for that.
You've heard the kennel video. Would you agree with me that it lasts for about 50 seconds?
Well, they have a huge storage of water bottles under
I
that.
agree with that.
So it would have ended around 8:45 and 45 seconds. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Did you have the chicken out of Bubba's mouth at the end of the kennel video?
In Business
Did it take
Central.
longer than that?
I can't remember exactly when in the video he came up with the chicken, but I would have had the chicken out of his
I would have had to.
mouth within 10, 15 seconds of Maggie saying he's got a chicken.
All right.
It's a
And so then
chicken.
What did you do?
I put the chicken up.
All right. How long did that take? Did you get out of the golf cart to do that?
I did.
All right. And you had to go walk to where it was?
Well, yeah. I mean, a few feet, but I did that. Yes.
All right. So how long did that take? And then
Seconds.
we're at 8:46 now. How long did that take?
Seconds.
Just seconds? All right. And what did you do after that?
Got back on the golf cart.
And what did you do after that?
I left.
You left.
Now,
Just
did I
jumped
leave?
on the golf cart and left.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Did I get on the golf cart and leave that second? Probably not. But did I get on the golf cart and leave very quickly after that? I did.
Okay, yeah, I think you testified yesterday. I got out of there.
I did.
Why'd you get out of there so quick, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because it was chaotic, it was hot, and I was getting ready to do exactly what I didn't want to do.
You're getting ready to do what you didn't want to do.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to sweat. I was getting ready to work.
Here we go. Chicken business part 2. All right. Remember how we talked about last time the chicken business? I was like, that's the chicken. Again, I don't even remember anybody pointing that out from before. But look, looks like an article states that the Suburban is the only one out of many vehicles towed on the property. Okay, hold on. Paul had a white truck. Okay, so are y'all saying that there is a truck and the truck that's there is John Marvin's truck? So are we confirming that there is a truck there, but it's John Marvin's truck? Okay, so there's the chicken that we were talking about last time. Chicken business, just hanging out there on the thing.
The two dogs that were out.
So this is from direct examination the previous day. So this is important because I'm using this testimony to help. Remember, the question we're trying to answer right now is, well, besides the truck thing, that wasn't planned, but why did Paul go in the feed room, right? So this is testimony from the previous day, just a little snippet because this is what I'm using as part of this research. So.
Really, her pet dogs. One is Grady. You've heard about a black lab. That's Grady. That's
Grady.
Buster's dog. And the other is the yellow lab that you've heard about. That's Bubba. When I got there, those dogs were in that area. So that's why I believe that it hadn't been long before they'd been let out. Grady was chasing guineas. which was a normal thing to do. As the dogs are out longer, they branch out more. But at that point in time, they were right there. So that told me they hadn't been out a long time.
Okay, pausing it. Couple things. Yeah, Candace, great point. He never says I wish. That's a great point. So wifey says there's a white truck I saw randomly parked. Well, it didn't have to be Alex's truck. Like if it was just like, to me, it just matters if there's a truck, right? Because they also used each other's cars. Like that's clear. We know Paul and John Marvin swapped cars. If there's a truck that is not law enforcement that's at those kennels, that's what I'm curious about. Because again, the part that I have in the body cam only showed the Suburban. Because Alex could have driven, we know they all left the keys in the car. Like they were not possessive of their vehicles. So he could have driven anyone's truck. I mean, absolutely, that's correct. He would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those darn dogs. So here's what I'm looking at. Because Alex isn't going to talk about when they actually went to the kennels. So what I'm trying to figure out to start with is what time did they get to the kennels? Because he's like saying that they hadn't been there a long time and shit, right? So this really actually matters because they don't have a whole lot of information in terms of, because Maggie didn't have the GPS data, right? For one thing. So what we have is this from the timeline. So at 8:30. This is actually important. At 8:30, this is the last time that Paul reads or engages with something on his phone for a bit. So we have him reading a text message from Megan at 8:30. So in my mind, like if you can see here, look at how much activity that Paul has on his phone. So in my mind, this is like around the dinner time, right? And Paul was texting or whatever. I would imagine that at this point at 8:30, there's a gap in his activity. I think this is when he's getting the golf cart. In my mind, the way that this kind of works out, looking at the step data and shit, is that he gets in the golf cart and is like waiting for Maggie to come and get in the passenger seat. So let's pull up the next slide here. All right. So that was the 8:30, right? In something seconds was when Paul last had activity. So that's why I imagine he's waiting for her in the golf cart, because here is 8:31 is when this group message gets sent out, but it's not right at that time. And then Maggie's phone locks at 8:31 and 18 seconds until 8:49:26, at which point she unlocks it to read this message up here at the top. So in my mind, 8:31:18 is when she gets on the golf cart. So that's why I think Paul's waiting for her for, I don't know, a minute or maybe a little bit less or whatever, and she gets on the golf cart. And then here, I think this is how long it took them to get there. So if we imagine she gets on the golf cart, 8:31:18, I think this is when they're pulling up, and here's why. 8:32:10, I think is when they're pulling up to the property. Why? Paul gets a phone call and rejects it, so it means he has his hands available, but he doesn't answer it. And then at 8:32:25, that's when we have a bunch of steps from him. I think that's when he gets off the golf cart. So again, just to reiterate. So I think in my mind, the way I picture this, looking at it, and I spent actually a lot of time going over this before the video when I was putting it together, that 8:31:15, I think that's when Maggie hops on the golf cart in the passenger seat with Paul. And then 8:32:10, they're pulling up. So that takes about 55 seconds to get there. That makes sense. Looking at the distance, the speeds and all that. They're pulling up. Paul rejects this phone call. I think that's the landlady, rejects the phone call. And then 15 seconds later, he's off the golf cart, and now he gets a bunch of steps, and he's going to go get cash. Oh, good night, wifey. Okay. So then,
did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Both dogs? One dog? Do you remember?
I don't know about Grady, but I know Bubba had on his what we call a tracking collar. It would follow a good long distance, so you could go get the dog if he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially when it was just Mags and Bubba. Paul probably would have been the one to put that on Bubba. And another thing, when Bubba had on that collar, one of the other features of that collar was
What did Bubba have on the collar, or was it Grady?
Bubba had on the collar.
Bubba had the collar.
I know Bubba had a collar on, and I'm not sure about Grady.
Okay, go ahead.
If I
sorry.
misspoke on that,
You didn't misspeak.
there's no
You
question
didn't
about
misspeak.
it. Bubba had on a
But
collar.
he didn't misspeak, but it's interesting that Jim tries to make it seem like he did.
I assume Grady did too, but I didn't. I didn't. Even though I saw Grady, I didn't notice for a fact that Grady had on a collar.
All right. So he's very certain that Bubba has on a collar. Here's what we've got. We've got Bubba and Grady are the ones that are out. We've got they're not that far away, but Bubba's chasing a chicken. Alex says he knows that Bubba has a collar on, and he's not sure about Grady. So my question to this was, we need to figure out, did Grady have a collar on? So the thing that's interesting is none of the crime, Grady, so the dogs are put back in their wrong place. It makes me wonder if that's on purpose. So in this picture, well, it's going to be labeled here in a sec. First of all, let me point out the chicken business up there on the top right. But here's the thing. So we know the dogs are in the wrong places. If the dogs were in the right places, we would know if Grady had a collar on, because Grady would be in that first stall where Bubba is. And then we would be able to see if Grady had on a tracking collar or not. But from where they took the pictures, we actually don't have any. I looked everywhere. There's no images of Grady from that night. So we can't see if Grady had on a tracking collar or not, which is interesting. And that gives Alex the room also to say, yeah, I don't know, right? If there's any reason for him to lie about it. But there's Bubba. It looks like Bubba has a tracking collar on. We can definitely see Maggie's very clearly. Now, Maggie was not out, but she has a collar on. So that might come up here in a second when we keep talking. But what mattered, the thing that matters is about the dogs that were out. Did the dog we know Bubba had one, but what about Grady? That's kind of the question. So should go to the next picture. All right. What about Cash? There's Cash. This is the best picture I could do where it gets close up. Of course, he's moving really quickly too, right? Because he's a puppy. But you can see he has a tracking collar on. Because initially I thought, well, maybe Paul went to the feed room to get a collar for Cash. Because Cash is in the kennel, right, for the video. And then maybe he went to go get him a collar so he could let him out. But Cash has, and it looks like it's got the black thingy on the side. It looks like a tracking collar. But it's tough because that's the best we got. But it does look like he has one on. So at this point, I'm kind of thinking, well, maybe Paul was either going to get a tracking collar for Grady because Grady was out. And according to Alex, not that that really matters, but he doesn't know if he had one on or not. Wish we had a picture of Grady from that night. Or then another thing I thought is potentially that, they have like the batteries or whatever. Potentially could maybe the battery have been dead on Cash's and he was going to go replace it with another collar that didn't have a dead battery. So other thoughts there. This is a question I don't really have the answer to. I wanted to think about it with you guys. So then at 8:40, that's when Paul calls Rogan. And 8:44, that's when he initiates that FaceTime call that we know doesn't go through. So that means 8:40, that places him in that area with Cash, right? If he's calling Rogan. And so then this is the video, the time the video was done, right? 8:44:55. That's when that video, and of course we know it wasn't able to be sent. So if you guys imagine if you're Paul, your phone's about to fucking die. You want to get this video sent out, and we've heard all the testimony about the fucking spotty footage. And again, this might also help us answer this question of why did he go in the feed room, right? So if you're trying to send this before your fucking battery dies, what would you guys do? If you're out there in the middle of nowhere and we know that it's spotty coverage, but it depends on where you're at, what would you do? What would you guys do? If you imagine you've just taken this video, right? And it's probably still open on your phone and you're probably trying to send it, but you're walking around maybe potentially looking for your signal. So I don't know. Could that be maybe a reason? Now here we have his location coordinates 845, but it just says that location incident. So that would mean the feed room, right? 845. So that's the amount of time. 5 seconds, right? Fucking hell, 5 seconds? That's insane. Right? Or is incident location just meaning the kennels generally? So at incident location, you know, I feel like you guys, let me know what you think. The fact that that says through at that at incident location, that kind of makes me think that's the actual feed room. Because we already know he was at the kennels. And we already had that. Like, it was on the previous slide that he was, it already said, showed it at the kennels. So I think this 845 is referring to the specific feed, to the feed room. So this might answer our question of what was he doing, because check it out. So he takes this video, 8:44:55. That's where we hear Alex. 8:45 is just 5 seconds later. So again, if you imagine you're trying to send it and it's not sending, perhaps he went into the feed room because he knows he usually gets better service there. And that actually makes sense, because look what happens. He's able to send these text messages. And if according to this, if this is referring to the feed room with the incident location, which I believe it is, that means he's in the feed room. So for several minutes. So he's in the, okay. In my mind, he went to the feed room and walked into there, and then this was just how I pictured it, and then was like immediately shot. But this is the story this is telling, is that he was in that feed room for a couple minutes and he was texting. So that actually to me means he went in there to get service. Does that make sense to you guys? That's what that seems like. And so I would imagine that because 8:45, I mean, here we are, it's 3 minutes later. We know it's another minute or so before he gets killed. So like what, 4 minutes he's in there? It's a small room. Like, you know what I mean? So like it would make sense. He's standing there texting because he knows he gets better service at there. And we also know that there's a metal roof. But that, yeah, I don't know. That makes sense. And then he's probably also trying to send that Snapchat video. And he's texting in the meantime. Okay, then 8:49:01 is when his phone locks forever. So he's in that feed room for 4 minutes and 1 second before he gets killed, definitively. That's just a lot longer than I had initially pictured. So, or realized, whatever, recognized. So, 4 minutes and 1 second. So that would definitely support an idea that he was in there trying to get service to send that Snapchat. And then the other thing of note is that Maggie reads, of course, this last text message about the Alex's dad at 8:49:26, and her phone locks at 8:49:31. I circled those because I think there's a couple things that we want to remember. We want to remember that it was only literally 30 seconds between their phones locking. 30 seconds. The other thing we can add to our minds to remember is 4 minutes and 1 second of Paul being in that feed room before he died. Those are two really important, I think, things. So only 30 seconds between these two phones locking. And the other important thing is there was only $8:49:26. This is maybe the most important one of all. 5 seconds between Maggie reading that text message and her phone locking forever. So that's enough time to start reading it and not maybe finish reading it. And obviously we know she didn't respond. 5 seconds. So let's review that again one more time for my own edification as well as y'all's. But 4 minutes and 1 second, Paul being in the feed room before he died, or his phone locked. We presumably, died. 30 seconds between Paul's iPhone locking and Maggie's iPhone locking. And then 5 seconds between Maggie unlocking her phone to read the text message. Honestly, you guys, that really narrows it down because that actually really narrows it down because she wouldn't unlock her phone to read a text message if that gunshot had already gone off, right? Holy shit. And I maybe this has been explained and talked about. I don't remember this, but again, I've just been wormholing so much. It's hard to say, or squirrel holing rather. But yeah, no. So I would imagine the time that I would imagine that 8:49:01 is not when Paul was shot. That's important because that wouldn't be his time of death, right? Because her phone unlocks for a text message notification. Huh. Yeah, okay, two things, guys. Work with me here. So I'm sorry for y'all who are going to bed. Thanks for being here, you guys. I'm like squirrel holing the fuck out of this right now. Two things. Potentially. And we have to decide what we think is more accurate. If 8:49:01 Paul's phone locks because he's shot or whatever, what I think that means is this. It's that this was not Maggie using her phone at 8:49:26. There's no way. There is no way. There's just no way. There's no way. Right? I mean, we know the shotguns are pretty quiet, but not that quiet, right? There would have been there's just no way. Like, there's just no way. So either Paul was shot and killed at 8:49:01, and then at 8:49:26. Actually, you guys, I'm thinking of something right now. This actually, I think this is different than what the prosecution says in the timeline. I don't know. Am I crazy, you guys? Hold on. I've always wondered about this whole thing with Maggie's GPS data because everything that Alex constantly offered up to law enforcement as a little prize, like, here, look, I'm helping. All of it was stuff he thought they would never end up getting the information from. So, and then he ended up being wrong. There's only one exception, and that's Maggie's phone. And it sucks because it's like, we know that they say the data can overwrite and all that. But, and that could still be true. But if that is true, what we'll never know is if someone had fucked with it beforehand, right? Because guess what? If Paul locked his phone at 8:49:01 and was still alive, then he would have to be shot with between 8:49:26 and 8:49:31. That's a 5-second window. And that does make sense. That does make sense because we see, this is why I'm saying there's like two options. It does make sense because we see Maggie's phone. Okay, so let's play out these two scenarios. So 8:49:26, Paul's still alive. Maggie, this is the scenario number one. Maggie unlocks her phone for text message notification. It changes the orientation. She hears something like a gunshot. And that gives us like a literally exact split second of when that would put it at like 8:49:27 of potentially when Paul was shot in this first scenario. So what does she do? Her phone, she probably, it changes the orientation, and then she locks it to go look and see what's happening or run over there, right? Again, that places Paul's time of death at like 8:49:27-ish, probably. I mean, I guess technically it could be within this 5 seconds, or sorry, 3 seconds. I guess it could be at like 8:49:30 at them. That will be the latest, right? That would be. Here's another way to look at it. 8:49:01 is the earliest Paul could have died, and the latest he could have died would be 8:49:30. So there's a 30-second window. So the question is, would he have locked his phone here and not used it? It's possible because the battery was about to die, but we know he used it up right. We heard a lot of testimony about how he would use it right up until it died. Okay, second scenario. 8:49:01 is when Paul is shot. $8:49:20. Maggie would have been shot in the second scenario. Fucking hell. I mean, this is plausible too. She could have been shot in between. Oh my God. Sorry. I don't know if does everything look normal for you guys? It just went full screen. Okay, hold on. Sorry. All right. So in the second scenario, Maggie could have been shot anytime between, like, let's say 8:49:02 and 8:49:20. That's enough time. And then 8:49:20 in the second scenario, Alex gets Maggie's phone. Alex gets Maggie's phone. We know it accesses, check this out though, 8:49:28, it accesses an application. They don't know which application. That's important, right? Because what application? Could it have been the thing she used, right? That thing that Alex talked about in great detail. She used a program, the thing where it tells you where you're at with your friends and shit. I forget what it's called. But they know it was accessed simply because of the data on the phone showing like the backlight, right? So, and then it changes the orientation, and then it locks at 8:49:30 when it locks forever. Could that have been Alex? Because we know he had her passcode. Could that have been Alex unlocking her phone and turning off her GPS shit or whatever, or erasing shit? And then because the phone, that would explain it. Sorry, the way I just said that, it sounded like slow motion, guys. Another question that I keep forgetting we didn't talk about. Why was Maggie's phone all the way over there? Okay. So the suggestions that I've heard are things like, to try to confuse the scene or make it look like somebody else. I don't know. I can't even really remember because now this is all becoming a lot clearer. I'm kind of understanding things a bit differently here. But as I was asking the question, I had the answer, right? I was asking the question, if he did this, if Alex shot Paul at 8:49:01, and if when we see this last activity on Maggie's phone, if that's actually Alex accessing her phone and like turning off her GPS shit or her location services, and then like perhaps like erasing her shit, GPS shit or whatever, factory reset, I don't know, whatever the fuck. My question that I don't even think I finished because I interrupted my own thought was like, yeah, but how would he guarantee that they wouldn't then get the phone, and like how would he guarantee that they're not able to find evidence that he did that, right? Because like, as we all know, that would be found. And then I was like, well, he would have to have a way to know that there would be a long enough period of time where they don't find it, or that they don't ever find it, or whatever, but that they can't find it for a while, to where it's plausible that the phone would have overwritten its own data, or that it could just be argued that the phone wasn't turned off or put on airplane mode and therefore it's fucked with. And that anything that would be found would be not reliable. And then I was like, oh shit. See, it all happened so fast in my brain. That's why I'm going back and explaining it. And then I was like, oh shit. That makes sense as to maybe why the phone was found where it was. And then I thought, well, wait, hold on. That all makes sense because like he didn't have to do it for Paul's phone. I think, here's what I think. Alex knew that Alex did not have Paul's passcode, right? And it took a long time for them to crack that. And he did have Maggie's. So I think Alex was probably banking on the fact that they either would never really crack Paul's phone all the way, maybe, or that because the battery was low and it was dying, you know, it would, it wouldn't show certain things, maybe. I don't know. It's or maybe he would have done the same thing to Paul's phone if he could have gotten into it with the passcode, right? Like maybe if he did have Paul's passcode, he would have done the same thing. Delete the shit and toss it somewhere or whatever, so that it at least takes them long enough to find it, and then they, you know, the info's been overwritten or whatever. Anyway, I don't know. What do you guys think? The thing that makes the second theory interesting is it would be an explanation for why the phone was found where it was. And we have never had a good reason for that, I feel like, yet so far. And then the thing that would support the first theory more would be that I think it is well, no, wait, hold on. So the first, now I'm just confusing myself. So, okay, 849. Actually, I can't think of anything that supports the first theory. The first theory was that Paul's phone locks, but he doesn't die then. The first theory is that Paul dies, what did I say? Somewhere around like 8:49:30. Because we know that there's no way Maggie would have been like using her phone and shit. Right? Like essentially, if we're looking at that, we're looking at her activity to tell us when she heard a gunshot. So the first theory was like 8:49. And the thing is that I just think it's so much more likely that Paul's still using his phone, and that 8:49:01 would be the time of death, and that would mean Maggie. Interesting. So I don't know. I can't even think of anything to support and the first theory is what I've been led to understand through the prosecution and everything, is as to what happened, right? That like I guess the reason I'm saying that is because I just feel like I remember Creighton saying things like, and Maggie read this text, right, as an example. That would indicate they believe she's still alive at 8:49:26, and that's not Alex. Like, so from what I've gathered from you know the process, it's like they seem to be pushing that Alex was, you know, obviously moving with her phone after the fact, but I've not heard any suggestion that they think Alex is the one that used her phone at 8:49:20 or 8:49:26 or any of this, and that he erased it. And I guess part of that is because, you know, maybe they can't say that because the data was overwritten, and then they wouldn't have any supporting evidence. Maybe Creighton believes that this was Alex, but he just can't say it because of the fact that the phone, and that would mean Alex is playing work because of the fact that the phone wasn't found until the next day, and then the shit could be over. You know, they can't say, like they wouldn't be able to say for sure that he fucked with it, right? I don't know. That's just another thing to think about of all the many things. Fucking hell. All right. So why did Paul go into the feed room, right? So, all right. So here's this picture again. Now here's this. This would be a different idea. This would maybe be a different idea as to why he went into the feed room from based on these pictures. So what we're going to look at here is this. So check it out. So here we have on the top left, right next to the window, there's those GPS tracking collars. One thing I noticed when I was going through this is this other collar. Well, I already noticed that there was this one collar here in this bin, but I hadn't thought about why it would be there. And that's what I did this recent time. It would make sense. Like, look at how that's there and not hanging up. Honestly, when I see this is pretty, I don't know. It could indicate that Paul was grabbing a collar off of the wall where the other ones are when he got shot, or for the first shot, right? And then put this collar thing down out, and that's why it's out of place, or dropped it or whatever. And so then who would he be getting a collar for? And the answer is he could be getting it for Grady, right? Because we know Grady's out, and Alex is like, we don't know. I don't know if Grady had one on, but Bubba had one on. So he could be getting it for Grady. Or like I said, it could be that he was getting it for Cash. Maybe Cash had a dead battery. Again, the reason I say that is because we know Bubba has one on and it works. We know Maggie wasn't even out, but she has one on. And then the only really unknown is that Grady was out, and we don't know if Grady had one on or not. And there's no pictures of him from that night. So that would make sense that he was getting it for Grady. So those are just things to think about. And then the question there would be, if that's the case, then I think what happened is that Alex, if Bubba was off chasing the chicken, but he had a tracking collar on, I think what happened is that Alex would have maybe put Grady up, because if Grady didn't have a collar on, like if Paul was going to go get this collar for Grady, it means Grady doesn't have one. And then Grady, Alex could have put, for that reason, he could have put Grady up in the kennel before he leaves. But so imagine like the hose is still running, Bubba's out with the fucking chicken, and because he's trying to get the fuck out of there, he's not going to go fuss with Bubba at this point, but he puts Grady up because Grady does not have a collar on. Or, potentially Grady has the other type of collar, but then I don't know why Paul would have been getting this. So I don't know. These are all just things to think about. We'll continue. I think there's going to be a part 3. So at this juncture, because every time I do it now, I'm getting more questions, but that's like right in line with what I was saying too a couple of videos ago, right? Like, I'm not getting more answers. I'm getting more questions. I feel like we are getting answers, but like the answers lead to more questions. So, right. We still have to solve the business with the car. or the truck. And there's the other chicken business, or another picture. So, okay. Yeah, it says complete. I always think it's complete. I don't think it's complete. I think it's going to be a part 3. Yay. All right, back to this.
Air conditioner.
So did you say goodbye, according to your new story?
Did I say goodbye?
Yeah. Did you talk to them at all, or did you just get the chicken, put it on there, jump on there, and just take off?
I wouldn't have just gone off. I mean, I would have said, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Did I say goodbye or bye?
And again, go ahead.
I mean, there would have been some, there would have been some exchange. I'm not staying here.
Well, what was that exchange? I mean, you've had such a photographic memory about the news stories. What happened here?
It's not. I can't tell you the exact words.
You don't remember your conversation after you put that chicken up? Did y'all talk about the chicken?
No, I don't think we did.
Did you talk with Paul about Cash's tail?
After the chicken?
Yeah.
No, I know I didn't do that.
Did you tell Maggie I'm going to go check on him?
At that point, no, I don't
Did you
think
tell
I did.
Maggie, it's hot out here, if they going to go back?
I certainly would have said something to that effect.
All right. So, unlike everything else with the news story, you just can't recall what that would have been.
Well, I mean, you're making that categorization. I think there's other things about that I can't remember. But if the question is, can I remember exactly what words I used when I gave Maggie some salutation when I'm leaving, I can't tell you what those were.
All right.
But it would have been something to the effect of, I'm leaving.
All right. Okay. But you would concede that there was at least some conversation, that you wouldn't have just put the chicken on there and ran back to the golf cart and taken off. Correct?
Without talking to Maggie, I would have
Skedaddle right on out of there.
All right. So let's, you want to say a minute? Does that sound about right?
A minute for what?
To have just whatever interaction it took for you to then, according to your news story, drop back to.
No, sir. It wouldn't have taken me a minute. It would have been, it would have been, I'm leaving. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay. So 30 seconds?
I don't think it would have taken 30 seconds, but, I mean, I'm fine with you using whatever time you want to apply, but I don't think it would have
asking
taken.
about real life here.
That doesn't make
and
any
how people
sense.
interact with one another.
This is,
Mr.
wow.
Murdaugh.
Here's this,
I
dude.
mean, so what you're telling us?
He's like, I'll use whatever time you want to apply. He's like, I want you to make up my fake story so I don't have to be held accountable for it. It's like, this is your story. You're supposed to have the answers. Why do you want him to make it up? That's
Jury, I call you're fuzzy on these kind of details.
chicken business.
Is that you jetted down there, you dealt with the chicken, and jetted right back.
No, sir.
Right?
No, sir. I didn't jet down there and I didn't jet back. I got up after Maggie asked me to leave, after Maggie asked me to go with her, and I didn't. I got up. I went and got on a golf cart. I drove down there. I did what I did. I said, I'm leaving, or something to those words, and I went back.
All right. Well, if it's about 8:46, if the kennel video ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, and it's about 8:46, we at least concede.
I'm going to just pause this real quick to say that just in recapping, two things that I would love y'all's feedback on, and that we'll continue to discuss it in the next videos, I'm sure, and probably later on today. But again, what do you guys think? Do you think Paul's motivation to go into the feed room was to get better signal, self-service, so he could send that video, or do you think he was going in there to get a caller? Do you and actually? So it's 3 questions. The next question is, do you guys think Grady had a collar on? Do you think Alex was just being evasive about that? Do you think Grady had one on? I mean, that would also make sense, right? But like, and it would make sense that if Grady had one on, Alex wouldn't have really noticed it, because the important thing was that Bubba was the one that was going to be off chasing a chicken and was going to have to be left out of the kennel while he went to Almeida. So that would still track. So do you think Grady had one on? What do you think was the deal with that? And then the third one was, what do you think about the 2 theories of potentially when Paul was shot? And again, the significance, the really big difference is, was that Maggie? Was that last activity on Maggie's phone Maggie or not? That's fucking important. Was that Maggie, or was that Alex erasing her shit and then again to cover up those tracks because he knows how it works? Would that be the reason he fucking ditched that phone, so it would delay them finding it? Okay, just wanted to recap that.
That maybe it was about a
Things to
minute
think
before
about.
you got on that golf cart and headed back. Just reasonable real life.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it was that long, but maybe, sure.
All right. So.
But I don't think it was that long. I mean,
All right, well, how long do you
exactly
think it
what I
was,
thought
Mr.
was going to be
Murdaugh?
going on at that kennel, why I didn't want to go there to begin with, is exactly what was going on.
Yeah. Well, I get that.
And I left.
Are these also convenient facts in your new story that have to fit with the timeline now that evidence has been thrown in your face?
No, sir.
Does that sound like real life to you, that you jet down there and jet back, Mr. Murdaugh?
Mr. Waters, as I just told you, I didn't get on my golf cart and jet down there. I didn't jet back.
The reason why you have to be so fuzzy about these details.
Mr. Waters, hang on.
Just answer before another question is presented.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Just a
answering your
moment.
question.
Just a moment. Are you responding to the last question?
Yes, sir. I'm responding to your question, and you're using words that I'm not using. And that's your
Do you agree
categorization.
I'm entitled to ask my questions to you, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm gonna answer them. All I'm saying is, I'm taking issue with the manner in which you're changing what I'm saying.
So you
And
disagree this is a new story? You disagree with that characterization?
yes, this is the first time that this is being told openly.
And you disagree to my characterization that you've got a photographic memory about the details that have to fit now that you know these facts, but you're fuzzy on the other stuff that complicates that. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. I think that I have a good memory about a lot of things on this.
How about this? We got the kennel video ending at 8:45:45. So just to take care of the chicken, put it up. I was going to say 8:47, but somewhere around there. I think you said somewhere around there. Is that fair? Just to do whatever you need to do and get on that cart before you head back.
The kennel video ended at 8:45,
In 45 seconds.
8:46. It certainly could have been 8:47 before I left out of there.
Okay.
I think it was sooner than that, but it could have been.
All right. That's 60 seconds. And 75 seconds, correct?
That's so insane.
After it ends.
If it ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, it's a minute and 15 seconds.
And you characterized it yesterday as I got out of there, right?
That is exactly what I did.
All right. So if we're at 8:47, I think you said, giving you the benefit of the doubt, it's 2 minutes to get up back to the house, correct?
Approximately.
All right. And when you got back to the house, where'd you park the golf cart?
Same place I'd gotten it from, right where Mark Ball testified that it was.
All right. And what door did you go in?
I would have gone in the front door.
And if you left around 8:47, and it took about 2 minutes to get up to the house, what time would that make it, Mr. Murdaugh?
If I left at 8:47, and if it took me 2 minutes, that would make it 8:49.
8:49. And you testified you went inside and the TV's on, right?
I did go inside, and the TV was on.
Okay. And you laid down, is that right?
I did.
All right. Before you said you'd been napping for an hour or so, or napping that entire time, but now you laid down on the couch?
That's correct.
All right. And maybe dozed for a second,
Maybe.
according to your new story? How long did you doze?
If I dozed, extremely short time.
Extremely short time? Because you would agree with me that at 9:02, you're up and moving, according to the data.
I agree that according to that data, my phone's recording steps at whatever time it is, 9:02 something.
How long did it take you, if you were at the house at 8:49, how long before you went and laid on the couch?
I would have gone straight to the couch, probably. I may have gone by the sink, or I may have gotten a spit cup, but it would have been basically straight to the couch.
Straight to the couch.
Yes, sir.
And you're telling this jury that that's what happened, and you were back at the house at 8:49, and you lay down on the couch and dozed for a second, and then you were up with more steps in a shorter time period than you had done all day.
Well, I mean, your number is 8:49. What I'm telling this jury is that I went down there, and when I took that chicken from Bubba, I would have said something to Mags. I got back on that golf cart, and I drove back to my house. After getting back to my house, I went inside, and in short order, I went to the couch. That's what I'm telling this jury.
Did you go anywhere else in the house?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you specifically about that. I don't think so, but I may have.
Did you have that tan blackout and a 12-gauge shotgun on that golf cart when you drove down there?
No,
You didn't?
no,
Did you see them when you were down there?
no.
No. So we got you back around 8:49 and you're leaving at 9:02, correct? And you didn't see any weapons down there. You just happened to be back there. You didn't hear anything at all. Did you hear anything at all, Mr. Murdaugh, during that time period?
No, I did not.
You didn't?
I wonder what
Did you
did
tell
y'all
law
see
enforcement?
Alan Wilson and Matters there? I wonder what they're discussing. He looks like Alan Wilson was bringing something to his attention. I wonder what he noticed, some sort of discrepancy maybe.
If you thought you heard them pull up, then you tell law enforcement that?
I did think they had pulled up.
All right, so that was that. You did think that?
Yes.
All right. So now you're saying there was a car pulling up?
No,
You didn't testify to that yesterday, did you, in your new version of events that
no, I don't,
construct?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe there was a car pulling up.
Okay. But that's what you told law enforcement, didn't you?
No, I told law enforcement that I thought they had pulled up.
All right. But you're saying you couldn't hear blackout shots supposedly, but you could hear that, correct?
I didn't say I couldn't hear blackout shots, but
He's
I'm
asking you if you're
I
saying that now,
thought
you idiot.
When I got up from taking a nap, if I took a nap, but when I got up
I
from
mean,
laying down,
so, dude.
as I was getting ready to go to my mom's, there was a point in time where I thought Maggie and Paul had come back.
You also told them that you thought you heard a wildcat, but maybe it was a person or something like that as well?
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I said when I went outside that there's a house cat that's gone wild, and he hangs around. He goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging
Guys,
around
this
the
is
house.
such a
different
funny
times, you might-
fucking
and there'd be
tangent.
times you don't see him, and he had been around the house. And when I
I
went
know there's
outside,
been. Pause it real quick. I know y'all, but I remember y'all. A couple of y'all have been asking, like, did he get to the Wildcat story yet? I'm gonna make sure I timestamp this. Let me make a note. I'm gonna make sure I timestamp this because I know this is like a favorite among many people. So
I believe that cat was over there.
Okay. And you made a point of mentioning
I
that
never-
to law enforcement.
I never thought it was a person.
All right. But you made a point of mentioning that to law enforcement, correct?
In the course of discussing it, I did tell them that.
But you never told them all this new story that you've constructed in light of this trial, is that correct?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel. I lied about that.
And at the same time, you also looked at this jury and tried to tell them that you had been cooperative in this investigation.
Other than lying to them about going to the kennel, I was cooperative in every aspect of this investigation.
Very cooperative, except for maybe the most important fact of all, that you were at the murder scene with the victims just minutes before they died. Right?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel.
When you picked up that chicken, was there any blood on it?
I don't believe so.
Did you wash your hands or all?
At that point in time, I don't believe that I did.
And when you say you were there, you said Maggie was nearby you. Is that correct?
Right by me.
Was she messing with the hose at all?
At that time, no, she was not.
I need to, dude.
That's
I
with it the
can't.
entire time that you were there, according to your new facts today.
While I was there, she did not
Like that. What that.
touch. She was not fooling.
I wanted us to just say, so he's like, was she messing with the hose? And he goes, at that time, no. It's like, what do you think he means? Do you mean after she was dead? Like, what the hell type of answer even is that?
with a hose at all.
Oh, fucking hell.
I'm gonna move this thing along. I'm gonna put up on the screen states 519, which is the condensed timeline. If I could have computer input, please.
Look at his face, you guys.
See that up there, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
All right, I'm on page 5. You see that cell tower map there?
That's up on my screen?
Yeah.
I do see that.
Would you agree with me that it reflects no cell tower activity on your phone from 6:52 to 9:04?
I do agree with that.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Murdaugh. Did you take your phone with you down to the kennels, according to the new facts that you're testified to yesterday and today?
I must not have.
You must not have.
If this is accurate, no, sir.
Is that typical for you?
Sure it is,
It's
absolutely.
typical. Okay. Tell me why that's typical.
If and when I'm going, now, it wouldn't be, it would be unusual if I was going out for any extended period of time.
guys.
Or if I was going,
Did y'all hear it? Did y'all hear it?
even on the property, if I was going.
Not unusual to steal from anyone. Not unusual to have killed your wife and son. But even God would never forget what you've done. It's not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
It's a house.
Had my phone that night. I do not dispute it based on this data, and that's not unusual for me.
Just like you don't remember, according to your new story, the last conversation you had with Maggie.
It's not unusual to steal from anyone. It's not unusual to have killed your wife and son. But even God would never forget what you've done. It's not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
It's a house.
Correct. You don't have any reason to dispute that?
Well, that's what it says. He arrives at 4147 Moselle Road, which is the address of the shop. The house is 4157. I believe that Paul actually got there a little bit before that, but I think that's approximately accurate. I think Paul got there a little bit closer to 7 o'clock.
You would agree that that's the earliest data point that reflects his presence in Moselle?
If that's what the records show.
See now, remember I said this
I don't
earlier?
dispute that if that's the earliest data point.
Guys,
But
remember I
again,
kept saying this? I kept saying, and all along he's like, yeah, according to the, with the benefit of these records, right? Now he's switching his tone. Now it's all of a sudden the records are wrong. He's questioning the records. So
I believe he got there a little bit earlier. And I tried to look at these records to see if I could, if that could be refuted. And I believe he got there.
Why would you do that?
To 7 or a little bit before 7.
Can you explain that, please? Anyway, so it's going to replay it again. Or sorry, yeah, it's going to show what he said yesterday. That's the point. Here we go. This is what he said yesterday on direct. So.
And what time did you, looking at the records now, what time did it look like Paul actually got there?
And looking at the records, it's clear that he got there sometime around 7 o'clock. If that's what the records show.
You don't dispute that?
I don't dispute that if that's the earliest data point. But again, I believe he got there a little bit earlier. And I tried to look at these records to see if I could, if that could be refuted. And I believe he got there a little closer to 7 or a little bit before 7.
No, that's a good point. You looked at these records a lot before you had your testimony yesterday.
I mean,
today,
what
Mr.
the fuck? What the
I've
fuck?
looked at these records, other than the OnStar records that just came when they were provided to me. Sure, I've looked at them.
Right here, we have some steps on your phone, 29 steps. And then down at the bottom, we have 89 steps. Is that consistent when you and Paul were together on the property?
I mean, sure, we would go to different locations on the property. Sometimes we would get out, sometimes we wouldn't. We'd get out and walk around, we'd look at stuff, we'd do things. For example, you saw me messing with the tree. There'd be other ones, we may get out and look at a feeder. Maybe other ones, we get out and look at hog signs where hogs are rooting. So it would be perfectly consistent with what Pawpaw and I were doing that day.
Pawpaw.
And 8:05
Back to the Pawpaw.
8:09. Would you agree that that's the last steps recorded on your phone before 9:02 when you become a very busy beat?
I love that. I love it, Creighton. You're my
If that's
favorite.
what these records show. I see I took steps, his records show I took steps between 8:05 and 8:09.
All right. So would you concede then that you're at the house around 8:09?
I would have thought so, yes.
Okay.
I would
You
have
said
thought
Paul was
so.
already back at that point?
No, I said just the opposite.
When did he get there?
All right. You talking about when I
Oh,
left the
okay.
shop and went to the house?
Weasel
Maggie was
alert.
there?
Yes, before you ate dinner.
No, as I said earlier, Paul and I were at the shop. Maggie got home. I left Paul at the shop and I went to the house. And I think you were saying that I said I met Paul at the house, and that's incorrect.
Paul was still down at the shop when you were at the house, correct?
When I first went to the house, Paul was still at the shop, I believe.
All right, and was
I
Maggie
believe.
there when you arrived at the house?
Yes, I believe she was.
All right, and 8:09 is the last steps that you have on this phone before 9:02, correct?
That's what the data shows.
He says that again as if he doesn't trust the records. It's just stupid. Fucking hell.
Looking now at page 15. I'm sorry, page 14. Your steps that you say when you got to the house is 8:09 and Paul was still down at the shop. But don't these records reflect that Paul is pinging with GPS data at the house at 8:08?
This record appears to show Paul at the house at 8:08.
All right. So those records don't fit with your new story that you testified yesterday and today. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe even right now, Mr. Waters, that that's right. I'm not saying, what you're doing is you're taking 8:09 and saying that I'm at the house. And, I mean, that may or may not be right, but what I'm saying is that when Maggie came through, I left, and I believe that Paul stayed at the shop. Now, did Paul come right behind me? I'm not sure, but when I left him, I believe that when I left to go to the house, I believe that Paul stayed at the shop for a minute.
When you got to the house, did you put your phone down?
I'm sure I did.
Did you put it in the car, in the Suburban?
Did I put it in the Suburban?
When you got back to the house, did you put it in the Suburban? Was the Suburban parked out front?
The Suburban would have been parked wherever I parked it.
Which is
That
where?
is
I
not an
believe on the
answer.
side.
Okay. And did you put your phone in the Suburban?
At that time? No, I did not.
Where'd you put it?
I'm not sure where I put it.
You're not sure about that either, huh?
No, I'm not sure. When I went in the house, I'm not sure where I put my phone. I would think that I would think that I put it down somewhere, probably by the couch.
Didn't you testify yesterday when you were being asked by your lawyer about that pause at Alameda when you were leaving, and you had a very specific recollection of your phone had fallen down in the crevice, and you had to pick it up and get it out? You remember testifying to that?
I love that.
But you don't remember what you did with your phone when you got back at this point, huh?
I mean, Mr. Ward, those are two distinct, different things. I'm coming in the house and I put my phone down. I don't have a routine spot that I put it in right on this corner or right there. You know,
Yeah.
I would assume that when I went in the house, I put it somewhere either on the table. You go by, go into the couch. I may have taken it to the bathroom. When I took a shower, it may have taken me a few minutes to go to the shower. So I can't tell you exactly.
So it's interesting because he's saying he doesn't have a routine. his excuse. Okay, he said he doesn't remember. The reason why he doesn't remember where he puts his phone when he comes home is because he's saying he doesn't have a routine place to keep it. So, okay, if we say, okay, there's some people who are like that, right? Okay. But by that logic, looking at that logically, by that logic, then the only reason that you would remember the part that Creighton was asking about with the car and the phone with the console, by using that same logic, you would only remember that if you do have a routine spot, that you keep it in the car. So you could actually go down this line. I would ask a question like, well, since you clearly, it means you must remember where you keep it in the car. So then where is that? Because he's probably not prepared an answer for that. But according to his specific story, it falls down like, he describes it the center console. So I would really be curious, like the layout of the car, like if there's not like, it's just so funny because it's like, how would that happen, right? Like it seems plausible enough, but when you examine it, like how would that happen? Well, if you were, if you keep your phone somewhere and maybe you pick it up and you drop it, or like if you imagine that, right? It's like you either have it, like maybe you set it in a cup holder near there. I mean, but that's what I'm asking, right? Because like, I don't know. I'm not a dude. My phone's in my purse, but like, if you're a dude, you just keep normally if their phone will be in their pocket, right? So if they're driving, do you take your phone out of your pocket and put it somewhere? I mean, we know that his phone was connected to Bluetooth, but he was not charging it. So the only thing I could think of is like, you would take it out of your pocket if you're going to charge it, right? But he wasn't using the car charger. Maggie was, but he was not. We see that it connects Bluetooth, which is normal for making phone calls and shit. So, but that doesn't mean it has to be obviously connected with a wire. So in other words, in my mind, does this make any type of sense? Because would it just be that we know he was using the phone, right? But I'm just trying to bust holes in his story with this, which is like, would the normal thing be having it in your pocket? Right? And then if you're actually going to be making calls and shit with Bluetooth, you do it through the car. You don't take your phone out of your pocket for that. He wasn't texting. There's one thing I will say. He wasn't texting while driving. He was making phone calls. So, according to all the records and everything that we have. So ostensibly, you don't need to touch your phone at all for any of this, right? You can just keep it in your pocket. It's going to connect to Bluetooth and then use your the screen in your car to make phone calls. So I think that I think that story seems like so clearly bullshit. That's probably why they're not spending time. But like, you could, if you wanted to, you could spend time and poke a bunch of holes in that. But you probably would get more information that could be helpful with other things, right? Like that's kind of what I'm thinking. Because especially because I don't think he would have an answer prepared for that. So it would actually put him in a position to where, in order to maintain that lie, he would have to make another lie. That actually could be a good strategy, right? Because that's where he starts to really falter, is when all of his lies, right? They all can't be true at the same time. And that's, I don't know. So that would be something to think about, right? Put him in that position where he has to keep lying to try to perpetuate this nonsense about the phone with the console. But then that puts him in a place where it contradicts another lie. So anyway, all right, let's keep going.
Where I put it.
That console story is an awful specific recollection when you need it to try to make the new story that this jury's hearing and everyone's hearing yesterday and today with the data, correct? But you're awful fuzzy on far more important things, aren't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
Which question? I'll answer the first one first. No, I don't believe that's convenient, and I disagree with your categorization of the description.
All right. But you remember the console story, but you don't remember where you put your phone, whether or not you took it down to the kennels, whether it was in you put it in the Suburban. Don't remember any of that.
Yeah, I mean,
you remember that console story, correct?
Well, I don't remember the console story, but in that Suburban, and it's not the first time that it happened, but when that phone got down there, you had to go to great efforts to get it out, and you couldn't just reach over there and get it out.
So that's what I'm talking about. So now he's just made another assertion that could be challenged. So like, you know, it's not necessary here because it's just, you know, it's just clearly another bullshit thing. But like, again, there's a lot of ways you could poke holes in this. Like, you know, I look at pictures of the Suburban. Can you show us? Can you just describe it? You know, there's ways that could be proven or disproven or whatever. But you could even just use that to ask another question that could lead to another thing. So, yeah, there's a lot of options there. But anyway, just, yeah.
All right. You say when you got to the house that Maggie was already there?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw your last steps were at 8:09?
Well, that's what you saw when this data recorded my last steps. But as you heard this testimony too, Mr. Waters.
And that's the other thing. See, he was answering that question weird about Maggie. I know we went through and looked at that last episode, I think, with the timeline. From everything I can tell, using common sense and using the timeline and using everything, Maggie got there after him. But that also is funny because Creighton keeps asking him this question and he keeps answering it. He was also like being evasive earlier and Weasel. Now he answered it with a yes, but he made a weird face. So I don't know. I think that I was probably on the right track whenever we went through that's not accurate.
You know, that's not a precise. That's not a precise. You heard the testimony. You know what it is.
Well, how did you get back to the house? Remind us.
From the shop?
Yeah.
I went in a white pickup truck.
Went in the white pickup truck.
Fuck you guys.
And
holy shit, y'all. It's too bad for you guys that fell asleep and stuff because there it is. Fuck. Keep reading, Chelsea. That was an EDB quote. She also says, keep reading, Emily. Okay, there we go. That's it. And that was that it doesn't matter to me. It could be John Marvin's, it could be Farm Truck. He's probably going to ask more questions about this truck. That's the answer I was needing. That there is a truck there and that it's in working order. He can drive it. Like that's what we needed, right? And that he used it recently because that's what matters. That's what fucking matters. That's different. Okay. Wow.
When you got into the house, where did you go?
We've already discussed this. I took a shower. Whether I did things for a moment before I went to the shower, I'm sure I talked to Maggie.
Why is he not asking more questions about the truck?
If she came through the camera, which I believe she did, we only talked briefly, so I would have talked to her, but I would have quickly
He's got to
gone
circle
take a shower.
back to that because that's whose truck is it? Blah blah. Was there a gun in it? I mean, you know, I'm sure you circled back.
Going over to page 16. You would agree with me that the data
Wait.
reflects Maggie's.
Hold on. Let me rewind that. That's crucial. I just realized something that could be another plot hole for a disaster. Important to disprove him. Hold on.
Remind us.
From the shop?
Yeah.
I went in a white pickup truck.
Okay, no. Hold on. No, look, this is important.
Yeah, but dadgummit, you remember that console story, correct?
Well, I don't remember the console story, but you know, in that Suburban, and it's not the first time that it happened, but when that phone got down there, you had to go to great efforts to get it out, and you couldn't just reach over there and get it out.
Mm-hmm. All right. You say when you got to the house that Maggie was already there?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw your last steps were at 8:09?
Well, that's what you saw when this data recorded my last steps. But as you heard this testimony too, Mr. Waters, you know, that's not a precise. That's not a precise. You heard the testimony. You know what it is.
Well, how did you get back to the house? Remind us.
From the shop?
Yeah.
I went in a white pickup truck.
Went in the white pickup truck.
There it is. You guys see what I'm seeing? I know that you guys are asleep, but if anyone is still awake and listening, so that means that, dude, there it is. That's it. That's the answer we needed. That's the answer we needed. Holy shit. That's it. That's the solution. So, wow. Okay. Here's why. Because so he's saying that he took that truck from the shop to the house. that means that truck should still be at the house. And I haven't gone and read all the stuff that I know you guys have been sending me about, but there was talk about the white pickup truck in the body cam footage at the kennels later, from what the clip that we saw. So how did that truck get from the house to the kennels? That's it. So initially I was like freaking out because I was like, oh, white pickup truck. Okay, cool. Right, that's it. There we go. That's what we were wondering. Was there a truck that he drove? And I was like, yeah, that matters because it means he drove it and it's in working order, blah, blah. And then I was like backed up in my brain. I was like, hold on. Didn't he say from the shop to the house? That's why I rewound it, because I wanted to hear that again. Because that matters, right? Because that means, yeah. How did the truck move? Did it drive itself? So, and again, at this point, I don't care if it's John Marvin's. I guess it matters, but the priority was verifying the existence of it and the whereabouts of it, and was it driven that day by Alex? So that's confirmed. Okay.
Okay. And when you got into the house, where did you go?
We've already discussed this. I took a shower. Whether I did things for a moment before I went to the shower, I'm sure I talked to Maggie because she'd been gone. And if she came through the kennel, which I believe she did, we only talked briefly, so I would have talked to her, but I would have quickly gone to take a shower.
Okay.
Whatever.
Going over to page 16, you would agree with me that the data reflects Maggie start logging steps and her phone disconnecting from the Mercedes around 8:17, correct?
Boy, what a shame that truck was not, I'm sorry, I'm just still thinking about it. What a shame that it was not tested. And again, Alex got really lucky, right? Because it's like, that could actually explain a lot too, because by taking someone else's vehicle, like that was John Marvin's truck, right? Assuming that's what it was, either a farm truck or John Marvin's, but we know that they had John Marvin pod swapped. So, but if it is John Marvin's truck, so now I'm taking it back. It does matter whose truck it is. Of course, I knew I was going to end up taking it back. It does matter whose truck it is, and here's why. If that's John Marvin's truck, that could explain a lot, because it's like, well, why didn't Alex take the other golf cart, or why didn't he take his Suburban or whatever? That's fucking smart. Dude, the Moriarty level is like intense, like, because he would know that, especially because it's him, right? It's not, this is under normal circumstances, it would have been tested, I would imagine, for other people, but there was a lot that wasn't done because they really didn't think he did it, right? But add to that layer, it's not his vehicle. It belongs to his brother, another Murdaugh. And you know what happens, right, is then it's going to be tied up in evidence. You never know if you're going to get it back or when, blah, 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 right? It might get taken apart, especially if they think it's the vehicle he drove right after the murders. That, like, if there's any vehicle that you want to try to make sure doesn't get tested, maybe other people in other cases would try to destroy a vehicle, but he didn't have to. He's like, I'm a Murdaugh. I don't have to do any of that, right? But the vehicle you'd want to do that with is the one that you take immediately after, right? So that would be nuts. If that is his brother's truck, then I'm guarantee you he did that on purpose, because he was like, well, yeah, they're not going to test this, but they will test my truck, my car, or whatever, the Suburban. And if it had been Paul's truck there, let's say that they didn't switch, they would have tested it, right? Because again, deceased. But not wanting the inconvenience going along, and they got a death in the family. The dad's going to, about to pass away. I'm sure that played a factor too, right? Because they don't want him to be without a vehicle. I guarantee you that would have been a factor as well, because they were very accommodating with that. So
at 8:17, her phone ends connection to her Mercedes.
And starts logging steps.
I don't see that, but I don't dispute it.
Well, you see the purple line talking about it disconnecting from the Mercedes.
I
and
do
then you
see.
go down
I see where you're talking about. So yeah,
Yeah.
I see it. 8:17, her phone starts logging steps. I agree with that.
Okay. So would you concede that appears to be when she arrived?
No, I don't believe that's when she arrived. I believe that. I mean, it was very normal for Maggie when she's driving to jump out of the car, run inside, go to the bathroom, do things, and either send me or Paul or go back or Buster or go back to her car herself and unplug her phone. So, I mean, I agree that's when her phone's unplugged, but I believe that Maggie got to the house a little bit before that. That's the whole reason why Paul and I went to the house.
Okay. But you're saying Paul arrived after Maggie, is that what you're saying? At the house? at
I
this
believe
point,
so, yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what I recall. And Paul arrived at the house after I arrived at the house.
I don't buy any of this the way he's saying it at all. I mean, the question I have about that is why is he lying about it, right? There's a reason he's lying about it. And the fact that I don't know why he would lie about this bothers me because it means there's something, there's information there that it's important. And we don't have that, right? Do you guys see what I mean? Like all this shit where it's like he's really, and every time that this has happened, and I've had this instinct of like, God, it seems like this must be really important because A, the prosecution keeps bringing it up. B, he keeps being really evasive or answering it weirdly. That's how the chicken business started because I was like, why is it that he's answering these things so weirdly about the chicken on the crate and about like the hose and shit? Like, why is he giving so much like, and it ended up, all this shit leads to stuff. So this is one where it's like, he's really being funny about the times of when who arrives after who. So I don't know. Again, that'll have to be for another day because my brain is like still trying to figure out so many other different things right now. But yeah, it's another thing. It's just another thing to think about. Like, hopefully you guys see what I mean. Like, there's definitely information there, and he does not want us to have that. And I'm like, no, that's not fair. I want the information. Fuck it. Fuck
And
you.
if Paul got to the house,
Oh, fuck. Like, whoa, he just started doing that. This is like before when Creighton paused and he keeps talking. Hold on, let me rewind it a second. This is insane. I thought he was done.
I believe so, yes, sir. That's what I recall. And Paul arrived at the house after I arrived at the house,
What's
I
happening?
believe. And if Paul got to the house
What's happening?
around about that same time, he wasn't inside.
Creighton. Did you guys see Creighton? It's going to show it again. Did y'all see Creighton? Oh my God.
And if Paul got to the house around about that same time, he wasn't inside.
Dude, that's so good. I love it. I love it so much.
And if Paul got to the house around about that same time, he wasn't inside with Maggie and I when I went to get to the shower.
So you say if Paul got, he wasn't inside with Maggie and you? Is that what you said?
That's what he said. What?
Mr. Murdaugh, is that what you said?
Sir,
You said if Paul got the house prior to that, he wasn't inside with you and Maggie? Is that what you said?
I'm saying he was not inside when I went to get in the shower.
Okay. But
He's trying to keep all these stories straight. What is he hiding in? So, okay. I wonder if this whole thing with all the being evasive about who got where when has to do with the details about the timing of the shower. I mean, that's another one of those things where it's like, I've not really delved into all the times he mentions this shower. I mean, in other words, the significance that we've heard of it or thought about it before would be like the puddle of water, like Blanca talks about, or like him changing clothes and all that, right? Because he has to explain why he didn't, or why he changed clothes and didn't mention it or whatever. So it's like, so then he makes up the shower. So now he has to make room for that in the timeline, I guess. So maybe what's going on now is it's to protect that there was time for the shower. Maybe that's what this is about, because it is a tight timeline from the time now I'm answering my own question, I think, because I was going to say it is a tight timeline from the time everybody gets there. That's why he tries to put Paul earlier, just before 7. That makes sense. And that's why he tries to make it seem like Maggie got there earlier and he got there after Maggie, because the timeline is so tight from when everyone gets there and how quickly that they eat some dinner and then get out to the kennels. It's just such a short period of time. And I think that what this is it's really not plausible that he had time for a shower. And that's why there's so much talk about it. And he's trying to give himself more room by being like, they were there earlier, this happened earlier. And then this also would make sense too, as to why he spends so much time, talking about how sweaty he is. I was thinking that earlier. I didn't say anything. I was thinking that earlier. I was like, God, we know you're sweaty. You're like, why? But he's giving us the answer. The answer is because he's still trying to justify that this shower is plausible, right? I mean, that's all this extraneous information gives us information, but it's not the information that he's saying. It's like, it's for something else. But yeah, I mean, he's still in his mind, the shower is not believable enough that he's still working really hard to try to, make it believable, make it plausible. I think the one thing he maybe didn't anticipate with the shower thing, because that seems it seems reasonable enough, right? Like, it was summer, like that's reasonable enough. The thing is that he gives it away that it's not, that it didn't happen because of the way he answers these questions. And I think the thing that he did not account for is how the shower would affect the timeline. Like, I think initially it was, again, he was thinking the shower, okay, like this is going to explain the clothes, the water, the towels, all this shit. I think what he didn't think about is that when did you have time for a shower? And that's what we're seeing, I think, now actually happening with this.
808, we see a little blue dot right there in the middle of the house, don't we?
Yeah, that's what these records show.
Okay.
And it also shows that circle that folks testified to, what the range of what it could be within. So, I mean, it clearly could be.
Look at that circle. Look at what's right in the middle of that circle. Almost like somebody drew a circle around the house, don't you agree?
Yeah, I do. But also in that circle is where you would park a truck if you pulled up.
All right.
So, and I'm not saying that he wasn't in the house at some point in time there. But when I went to get in the shower, he wasn't in the house. And he very easily could have been there and been parked in the yard.
All right. You agree at the bottom of page 16 that about 8:30 Maggie starts tracking steps again on her phone?
Yes, sir. That's what the data shows.
All right. And you would agree with me that about 8:38 Paul's phone shows him back up at the kennels?
Well, yes, sir. I agree that at 8:38, let me see which one. It's hard for me to figure out which one of these rings, but at 8:38, it shows Paul in whichever one of those rings is 56 meters wide. And I have no reason to believe he wasn't at the kennel.
And then 8:44:55, we've already gone through this, but that's the kennel video, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you would agree with me that it lasts about...
Great. So, well, I'm going to pay attention. We're going to go, this is great. We just were talking about this. We went through this on our own during the chicken business with this timeline. So I'm going to be curious to say, is he going to confirm that at 8:50 that puts him in the feed room? Because that's what I was kind of basing that on. And then it was, yeah, let's see. Let's see what happens here.
50 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And you would agree with me, moving on to page 19, that both Maggie and Paul's phones locked for the final time around 8:49.
That's what the data shows.
After that, you agree that Maggie's phone around 8:53 shows some steps being taken?
That's what the data shows, yes, sir.
Data doesn't show who's carrying it, but that's what it shows. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So he skipped over the...
And then you would agree with me that from 9:02 to 9:06, your phone finally comes to life and starts showing a lot of steps.
I do agree with that.
What were you doing?
I was getting ready to go to my mom's house.
Getting ready to go? I thought you took a shower already. You were just laying down on the couch.
This is the treadmill part.
I mean, it wasn't anything to get ready in that aspect, but I was getting ready to go. I was preparing to leave.
Doing what?
I don't know if I got up, went to the bathroom. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what I was doing.
That's far more steps in a shorter time period than any time prior, as you've seen from the testimony in this case. So what were you so busy doing?
That's
Going to the bathroom?
No, I don't think that I
Did you get on a
went
treadmill?
to the bathroom. No, I didn't get on a treadmill.
Jog in place?
No, I didn't jog in
Jumping
place.
jacks?
No, sir, I did not do jumping jacks.
What were you doing, Mr. Murdaugh, for those 4 minutes?
Preparing to leave for my mom's house.
What? What does that mean? I mean, you're in the front room on that couch where you say you laid down. The Suburban's just right outside. What all are you doing?
Y'all watch his face. He gets really angry here.
I don't know if I got up and went to my room, went to the gun room, went back in the.
Doing what? You've been so clear in your new story about everything. What were you doing during these 4 minutes?
I disagree with your assertion about every detail. I don't recall. I know that I was getting up and I was leaving. I was going to check on my mom. But specifically what I was doing,
I know, right? I love it. I love earlier we had the jet over there, jet back with the golf cart, and then we had the busy bee, and then the treadmill and the jumping jacks. I died. I don't know how the gallery wasn't fucking laughing their asses off at this point.
I don't know. I know what I wasn't doing, Mr. Waters, and what I wasn't doing is doing anything, as I believe you've implied, that I was cleaning off or washing off guns or putting guns in a raincoat, and I can promise.
What's so crazy is that was so implied. Okay, well, I guess he's speculating again. Creighton can't approach, right? The defense would have to approach, but object. But the objection here would be like well, there's all kinds of things that are objectionable, but speculation for one thing. But anyway, he's saying what the prosecution's implying. No one can say that because an implication is only understood by the receiver. But having said that, implied by its nature implies that something is not literally said. So what's interesting here is this is fascinating because he's like, what, like, why would you say, like, the worst thing you could do is say what you think the prosecution's implying, because if the implication is not perceived by the jury, then you're giving them information and the prosecution doesn't even have to suggest it. Like what he just says in here, and we'll watch it again, what he just says in here, this just goes to show you his state of mind. Like if someone really didn't, we know he did it, but like, let's just say that like, if you're innocent, you really don't know what happened, you wouldn't even be able to make the things up. Like you wouldn't know what you should be not talking about, or like, if that makes sense. Like he's only able to make those suggestions like, because Creighton can't and didn't actually specifically say anything. Like he's just like such an own goal, as Runkle would say here, because it comes straight from him. Like what the fuck? Like that's like normally you fight against that type of shit, right? You don't want any suggestions. Why are you giving them suggestions? Oh my god.
Assertion about every detail, I don't recall. I know that I was getting up and I was leaving. I was going to check on my mom. But specifically what I was doing, I don't know.
Okay.
I know what I wasn't doing, Mr. Waters, and what I wasn't doing is doing anything, as I believe you've implied, that I was cleaning off or washing off guns or putting guns in a raincoat, and I can promise you,
He even
that I
remembered the
wasn't doing
raincoat.
any of that.
Okay.
I mean, that's crazy because that tarp raincoat thing was such a disaster and we don't hear about it very much. I'd forgotten about it. The jury probably forgot about it. He didn't forget about it. That's interesting. How the fuck was that even on his radar? Because to me, it's like it was such a fiasco that I don't know. It's really interesting that he mentions that. It makes me think it makes me think that he actually used it. I mean, to be honest with you, because I don't know. I wish you guys were here because I would love y'all's feedback. Like, were you still thinking about the tarp raincoat? Like, I'm really curious. Like, was that something that you were still like, was that in the back of your mind, like as part of this, or were you just like kind of like, yeah, that whole thing is just stupid and like, we don't have any, enough information and, having said that, they did spend a lot of time with that whole thing, and they made it really confusing. So I guess that means that likely maybe it is significant. I don't know. But yeah, I would love y'all's input on what you think about that. Were you when he said that, were you surprised? That's what I'm wondering. I was surprised.
Also, during this 4 minutes where you've got 283 steps, not only are you moving around a lot, but you're making a ton of phone calls. Because that in that same time period, you see this red line right here, where over that 4 minute period, all those steps were taken. That's also when you're calling, making all these phone calls, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, I made the
So
phone
you're running
calls.
this place and making phone calls? Is that what you're?
Be allowed to answer before Mr. Waters steps on him again with another question. Please. Thank you.
All right.
You were making all these phone calls while you were taking all these steps. Would you concede that? Where you don't remember what you were doing?
Well, I was making phone calls, and that's shown here. At 9:05, I called my dad. You know, I don't know that I was taking steps like you're saying I'm taking steps. I heard the same testimony you heard, Mr. Waters, and, you know, steps can be recorded any number of ways. I don't have a specific recollection of walking around. I don't know if I was hitting my phone like the guy showed or doing whatever that makes steps, but, you know.
So you were hitting your phone like that while you were making all these phone calls?
Hang on, no, sir. What I'm saying, Mr. Waters, I don't
That's
know.
awesome.
I'm just giving
Creighton,
you.
I love it.
You're saying that I'm running around taking these steps, and while I'm doing that, I'm making telephone calls. What I will agree with is that this data shows that there was 283 steps recorded on my phone. And sometime during that period, I made certain phone calls.
Okay. All right, so not only for whatever it is recording steps, but you're also making a ton of phone calls, including missed calls to Maggie, who is 1,100 feet away, supposedly.
You're using the term a ton of phone calls.
Yeah.
What I agree is that I made the phone calls that are listed on these call data records, which, you know, are very normal phone calls for me.
Do you know why so many phone calls were missing from the log around this relevant time period when law enforcement downloaded your phone on June 10th?
From my phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Did you delete?
That's interesting. Huh. From my phone? That makes me think that that Alex thought maybe Creighton was asking about Maggie's phone. And I will say it is interesting that if, you know, I mean, I'm just thinking about this because I'm wondering if, I mean, you know, again, it sucks because they're not able to prove, like, well, I guess it's sort of like they can't say definitively, right? Like with this shit, like, if, you know, with the way that the calls are missing from Alex's phone, I guess it's like hard to say if it's just got overwritten, right? Or like if, again, because it was being used and it wasn't confiscated, you know, and again, he knows that they would have let him because of the circumstances of his death. I mean, all this is really making sense where it's like he would have known that there would have been plausible deniability because of the way that he would be treated, and that plausible deniability would make it harder to trace if he fucked with the phones. And it would make sense that if he did, the only phone he didn't fuck with is Paul's because he didn't know the passcode. And then in that case, then he maybe did, you know, delete calls off of his phone and then delete the fucking GPS and all the shit on Maggie's phone, knowing that if it took them a while to find it, there's plausible deniability that it was overwritten. But the way he answered that, let me rewind that again so y'all can hear, because that's interesting. to me. That was real. That was not, again, that's not what you, not what I expected. Wow.
You're using the term a ton of phone calls.
Yeah.
What I agree is that I made the phone calls that are listed on these call data records, which, you know, are very normal phone calls for me.
Do you know why so many phone calls were missing from the log around this relevant time period when law enforcement downloaded your phone on June 10th?
From my phone?
Yeah.
There.
No, I don't.
From my phone? It's like, who else's phone, right? Because the prosecution, again, has not suggested that he did anything with Maggie's phone. I think, again, I just don't think they have the room for that because the fact that it got overwritten, or, well, because, sorry, of the fact that, because of the fact that it wasn't discovered until the next day, it wasn't properly preserved, therefore evidence isn't properly preserved and all that, right? So that the best they can do is concede, okay, sure, it was overwritten. I mean, I don't know. Essentially, the prosecution has not suggested that he fucked with Maggie's phone. So the way he answered that question, that's why that stands out to me as interesting. It's like my reaction, that was like, well, of course, who else's phone, right? Huh.
Did you delete them, Mr. Murdaugh?
Not intentionally.
Just around the time of June 7th, all these calls are
Not
missing.
intentionally.
You had nothing to do with that between June 7th and June 10th.
No, sir, I did not. And I did not delete phone calls from my phone. Mr. Waters, one of the most important things in this whole thing for me has been getting this data that I believe would exist. Phone calls and phone records would be part of that. I've been in enough civil cases and used phone records enough times to know that you delete a phone call from your phone, it doesn't disappear. So I can tell you, this jury, and everybody who's listening that I did not intentionally delete phone calls from my phone.
Yeah, because you started talking about you're a former prosecutor, correct? And former lawyer doing civil cases. We went through that yesterday. And boy, you're busy bee on that phone.
Busy bee?
Right out of the gate at 9:02, right?
Right.
Objections overruled.
Am I a busy bee?
Yeah.
I am using my telephone at, I think I call at 9:05, I start and call my dad, and I agree that I made other phone calls.
And one of the first things you start talking about with law enforcement is these calls that you made to Maggie.
Yeah.
Correct? You recall that from your first statement to law enforcement?
One of the first things that I said to law enforcement?
Yeah, that's one of the things you talk about. I'm talking about with your interview with Special Agent Dave Owen.
I don't remember that being the first thing we talked about, but
First things.
if Mr. Owens asked me about it, then
No, you brought
Sure.
it up, didn't you?
I did.
You don't recall?
No, I don't recall.
Would you dispute me if I said you brought it up?
That I brought up what? Brought up what?
Phone, Mr. Murdaugh, your phone.
Phone calls to Maggie?
Yeah.
Wow.
That
The
I
way he's
brought up phone
answering
calls
this
to Maggie
is
to David
insane.
Owens.
I'm asking you, is that one of the things that you talked about in your first interview with Dave Owen? That you pulled out your phone and started looking at it, that you brought that up. Do you recall that?
Well, but that's not what you asked, Mr. Owens. You asked me, was that the first
Oh my
thing
God.
that I talked to him about? And that was the discrepancy. I certainly don't dispute that Mr. Owens and I talked about phone calls.
Yeah.
But that's not what you said, so just to be clear.
Well, the real reason, Mr. Murdaugh, is that you as a lawyer and prosecutor are up at 9:02, finally having your phone in your hand, moving around and making all these phone calls to manufacture an alibi. Is that not true?
That's absolutely incorrect.
So that's just another circumstance and coincidence in this particular case.
Abby, I
Right
hope you
around
see
the
that in the
time
chat.
that you lied to law enforcement about maybe one of the most important facts in the case.
Nightbot had something to say to you, Abby.
It is an absolute fact that I am not manufacturing an alibi, as you say.
How do you remember so much detail about everything else, but you don't remember
Oh,
what
great.
you
And his
specifically
lounge
doing
lizard
to
perching.
generate 283 steps while you're making all these phone calls in the same 4-minute period?
I remember unequivocally, without any doubt, with as clear a mind as I could have at any time, that I never manufactured any alibi in any way, shape, or form, because I did not and would not hurt my wife and my child.
So why can't
So
you
I know
remember
for a
what you
fact
were doing?
that I never, ever, ever created an alibi.
Why don't you remember what you were doing when you were so busy for this 4-minute critical period?
I do
Other
remember
than
what I was doing.
Other than I was getting ready to go.
Well, that's because that's what I was doing.
Oh, for fuck's sake. It's not an answer. Ugh.
Okay. Well, let's keep going.
Dude, the stamina that it must
You made
take
the-
for Creighton to do this is insane. Like, I'm mentally exhausted. Because, like, you have to keep track. Like, Creighton, dude, I swear, Creighton has to keep track of all of Alex's lies. And Creighton also has to understand them. And Creighton also has to keep track of the truth. And then he has to stay, like, you know, this is the 4D chess, like, stay ahead. Like, and then, of course, there's also, like, the element of how frustrating Alex's answers are. And that, you know, how that would affect your, like, he's really, I'm so, I admire him so much. I just think he's great. Like, not asking for a break. I mean, they've been going for a long ass time. He's like, I mean, he's ready. He's going to keep going. It's just great.
His calls to Maggie in that 4-minute period.
Meanwhile, Metters,
You had just seen
looks
them.
like he's going to fall asleep, or I don't even know what, but that's really funny, the contrast.
A few minutes ago, when you say you went down there and came right back. Why didn't you just take that quick little left 1,100 yards away and stop by? See why they didn't answer the call. You're obviously wanting to get in touch with them. Why didn't you go down to the kennels that were so close by?
There was no reason to. I mean,
Making multiple missed calls to Maggie, and she's so close.
Yeah.
And there's a
Jury's-
driveway right there. Why do you not just go down there and say, hey, guys, I'm here?
I have to say, I wish I could ask the jury, but like, if I would imagine that this whole thing about why didn't he just go down there, even though it's kind of like it's circumstantial and stuff. I think this problem, if it were me on the jury, this would actually be a huge point of, like, you know, what would a normal person do? Also that in combination with his shitty answers. But I was just thinking about something, how Creighton takes his glasses off, and I know Daddy Shortness pointed that out earlier, and that's something that I've not been like, that could have been a ticker this whole time as well, probably. But now that I'm looking at it, I know I'm thinking about how he does that at certain times, and I was just thinking it reminds me of I've seen that with other prosecutors, but I have to say that it's not as nearly as effective. Like, I know that it drives other people crazy, but the way that he leaves the podium and comes back, and you can just see when his mind is going and stuff. I just love it personally.
Heading over there.
it wasn't important to do that. Me making those phone calls is simply me letting, I believe I called Maggie and I called Paul, but that's simply me just letting them know that I'm leaving for a minute, I'll be back. The fact that they don't answer is not unusual at all. Now, it is odd, it is unusual that they
anyone. It's not unusual to have killed your wife and son, but even God will never forget what you've done. It's not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
too. Did you talk with Maggie about going to Alameda when you were at the kennels?
No, I don't believe I did.
Did you talk with Maggie about going to Alameda during supper?
I know that we had talked about it. I had talked, I don't believe we talked about it at supper, but we may have. I know that I had talked about that I was going to go over there. And then I decided that I wasn't going to go over there.
So what was your conversation at supper? Tell me specifically, if you could, please.
I
About
can't,
going to Alameda.
I can't tell you that we specifically talked about it. The only thing that I can tell you we specifically talked about at supper was Paw Paw.
All right. And what was the conversation?
Maggie was just concerned. Paul had been having, for a young person, Paul had been having high blood pressure. And he's very resistant to go to the doctor. And this has been going on for a little while, but lately Paul's feet had swollen. And for a 22-year-old to having swollen feet concerned both of us, and it particularly concerned Maggie. And we talked about that.
Okay. Did y'all talk about Mr. Randolph at all?
I'm sure we did.
Do you remember that group text coming in about whether or not anybody was going to go see Mr. Randolph at the hospital the next day?
Do I remember it coming in?
Yeah.
I don't remember it coming in,
Because
but
you didn't read it till the next day. But
I've seen it. I've seen the data.
why didn't you? Did you ever text the group and say you were going to Alameda at all?
No.
Did
That is a
Maggie
great
ever?
point.
Did you and Maggie ever specifically
great
discuss her going?
It is
on
weird.
to-
Why wouldn't you do that?
to
That's weird.
Alameda?
There's a group text about the parent. Yeah, I know. Weird.
I don't believe that we did. I know that there was a point in time where I said Maggie might go, but it's highly unusual for Maggie to go and visit just my mom. That whole situation, it just made Maggie sad, and she didn't like to go. So
You
I don't believe that we did, but I do acknowledge that at some point I said she might go for some reason.
You told law enforcement on multiple occasions that, first of all, Maggie was planning to stay at Edisto the night of June 7th, correct?
I did say that.
All right. And you also said that you came to find out that she came home of her own accord, correct? You told that to law enforcement.
That was what I had pointed out.
She did come
Or
home.
was
of
that
her own accord.
we know
She
was
decided on her own to come home
there.
because she was worried about you. Isn't that what you said?
I did say that, and
Yeah.
I believe that to be the case.
All right.
Yeah.
But since despite what you told law enforcement, we've since seen the text that you actually called her and asked her to come home on the night of June 7th.
I would
No, sir,
focus
that's
more.
not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir,
I would
that's not-
focus less on that and more on the fact that he just said that he told law enforcement at the time that Maggie stayed at Edisto. And now he's saying she stayed at Moselle. I mean, how do you never mind about the tech, like that's a huge deal, I think.
Absolutely not correct.
All right, so you heard your sister-in-law Marion testify to just that fact of a conversation she had with Maggie, but you're saying that's not true?
I don't believe that's what Marion said.
All right. And your defense put in this exhibit, Exhibit 107, where Maggie texted Blanca and said, Alec wants me to come home.
I've seen that. I agree with that.
Is that it up on the screen? Oh, I've got the wrong input here. I'll just hold it up.
Creighton.
You've seen this text?
Love it.
I have seen that. Mr. Waters, the only dispute I have with what
Weasel.
you're saying is you're saying that I called Maggie and wanted her to come home.
I believe I can be a
Wanted Maggie to
weasel.
come home. And I would have talked to Maggie about coming home before she ever left to go to Charleston. And to
Word
Edison.
salad. This is insane.
And I can tell you this, and I didn't realize this at the time, but I realize it now,
Oh my god.
that
Yeah, that's like sounds like you getting your story
Maggie
straight.
was
right?
already undecided.
Dude.
Now, I didn't know this, but
Oh, my
Maggie was
God.
already undecided about staying at Edisto. I can promise you that, because Bubba and Grady were in their kennels, as y'all well know, that night. That day. If Maggie was certain that she was spending the night at Edisto, at a minimum, Bubba would have been with her, and probably both.
Maggie's intentions don't matter. I would hammer the fact that he said at the time she stayed at Edisto. That's what fucking matters, right?
It was very unusual for her to spend the night anywhere without one of us or those dogs. So
you're
that tells me that when she left that morning, she was already seriously thinking about coming back.
So you're saying that you never called her and had a conversation that day asking her to come home, specifically on the night of June 7th, 2021?
Maggie and I had a couple of phone conversations that day. What I'm telling you is that before she left, no, I don't believe we had a phone call about that. We may have discussed it during the phone call, but I didn't make a phone call to her to ask her to come home. I had already told her I wanted her to come home. I always wanted her to come home. You heard Marion say that too, that I always wanted Maggie with me.
Maggie thought enough of it to talk about it with Marion, didn't she?
The fact that I wanted her to come home?
Correct.
Well, sure. I mean, that's what Marion said.
So you're denying that you called Maggie and specifically asked her to come home that night?
I didn't make a phone call to Maggie to ask her to come home that night. I asked Maggie to come home long before she ever left. And I probably asked her again each time I talked to her, but I didn't make the phone call specifically for that, as you're saying.
Wow, he looks mad.
And to be clear, I'm certain
he looks
that
so
if
mad.
Maggie was certain that she was spending the night, Bubba would have been with her, and probably Grady.
Shouldn't he be saying, I'm certain that she stayed at Moselle? Because that's what he said on direct. I mean, he said it shittily. Like, that was the one where he was led as fuck, and he was like, that was like an embarrassment. But that was what they were trying to say, attempting to say. I guess Jim was really more Jim saying it than Alex. Fucking hell.
Why did you tell law enforcement, though, that you found out after the fact that Maggie wanted to come home because she was concerned about you? Why'd you phrase it that way if what you're saying to the jury now was accurate? Why would you phrase it that way?
Because I believe that to be the case.
That you found out afterwards, but now you're saying you knew.
No, I'm saying I found out afterwards why she came home, Mr. Waters.
Okay.
And she came home because she was worried about me. So I'm going to be clear about that. I did not learn that until I think the day after she got killed.
But you're saying that you found out that after the fact, but you're telling this jury
being a lounge lizard,
that you knew the things that you just said about her wanting to come home. And you were unaware of what Marion would say at that point either.
No, I'm saying at that time, I had not thought about Bubba and Grady. Since that time, I've thought about that. I'm certain of that. At the time, I thought Maggie was staying at Edisto. All right? She was going to Edisto to meet the people, to do the work. Maggie loved to stay at Edisto. There's no doubt about that. It would not be unusual at all for her to stay at Edisto. Oh,
there it was. You guys.
But just like every...
It's not unusual to steal from anyone. It's not unusual to have killed your wife and son. But even God would never forget what you've done. It's not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
It's a house.
Learned it from Blanca. Blanca actually showed me the tape.
You know what I'm realizing? I think it's glitched. I think it might be because I forgot. Wow, look at this face. Forgot to pause the video before I hit that. Hold on, let me try this again and just see, because it might just be that I need to pause it, and also I want to see his face again anyway.
See you in a few hours. but I did not know why she decided to come back until later, is what I'm saying. And I learned it from Blanca. Blanca actually showed me the text.
Oh, I went back. I didn't go back far enough. Sorry. Hold on, guys.
The people to do the work.
So weird.
Maggie loved to stay at Edisto. There's no doubt about that. It would not be unusual at all for her to stay.
There it is. All right, let's see.
It's not unusual to steal from anyone. It's not unusual to have killed your wife and son. But even God would never forget what you've done. It's not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
It's a house.
Well, now we know. I just have to pause the video if that makes sense. Can't have two things playing at once. So
At Edisto. But just like every other time, I had already asked her, please come back, come back. Always wanted her to stay with me. Always. But I did not learn about, and Maggie even texted me, I'll see you in a few hours. But I did not know why she decided to come back until later, is what I'm saying. And I learned it from Blanca. Blanca actually showed me the text that she sent her talking about being worried about me.
You would agree with me that you sent a text to Maggie at 9:08:58 while in motion in the Suburban, as reflected by the data?
I do.
oh, I'm
Which
wrong
was
about that.
because
He
I
did
couldn't
text while
reach them
driving.
by
I
the
forgot.
telephone, and
I thought he
wanted
was
them to know
making
where I
phone calls.
was,
Okay.
Okay.
Ah.
which is what we do.
And you got to Alameda around 9:22?
I believe
Well, I
that's
guess he was
correct.
still kind of leaving Moselle, it looked like, right? Hold on, let me rewind that real
I
quick.
don't have any reason to dispute that. And I learned it from Blanca.
Yeah, let's see.
Blanca actually showed me the text
That mouth
that she
is
sent her
insane.
talking about being worried about me.
Wow.
You would agree with me that you sent a text to Maggie at 9:08:58 while in motion in the Suburban, as reflected by the data?
I do. Which was because I couldn't reach them by the telephone, and I wanted
Okay.
them to know where I was,
So he was just on Moselle,
which is what we do.
And you
Had-
got to Alameda around
not that far from the
9:22?
house. Okay.
I believe that's correct.
I can go down to it.
No, I don't have any reason to dispute that.
Made some more phone calls along the way?
I have a question for y'all. Like, are you guys able to send text messages? Like, if you're driving and you're using Bluetooth, do you all have a thing where you can send a text message without pulling out your phone? Like, again, imagining if you're a dude and you keep your phone in your pocket, just for thinking it through, like, is there like through the through like the, on the infotainment and whatnot, can you send a text message through that? On my, honestly, I've actually never tried that. I didn't even think of it until now. I don't think I can do that with my car, but again, I've never tried. So I'm just curious. Does anybody know? Like, is that a thing, or do you have to pull the phone out to do it?
I did make more phone calls along the way while I was riding.
Called Chris Wilson.
I did call Chris Wilson.
Had a short conversation with him. Is that right?
I did have a conversation for however long the record show.
About 131 seconds. That sound about right?
If that's what the record show, 2 minutes.
Called your brother, John Marvin, for about 106 seconds, including connection time. Does that sound about right?
That does sound about right.
Arrived at 9:22. Does that sound about right?
It does.
And then at 9:24, you call, that's the landline at Alameda, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you went inside, is that right?
Yeah, that's
Talked to
right.
Miss Shelley.
That's right. I called the house phone to get Shelley to let me in.
And when you were asked by law enforcement how long you were at your mother's house, you said 45 minutes to an hour. Isn't that correct?
I think I said a couple of different things, but I think at one time I did say that. But, you know, routinely through these things, I kept saying, you know, when you get this data, you'll see exactly. When you look at my phone, you'll see exactly. When you do, you know, so, you know, me giving the times was always given with the thought that, okay, that there's OnStar out there, there's whatever.
But when you had a conversation with Miss Shelley after the fact, you actually asked her to say that you were there longer than 20 minutes.
You know, I heard Shelley's testimony. I believe Shelley to be a good person. I wasn't trying to influence Shelley on any particular length of time because at the beginning of this, I believed that data would show what data would show. And for me to tell her to say something when my OnStar is going to show something different just doesn't make any sense. So, you know, I can't answer that. What my recollection is that I told Shelley that law enforcement would be talking to her. We may have discussed how long I was there. At that point in time, if I thought I was there 45 minutes, I may have said I was here 45 minutes, but, you know, I can't tell you.
All right. And that's the same thing that Blanca testified to, that you talked to her about the clothes that you were wearing. It made her uncomfortable, correct?
Ask that question again.
It's similar to your conversation with Blanca that she testified about when you talked to her about the clothes that you were supposedly wearing. And it made her feel uncomfortable. Do you remember that testimony, sir?
What's similar to that?
Well, that you're talking to both of these individuals about their testimony in a manner that's inconsistent with what they know.
No, I don't think your assertion is accurate. You have to understand this. On August the 11th, when I went to meet with David Owens, and in that, David Owens asked me about, he showed me that Snapchat and asked me about clothes that I had on. And shortly after that, the next time I was with Blanca, I asked Blanca about those clothes because David Owens had asked me about them and was made an issue about it. And so I checked with Blanca to see what I specifically asked Blanca, and it was an issue to me. So I got Blanca and I said, I need you to sit down and talk with me about this. This is important. Do you remember my clothes when you came to Moselle that day? And she remembered exactly what she testified to. She remembered that my pants were there. She wasn't sure if the shirt was there. At that time, I think she actually thought the shirt was there, but she was clear that she wasn't sure about that. No, she wasn't unsure, but she didn't remember, but assumed that it was. So that was the conversation and why I was asking Blanca.
Well, again, you're very specific about your memories of that conversation. Is that correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
You dang right. I'm consistent about that because a very short time before that, David Owens is asking me questions and telling me I'm a suspect in the murder of my wife and my child and asking me about my clothes, you dang right it was important.
It was important, right?
And you dang right I remember why I went to her and for what reason.
Because the only thing you're concerned about is yourself. You're not concerned about giving accurate information to law enforcement, correct? What's the reason for that, Mr. Murdaugh? Why don't you want to give accurate information to law enforcement? Why do you want to talk to these women who both are employed by you or your family and try to influence what they are going to say?
I did want to give law enforcement accurate information. I told a lie about being down there, and I got myself wed to that. But I wanted to give them as much. I knew that I hadn't done this, and I wanted to give them as much accurate information as I could. But the reason I went to Blanca is specifically because David Owens talking to me on August the 11th.
Okay. You can see that you're underway about 9:42, heading back.
I do.
9:42 to 9:43.
I do.
Turned on Moselle about 10:01.
Turned into Moselle at 10:01.
Yeah. Sorry.
It looks to me like I turned into Moselle at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock on the dot, sorry.
Yes, sir.
At the house at 10:05.
Yes, sir.
And then that's when you went back to the kennels after you came back from Alameda, correct?
I went to the kennels after I went to the house. I went from Alameda to the house to the kennels.
Oh, thank you,
You got
Simply
to the
Me,
scene,
for responding about that.
you got out of the car,
Okay.
according to what you told law enforcement.
Gotcha. Okay. See, I actually don't use Siri. So you can do that like with your phone in your pocket. Like, that's insane. Okay, great. Great. Thank you so much for answering that question.
Enforcement repeatedly
Much appreciated.
and check the bodies, correct? Before you called 911, is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct.
You're saying you didn't say that to law enforcement?
I don't know what I said to law enforcement, Mr. Waters, but I can tell you this.
Oh boy.
I pulled up and I saw Mags and Paw Paw. I jumped out of that car. I know that I went back to my car and I called 911 as quickly as I
That
could.
fake crying. This is actually worse fake
That point
crying
in
than
time,
usual.
when I got on the phone, then
Like
is
he's not
when
even
I
got
went
snot anymore
to
right now.
them and did the things that I did.
Did the things that I did.
So
Hey.
what you're saying is not accurate.
You're saying that you didn't say very specifically to law enforcement
Yay, Abby. Glad you're off work.
that you went to them prior to calling 911.
When?
After you got out of the car, you told law enforcement repeatedly that you went over and checked the bodies before you called 911.
No, I don't. If I did say that, I don't believe that's accurate.
Oh boy.
Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
No, sir. That's not accurate.
Oh,
At least
boy.
that's not what I remember.
That's not what you remember saying, or that's not what you say now happened?
No, that's not.
Great.
That's not what I believe happened.
Okay, but you don't deny that's what you said.
Did I said,
Oh
did I
boy.
check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
I don't believe that's what I said.
Yeah, Abby, last time the stream went on for I think a little over 10 hours.
Yeah, I know I checked them, but I don't
Yeah.
believe I checked them before I called 911.
We're coming up on 8 hours now. Dude, look at him.
Because
Oh wow.
I can pretty
Dude, that
well
was
remember
You guys, okay, let me rewind it. That thing's happening again where he like answers a question and Creighton doesn't say anything and he just keeps going. It's a special, it's interesting. This happens at certain times. Wow. Wow. And Creighton just leaves that space, leaves that silence. It's great.
Now, I know I checked them, but I don't believe I
didn't
checked.
go back far enough. Hold on. We need the context. Oh, not that far. Context. I think here.
Saying that you didn't say very specifically to law
Yeah.
enforcement that you went to them prior to calling 911.
When?
After you got out of the car, you told law enforcement repeatedly.
He doesn't
that
remember
you
when he
went and
said
checked
it.
the bodies before you
That's
called
what it
911.
is. He's saying when, not he's asking because he's like trying to get his story. He doesn't remember that he said that. So he's like wants them to wow. He wants Creighton to tell him when he said it so he can try to come up with another excuse. Wow.
I don't. If I did say that, I don't believe that's accurate. Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
No, sir. That's not accurate. At least that's not what I remember.
That's not what you remember saying, or that's not what you say
boy.
now happened?
No, that's not what I believe happened.
Okay, but you don't deny that's what you said.
Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Wow, he's fuck.
I don't believe that's what I said.
Oh dear. He doesn't know for sure. He doesn't know for sure. Oh, wow. Wow. They don't know what's happening.
Now, I know I checked them, but I don't believe I checked them before I called 911.
I feel like he said that. I feel like we've heard that in something. Interview, body cam, something.
Because
We're about time.
I can pretty well remember.
Wow. Just stop talking, dude.
When I checked Paul,
Oh, here we go.
I was
Look at that.
already on the phone with 911.
Oh my God. This is insane. This is insane, you guys. Wow. Trying to sell this. Holy shit, dude. Fake crying, pop, of
Looking at
course.
this data.
and then- Fucking hell. Yeah, good luck. He's about to fucking impeach the shit out of you. I hope.
So the vehicle parking at 10:05 and 55 seconds.
Yes, sir.
And 10:05:57, the Suburban arrives at the kennels. You agree with that?
I'm sorry, say that again, Mr. Ward.
At 10:05:57, it shows the Suburban arriving at the kennels.
Okay. Okay.
The 911 call was at 10:06:14,
Okay.
just about 20 seconds later. You agree with that?
I think that sounds right. Yes, sir. I mean, that makes sense. But that goes back to what I'm saying is I pulled up, I saw
Oh boy.
them,
Weasel.
and
Weasel
I know I jumped
Central.
out of my car.
Wow.
But I believe that before
He doesn't know
I
where this is
checked
going.
them-
That's what it is. He's like, he does not know where Creighton's going with this, but he feels I get the sense that he's getting backed into a corner with his story, and now he's trying to distract.
In fact, I'm almost certain. And then I went back and I got that's when I went and got my phone and I called 911.
Okay.
And then after I called 911, there was a little while where there wasn't, I don't think there was anything going on. And I believe that is the time period that I went and checked on them.
I don't want to belabor this point, but that what you're saying here today, now that we have this data, that's not exactly how you expressed it to law enforcement in your prior statements. Is that correct?
No, sir, I disagree with that. I totally disagree with that, Mr. Waters. Will you point to what you're talking about?
Sure.
Abby, I'm glad that you enjoy having the long streams, and I'm glad that you're off work. And hopefully, it was. I know you were in the chat on and off, and I wasn't able to read everything that you said because I was squirrel holing like crazy with the shit we were talking about. But hopefully, it was a smooth shift and everything's going well. And yeah, let's see what's about to happen.
All right, sir. I left the house without my watch.
12:57.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so we get it correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968,
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Collin County. I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I
but-
understand.
yeah,
I totally
yeah,
understand.
yeah.
So you don't have any problem
Yeah.
with it.
So, just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. And my boy over there, I could see it was. And I could see his brain on. And I ran over to Maggie, and actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I mean, I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to take, I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911,
pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call him?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
That person you didn't name, that was Rogan, the little boy right around the corner? Is that who you're talking about?
That's correct. But going back to your question, I mean, that's the way I remember it, what I said right there. And your question about did I do these things before I called 911, that's not what I said then, and that's not what I remember now.
Okay. So you're saying now that you went out, you checked, you came back, got your phone, and that's when you called 911?
I'm not saying that now, Mr. Woods. I am saying that now, but to me, that's what I said then. I mean, I told her, I called 911 right away. There was no time to do the things that I'm talking about doing in the time between getting there and calling 911.
When you talked about calling Rogan, and you said that he lives right around the corner, correct?
That's correct.
All right. But Rogan wasn't staying there at the time. That's the whole reason that Cash was at your kennel, right? You knew that.
Well, Rogan was staying in Buford a lot, but he was home a lot too. I didn't know where Rogan was on a daily basis.
About keeping his dog Cash at the kennels when he was staying with his girlfriend and working down in Buford?
Yes, he had asked me that. But I mean, that had been some time before. I didn't know. You're making a big deal about this, Mr. Waters, but that particular night, I didn't have a clue where Rogan was staying or not staying. I was trying to find somebody to come out there with me. I'd called Randy, I'd called John.
It's like, yeah, we know you called everybody to get them out there with you. That was very clear.
And Rogan was the next best alternative.
Okay.
And Rogan is so close. I mean, Rogan, of all these kids that you've heard, Rogan, Gibson, I mean, Roro is like a Rogan. You prefer when I call him Rogan, is truly like a son to Maggie and I. And he was such a good friend to Buster, and he was such a good friend to Paul. And you've been through everything I have. You'll see that 2 weeks or 3 weeks prior to this, I ran out of gas when Bus and Paw weren't home. And Rogan's the person that I called to bring me gas.
Okay. Nobody's disputing any that Rogan would have helped you. Let me keep playing this.
Around Paul when you walked up.
Blood.
Anything else?
There was some major weaseling there with that whole gas story with Rogan. It's just like, ugh, Weasel
There
or
was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence. I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not no, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover. And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You just testified that in the wake of this, you didn't know what you said to law enforcement. That was what you just said.
No, I mean, I know a lot of what I said to law enforcement, but there's a lot of things in looking back at this video for one, the 911 call for one. I mean, there's a lot of things that I didn't remember.
Okay. But right then and there, just not long into this interview, you made a conscious decision to lie right there.
Play that again?
You said, I was at the house.
And what made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover.
Okay.
She fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel.
Did you guys catch how he says I went to check on them? His dad wasn't there. We know that. That's another contradiction because he already knows he's using this whole story about Maggie coming home because of his dad, not because he's luring her to her death.
I was at the house.
You want to hear it again?
No, sir, but I don't
So
think...
you made a conscious decision to lie right there, this early into an interview, sitting in the front seat, correct?
I don't believe so.
You didn't make a conscious decision to lie?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that was lying at that point.
Okay, tell me why not.
Because Maggie had gone to the kennels and I was at the house.
Okay. So you think you were being, that was not a lie at that point?
I don't believe so at that point.
At what point did you decide to lie?
I'm not sure, but it was in that.
It was in this interview?
I believe that it was.
Okay, was this interview where you're sitting in the front seat, correct?
It is.
You're not in custody, correct?
I'm not in custody.
They're giving you water, letting you chew tobacco, treating you politely, correct?
They were treating me very politely.
So what was it that clicked? So you said it's in this interview that it clicked that I'm gonna lie?
And of course, also, guys, remember his whole thing now is he was so paranoid because he had pills in his pocket. We have no evidence that there were ever pills in his pocket. It's just what he says. And it's just so insane that it's so insane. It's such an important thing that you at least come up with some sort of something to back it up, right? But there's no receipt for that.
About the most important fact that I know?
I'm not sure exactly when in it that I decided to lie, but I believe it was during this interview. I believe all those things that I talked about, those things that had gone on, the things that people had said to me about don't talk to anybody without a lawyer. Partners all told me that, or a lot of my partners told me that. My dear friend, Chief Alexander, was one that said that. I overheard, I believe it was Sheriff Hill, I'm not positive, I overheard him tell, I believe Mark Ball or Gray Holmes, don't let him talk to anybody without a lawyer. And
hearsay. Also, it's interesting that Chief Alexander would be giving legal advice.
what I believe is that based on my distrust of SLED and getting in that interview, and I'm not positive about this, but I believe when he asked me, about my relationship with my wife and my son, I believe that's when I decided to lie.
You also left out when you had the GSR too, because that's what you testified to yesterday.
That certainly contributed.
And your dope paranoia too. You said that as well, correct?
Well, those things are what triggered the paranoia that started as my addiction evolved.
Right. And so you're an experienced lawyer and you've been a prosecutor, and you took the advice of your law partners that you should have a lawyer there, as you read that as, oh, I should lie.
No, that's not an accurate.
Because that's not what
statement.
that means, is it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, that's not an accurate statement, what you just said, Mr. Waters.
It wasn't a statement, it was a question, and it was a great question.
I just repeated what you just said. You said it was one of the factors was your law partners, and now you're blaming Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander told you that you needed a lawyer before you talked to police, and you took that somehow as meaning I need to lie?
No.
As a lawyer and a prosecutor?
No, that's what you said, Mr. Waters, but
How am I mischaracterizing it from your perspective, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because
I think isn't that what you heard? Isn't that what you just said? Excuse me.
No, sir, that's not what I said.
All right,
So,
well, say it again.
I believe those guys were trying to help me. I believe they cared about me. I believe they thought that I was in a condition such that I shouldn't talk to anybody. I mean, those guys had to prop me up. Help me
Oh
get
my
myself
God,
together.
here we
just to be able to
go.
talk
Weasel.
to David Owens. I mean, they were trying to help me. But before that, that was just one of the many things that I believe led to that situation sitting in there where those paranoid thoughts came to me. Them talking about not talking to anybody without a lawyer, Brian Murdaugh, checking my hands, the fact that I got a pocket full of pills in my pocket. I was the person who found Maggie and Paul. My distrust for SLED. All of those factors combined and made me decide to lie. I also know him asking me about Maggie and Paul contributed to that paranoia. All I'm saying is, I'm not disputing that I lied. I'm just saying at this point, you're saying I made a conscious decision to lie here, and I'm saying I don't think I made a conscious decision right there.
Okay, so it's later?
I believe so.
Had you already had your GSR done at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had.
And you'd already talked to your law partners and heard Sheriff Hill. Now you're blaming him and blaming Chief Alexander now as well for your lies?
No, sir, Mr. Waters.
You just added that one. You didn't say that yesterday. You just added that one.
Be given an opportunity to answer the question.
Objection.
You can finish your last answer.
All right. Mr. Waters, I'm not blaming anybody. I accept full responsibility for what I did. What I'm saying is what I believe contributed to me doing that and the reason why I did that. I think those folks were trying to help me, so I don't blame them. I think they were worried about me.
Okay. I don't dispute that, but you're saying you took that advice as I need to lie.
Nah, what you're doing is you're isolating one single thing.
I'm not isolating anything. I've mentioned all the factors. You've added some new ones, but I mentioned all the factors that you're blaming for your decision to lie.
That's not what you did. What you asked me is you said I took my partners telling me not to talk to somebody without a lawyer as a reason to lie. And that's an inaccurate statement. That was one of the factors that went into a series, hang on, Mr. Waters, a series of events, all right, that caused me to have paranoid thinking, all right, and then I lied.
All right. But at some point it happened during this interview that you crossed over. You're saying that you came into this interview intending to be fully disclosing to everything, and something happened in this interview that sent you over the edge, and you said, hey, let me lie about the last time I saw my wife and child alive, supposedly, according to me.
I certainly didn't go into that interview, I believe, intending to lie. Mr. Waters, I wasn't capable at that point in time of planning anything or thinking through anything.
So somehow during this interview, all of a sudden those senses came to you to plan and do that.
When I got to thinking in that paranoid way, that normally, as I said, I mean, I could take a deep breath and make it go away. I never had a situation where it lasted more than a matter of seconds. That night, after all those things had happened, it didn't go away in a matter of seconds. And I decided to lie.
Those are the clothes that you ultimately gave to Dave Owen, is that right?
Those are the clothes I gave to David Owen.
At what point did you be able to chuck the pills you say are in your pocket? When did you do that?
When I was in my bedroom.
When you're in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you put them?
I'm not sure where I put them, but ultimately they would have gone in my suitcase.
So that's when you did it? Do you have a specific recollection of that?
No, I don't. I just know that I took them out of my pocket.
If we watch this whole video, you think you could, if we watch the whole thing, you think you can say, okay, that's the moment where my senses came to me and I decided I was going to tell this major lie?
I don't know that it happened like that, but I mean, I may be able to tell you some things that contributed to it. We watched the whole thing.
We've heard that. I just want to be clear, though. At least on this one, at some point during this interview, when you were able to plan your lie about this event, and you made that decision. But it wasn't what we just played. It wasn't yet. It was some point after that.
I don't think that's a lie right there. Is the reason why I don't think that it's occurred before this, because what I'm saying there, I believe to be truthful. And I know this. I know for a fact that when David Owens asked me about my relationship with my wife and my child, I know that that played a role in that. And I believe that, and I may be wrong, but I believe that this was before that.
You ever heard the expression, not telling the whole truth is the same as telling the lie?
Sure I have.
That's something you understood as a lawyer and a prosecutor?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so I get it correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Collin County. I'm misled.
What?
I hate to have to do this.
I
but-
understand.
yeah,
I totally
yeah,
understand.
yeah.
So you don't have any problem
Yeah.
with it.
So,
You hadn't decided to lie right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
You told David Owen that you understood that he had to ask questions and you do what you need to do, correct?
That is what I told him.
Your Honor, this might be a good time for a break. All right.
1 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing the jury, we'll break till 2:15. We'll go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, guys, so this is supposed to be the intermission. What I'm going to do is this, because we still have the rest of Alex on the stand for cross, then we have redirect, we have recross. What I'm going to do is I'm going to split this up into a separate, I'm going to end it here for now, and we'll pick up where we left off on the next one. And the reason I want to do that is this, because we had a number of different things that we talked about during this stream that you know, for example, we were talking about, I wanted to bring up Buster's testimony as far as what Buster says regarding the drugs, and put that side by side with what Alex says Buster knows, because there's a lot of contradictions there. And then we also want to look at the whole thing with the white truck. And then we had some other topics for discussion regarding Paul going into the feed room, you know, the chicken business, and the ideas that I suggested or thinking about in terms of, was it maybe Alex who used Maggie's phone those last couple actions, and did he delete her GPS information, and was that the reason he checked the phone? And I think there were some other questions as well that I was bringing up, but all of them are related directly to Alex's testimony. So I would rather finish those discussions while he's still on the stand, so that it's still relevant and we still have the testimony to compare with and use, right? Versus finishing this video with his testimony and then discussing all of those topics when he's no longer on the stand. And we no longer have his own testimony to use as we discuss those topics. So, and the other thing we will do is we will do the Sunrise Deep Dive part 2 as well on the next one. So there was a lot that like I said, we had a lot of interesting things going on here for this one. Man, it's like I said, I applaud Creighton for his stamina, because again, it's a lot just having to listen to Alex and all the lies and keeping track, and you know, anyway, so okay, so I thank y'all for being here. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I'm forgetting, but oh yeah, so I think what I will do is for the next one, I think I will schedule that for Tuesday, just to give everyone who didn't see this entire episode, and again, I'm breaking this into 2 episodes, so just to give y'all time to catch up on everything. Again, as always, timestamps will be in the description. And then we will continue on with the rest of Alex's testimony on Tuesday. So I hope y'all have a great night / morning / day, wherever y'all are. And I will go ahead and roll that outro. See you on the next one.